Well, it's almost a good morning as we welcome you to America's Day at the Races on an absolutely gorgeous day here at Aqueduct Racetrack after a couple days of severe wind and severe rain forced us to cancel 2 cards. We are back in action. I'm very happy to be joined by Meg Burgess, Andy Serling, of course, the rest of the team, Richard Migliori, Maggie Wolfendale, and Lafitte Pinkai in town as well during Breeders' Cup weekend, but a lot of good action today and 10 races to talk about as well as a couple of stakes.
There are a couple of stakes here on the card. It was fun. The handicapping show debut with none other than Andy earlier today, and now we're ready to tackle a card. But I mean, it's Christmas morning for racing fans. It's Breeders' Cup Day. We've obviously got a lot of action here, but championship honors on the West Coast and some pretty contentious races here in New York as well. Yeah,
unfortunately, much of our card being run before those Breeders' Cup races, and obviously we'll be talking about them as the day progresses, but we have plenty to talk about here at the Big A as well. We're listed as fast and firm. I'm a little bit dubious as to whether or not the turf is absolutely firm. Did get quite a bit of rain 2 days ago, but I imagine it's firming up pretty well. The Nashua Race 4, a carryover in the Pick 6, starts in Race 5 or 10 race card. Of course, that late Pick 5, and you got to opt in over at Naira Bets for the $5,000 hit and split if you're playing that late Pick 5. And the Aqueduct Turf Championship coming up in race number 9. No big surprise in race number 1. Shadow Surge, who wasn't the favorite in the morning line, but certainly looks like it on paper. And the million-dollar question with Shadow Surge is, can he run back to that 80 buyer figure? Because if he runs it, Meg, he's going to win here.
He is. He's one of those horses. It's kind of maybe seems like an outlier as they approach the track, but if he runs back to it, as you mentioned, he's a forward type. He could certainly wire this field.
Does feel like the speed of this race. Shadow Surge goes out for Ilke Cantermachi with Jaime Rodriguez.
Yeah, logical step forward. A very lightly raced 4-year-old, and speed is always dangerous.
Behind him is the 2 Prince of Dance, trying the dirt for Chris Englehart and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, first time catching a dry track, sprinting in a threat here. Tactical, but has speed.
The number 3, a long shot, Majestic Arc, goes out for Lolita Shimongo with Christian Mirage, Rajiv's brother.
Turning away against weaker and hasn't shown the run of late doing so.
A drop down with a horse who may be forward with Ruben Silvera for Gary Siaka, detail-oriented.
And against way lesser than what he's been facing, he's interesting here.
The number 5, Derek's Law, I'm going to try for Linda Rice, the second choice or third choice at 7-2.
Outgame late when setting the pace at the mile last time out. Good fitness in him off the layoff, now cutting back to 6.
The number 6 is Taprit's Temper. Christian Geraldo riding for Wayne Potts.
He's been right there at this level, though hasn't been able to win since.
And finally round the field with a horse off a layoff that I know you like, the 7 Spirit Dragon, Ricardo Santana riding for John Kimmel.
Yeah, another with upside, having recently broke the maiden, but shortens to the 6 furlongs off the layoff. He was sharp against maiden 35, but he's got to face winners for the first time here.
All right, let people know. No better way to play the races than through Naira Bets. Head on over. We've still got that Cup 25 bonus. You get a $25 free bet, as well as the $200 sign-up match. Play through Naira Bets and bet any track, anywhere, anytime through Naira Bets. The number 1, Shadow Surge, coming off a maiden win off a long layoff last time, but it was a fast race.
It was, and you know, he's had pace as far as it was concerned that day, and he's one of those that came off, you know, George Weaver isn't exactly an easy trainer to train, or excuse me, an easy trainer to train from, or to claim from, excuse me, get my words out, but he was impressive last time out. He really was one that it begs the question if he's going to be able to repeat this effort, but you like this horse a lot, Andy, and he's formidable.
No, I don't like him a lot. I just believe he's the horse to beat in this here. And he's a justified 8-5 morning line favorite. The regular morning line maker was busy with Breeders' Cup races, so didn't make this line. So if you find it a little bit funny as I did, you'll know why. If somebody's trying to do it and filling in, it's a very, very tough job. He is the horse to beat in this race. We'll go to the third member of our team, Richard Migliori. Rich, he's down in the paddock. What are you seeing down there, Rich?
Well, first of all, what a difference a day makes. It's an absolutely glorious day here. No wind, beautiful sunshine. Horse, it's a real long shot moving up in company is the 3 Majestic Arc. But I have to bring this horse up because just looks too good from a physical perspective, and Lolita Shimongo does a really good job. Our horses look good. You get Colin Marat here taking over for Romero Marat, who was injured. And this is a perfect kind of horse, I believe, for an apprentice. You're getting a 7-pound break in the weights. And he's a horse with speed. With apprentices, simplify things. Don't have to make decisions. Allow him to roll along. Now, what are we trying to do when we look at horses on the racetrack? We're trying to match up what we see on paper, what we handicap. So although he makes a good physical impression, I can't like him on paper. The 4, detail-oriented, another one, making an incredible physical appearance for trainer Gary Siaka, dropping in class. I thought he was a little bit interesting. Ruben Silveira is aggressive, and he has run his best races when he shows speed, and maybe the drop in class will help him find that speed. And then the horse that matched up to me from a physical, look as well as on paper was the 7, Spirit Dragon. I thought this horse was a little bit of a work in progress. It looks fit to me after having the summer off. Got a good draw from the outside, and he's a little less exposed than some of the others. And I just thought Spirit Dragon was the one that kind of ticked both boxes for me.
Thanks a lot, Richie. And Megan, I know you like Spirit Dragon as well, so why don't you fill in the blanks?
Yeah, I really like. It's encouraging when they're in the paddock. I'm not able to see them in the flesh, and he's one that it's encouraging for Richie to match that physical to what he's been doing. But he's one that I think will be able to handle himself as far as being able. I agree with Andy on the outside. He draws favorably, and I find him to be right there in the mix here.
And with Ricardo Santana, you have a rider that's usually alert to the pace scenario, so look to see him forward. But Shadow Surge is the favorite, the horse to beat, and the speed. Chris Griffin, he's got 10 races to call today. He'll do the first in just a moment.
Taprit's Temper moves in. Spirit Dragon. Last to load. Spirit Dragon to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Derek's Law in between horses and a hard scent Spirit Dragon from the far outside, but quickest will be Shadow Surge. Shadow Surge has a half-length advantage, does it easily. Hard pressed, was outside of Spirit Dragon, tried to move forward, couldn't get to the front with Derek's Law, who moves towards the inside in 3rd. Taprit's Temper is moving alongside, is now in 4th. Just behind them, a shoved along Prince of Dance. The 2 at the back, that's Majestic Arc. Towards the far back right now with Detail Oriented. Well into the far turn now. 22.51 was the opening quarter mile. Shadow Surge looking very strong so far, is up by a full length. Derek's Law is just right in behind that leader too. Waiting for the cue here in 3rd. And All In Spirit Dragon has been hard since they sprung the latch. Derek's Law can wait no more. Moves out to the 2 path, ready to challenge Shadow Surge at the top of the stretch. Shadow Surge, Derek's Law in full pursuit and still trying to join them. Spirit Dragon, who's been under a hard ride but is still trying up on the outside. Derek's Law has taken the lead. Derek's Law, Shadow Surge, Spirit Dragon inside the final 16th. Derek's Law trying to put away Shadow Surge, who's not done. Derek's Law wins it. Derek's Law wins it over Shadow Surge, Spirit Dragon, and Taprit's Temper. 1 minute 10.62 seconds.
Tough to give a better ride than Jose Lescano did, sensing the relative lack of pace. Got Derek's Law into position early, sat in the rail, and those are the kind of trips that are usually the best trips you can get on the turf, and it worked out here in the dirt, Megan.
I got a thought similar, Andy, and it's also, he was going up against 2 maidens in the grand scheme of things that were facing winners for the first time. That experience really prevailed for him. He's been right there, second off the layoff now for Linda Rice, and you see him being able to really sit the right kind of trip, as you mentioned, and being able to run down that leader in Shadow Surge late.
And there were 3 horses that took money on paper, and they ran to the money that they took in this race. But Derek's Law, a mild upset, being the heavily favored Shadow Surge. And I think Shadow Surge ran fine in here off the claim. He just turned out to be second best. But I'll tell you what, he did battle Derek's Law all the way down to the wire.
Exactly. And as I mentioned, he's one of those horses, this is his first time facing winners. I thought he ran tremendously well, and he's a horse I'll be interested when he runs back.
We'll see what happens going forward. We start out the action on what's going to be an incredibly busy day. We appreciate those joining us, but I know most people are, of course, focusing on the Breeders' Cup races a little bit later today. So many interesting races coming up, and obviously the Classic lost a lot of its luster when Sovereignty came out, a race that we've been waiting for so long as we see the 5 coming back. But I still think it's an absolutely terrific race. In a lot of ways, it's the Jockey Club Gold Cup we never got to see. Throwing in Forever Young, throwing in Fierceness, and the 3-year-olds as well.
It's incredible. And as you look at the schedule, as I mentioned earlier, it is Christmas as far as if you're a player, if you're a fan, no matter where you're at in the spectrum, if you're involved in this sport, this is the day of all days. And the Breeders' Cup Classic is truly a clash of titans. We're seeing those 3 big contenders come back from last year's race. And Andy, I think Forever Young has a huge opportunity to be able to turn the table tables this year, but lots of interesting contenders there, and it's going to be a war.
I got to give America's Best Racing credit. They were able to come up with the Breeders' Cup Classic as their race of the week. I don't know who did it. I don't know who that genius is, but we need to elevate that guy because he clearly has his finger on the pulse. As this is not just the race of the week, it's the race of the year. It's the Breeders' Cup Classic, and I think we all miss Sovereignty, but it's still going to be a terrific race. And I know, as you mentioned, you're a big fan of Forever Young. Interestingly, Fierceness, who is the favorite at 5-2 morning line, looking at those double prices, it could be very close between the big three that ran 1, 2, 3 this last year. Fierceness finally ran that good race as a 4-year-old last time out.
He did, and he did so encountering some trouble, as we saw, Johnny V and the very now popular break there in the Pacific Classic. But to me, Andy, while he did get the best of journalism, he is facing a tall task now as Todd Pletcher, not necessarily wanting him to regain his rail draw as he does in this race. And if I'm going to select as someone at a shorter price, we mentioned those doubles, it's going to be somebody else.
I'm with you. I could see him winning this race. He's obviously extremely talented, but I prefer others. Now, like you, I'm a big Mindframe fan. I think he's going to be a great stallion for Claiborne. I just don't know if he's fast enough to win this race, Meg.
I agree with you as far as where he's at in his overall resume. To me, he's a horse on the cusp of something potentially special. And now you go back and you look at his incredible 3-year-old tries against much better. He was kind of tossed in the water. And as you mentioned earlier, this is the Jockey Club Gold Cup that we didn't get to see. Obviously, that was a highly challenging race as far as him not being able to run in it. He lost his rider in a very memorable way, but I think he's certainly one that the stamina questions are there. He does not have necessarily a run coming in and facing the toughest field of his life, having to go the 1.25 miles.
Yeah, it's a big ask for him. I'm a big fan. He has been absolutely terrific in here. I know that you're a big fan. We mentioned of Forever Young. I am a big fan of Sierra Leone. I think he has been extremely good this year, and I know a lot of people sort of jumped off his bad bandwagon, and they're like sort of blaming him for that when they jumped off after the Travers, when this was the race you should have had him because he got the fast pace. But I'll tell you something. It was a fast pace that held together, and Flavien made his move early.
And I want to say kudos to the ownership team, to Peter Brandt, to the Coolmore Connections, Chad Brown, for bringing this horse back at 4. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he comes back for more. Obviously, he would be joining some rare air, being able to repeat. I've always loved this horse. I have no problems whatsoever now of him being able to actually achieve an honest pace with the entrance of Contrary Thinking, who I think benefits most everybody else in the field alongside Sierra Leone in this race.
Well, he doesn't compromise anybody.
No.
I mean, he just runs off and he sets a pace.
Exactly.
Listen, it's terrific that he came back, but if you're going to thank the connections of him, you also have to thank Mike Rapoli and Vinny Viola
absolutely.
for bringing back Fierceness, and both of them share ownership in Mindframe. They're not the only ones.
Right,
I think
exactly.
one of the reasons that this year's older horse races have been much better, this year's Breeders' Cup Classic is finally the matchup of 3-year-olds against olders, unfortunately without Sovereignty, is because all of those people, all of those connections brought their horses back at a time when too frequently, and I totally get owners taking the money, especially owners of which those people are part of that put a lot of money into the game because they're recycling the money. They're putting it back into the game. They're allowed to take some money off the table. Having said that, the racing's better when they don't retire the good horses after 3.
We've been talking about Forever Young and Sierra Leone and, of course, Fierceness, what feels like for 2 years now, Andy. And to me, that's why it makes Forever Young so interesting, is because Forever Young so interesting is because like Sierra Leone and Fierceness, he's improved overseas and to me gotten even better. So I feel like it really could be another redemption story for that outsider looming in. And to me, I know you like Baeza, but I think the older horses, especially with the scratch of Sovereignty, loom incredibly large in this group.
I agree. Baeza is my other horse in here.
Right.
I like Sierra Leone and Forever Young as you do in here, but Baeza is my other horse. I'm going to play against Fierceness. We'll see how it works out. A lot more to look forward to, of course, in this program. We've also got money backs on 3 races, actually, in the Breeders' Cup. You bet $20 to win. You've got to opt in at Naira Bets. $20 to win, and you'll get that money back if your horse finishes second. You can do this in the Distaff. You can do it in the Turf. And you can do it in the Classic. So 3 opportunities for that. And since my pick in the Distaff is Scylla, who we know likes to run second, I feel like it's a free roll for me betting her in that race because she's always at least second, and I like Scylla in today's distaff. As they're in the winner's circle for race number 1, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano teaming up for another win on Derek's Law.
Yeah, and he's just a horse that, to me, looking back, when you're that low with those 2 other horses facing winners for the first time, he just makes so much sense. A perfect ride by Jose Lezcano, and sits off of it, lets the speeds go right there, engaged early, and gets the job done.
Derek's Law getting it done at $8.60, combining with a favorite for an exacta that paid just over $20 for 2. As we'll move on towards today's second race and so much more. Prices coming up. Derek's Law, and I agree. I think the key for Jose in this horse was getting him in the game, because nobody was winning this race, being forced to make a significant move from off the pace. $8.60 on the win end, 5-1-7-6 superfecta that paid $73.55 for a $1. Race number 1 is in the books. Race number 2 coming up. Looks like there will be a heavy favorite in a horse I know you like, the number 6, Burnin' Hunk of Love, who is the horse to beat, over the Old Pro Amundsen, a 9-year-old, still running effectively. It looks like everybody else is a similar price, looking at doubles, the 1, 2, 3, 4 at least, whereas the 6 and 7 Meg took the bulk of the play.
Yeah, the number 6 seems to just be consistently better than this group as he moves forward for the 16K tag, coming off of a bit of class relief there, off of a not so great effort. But I love Amundsen. He's just that hard type of runner. He is one of the claimers in this group that he's just always shows up with a decent race. And last time out, I thought he really hung in well despite having a quicker pace. And he's one of those horses that, to me, like I said, always shows up, always runs his race, and he's a horse that you just love to love.
We'll see what happens in race number 2. Post time a little over 15 minutes away, but a lot more to talk about in Breeders' Cup. There were 5 juvenile races yesterday. Meg and I will review them when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at nairabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Play Naira Bets, play any track, anywhere, anytime, and there is beautiful Central Park. Nice fall day there. I'm lucky enough to live close to Central Park, where I walk a little time walking through there, as well as actually Riverside Park is really the park I spend more time in. It's right in my backyard. Anyway, 5 Breeders' Cup races. Meg just asked me off camera what surprised me the most about yesterday's race, and I said that I managed to keep my losses to under $150. I was kind of proud of myself. I felt like a winner because basically, I mean, I could have smoked out Ted Nafi, but
he was a really hard one to find in that race.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. The Turf Sprint, a race I knew I'd lose money on. The horse I bet did beat one horse in this race, but I'm happy for my man Reagan Swinbank getting the win with Cy-Fair, who was very impressive getting the win.
She was so impressive, and you could argue she obviously got the better trip of the #1 Brussels, who did not break well, and those connections thought that horse was obviously going to have the speed to be able to be more forward. But while she did parlay a beautiful trip into a win, she's also one that I really has grown up since Saratoga. She's always been a talented horse, but at the same time, you know, the Algonquin, she was different tactically. They didn't want to send her for the lead there.
Well,
Andy.
I think, you know, Irad Ortiz fit her perfectly because you look at the race last time where there was a fast pace, and I think Saheen Savashi rode her up in Canada, and she rated well back.
Yeah.
But Irad understands, if I don't get forward with this horse from post 10, I'm going to get lost out there. And he got her right in the game, and she proved to be best. And nice win for him, nice win for her. I believe she got an 88 buyer. I put the buyers up on Twitter a little bit.
Right.
88 buyer for Cy-Fair, and just couldn't be happier for Reagan Swinbank, who's a friend of a number of ours on the show, Jonathan and I, and a good guy. Super Corridora off a maiden win for John Sadler, and I like the ride.
I mean, picture
Sees
perfect.
the bull by the horns, right?
Exactly. And, you know, as DRF reports in their stakes recaps, you know, John Sadler wasn't worried when he saw that she got on the front end. She was moving comfortably, and Explora had absolutely every chance to run this filly down, and she didn't. She got the job done, wired them, and honestly, Andy, this wasn't an overwhelming field in general, and she managed to take advantage of being able to get the right dynamic.
I agree. I think she got an 84 buyer, which is probably high for this group of fillies. Tommy Joe showed her last race was kind of what it was. I thought that
Percy's Bar.
I thought Percy's Bar a little farther back than she needed to be early. I thought they overdid a little bit early, and she finished third in here. The juvenile fillies turf. Well, if you were afraid to bet horses from outside posts like I was, you lost.
You definitely lost, and, you know, Ocean Murphy honestly played this race so perfectly. He broke from the outside, let them go, and was able to get to the rail and save all that ground. I thought this was a perfectly executed ride, and honestly, in terms of class, you know, I actually picked the other brother in Joseph O'Brien. I liked Queen of Hawaii, who broke terribly. She managed to just really parlay a perfect trip, and she was able to kick away clear. I thought ground support ran tremendously well for her trainer, Kelsey Danner.
Almost breaking the old Kentucky Downs jinx.
Exactly. We all know too well how Kentucky Downs
Tough
horses
beat for
fare,
second, right?
but I mean, tough beat for second. All the credit to, of course, Valentina. Big price that shook things up there.
My friend Mike Beer liked Valentina, a great pick by him, and getting the job done, and I agree with you. This was an absolutely sensational ride. Well, while Brandt didn't hold on for second, Ted Nafi, who was the likeliest winner in the card and a good horse, he just keeps running well every time.
He's better than these, Andy. And, you know, Brandt, I think, put in a pretty admirable effort getting to the lead, having to manage 2 turns for the first time. But, you know, Todd Fletcher and John Velasquez both, when Donner Brothers interviewed him off the pony, he was worried. This horse idled a bit. They were a touch worried. I was honestly never worried, and it didn't seem as if he was in question to me, but he has just proven himself every step of the way. Kudos to the connections. He was best here. He looked best on paper, and it worked out for him.
I mean, Brandt set a very moderate pace in this race and seemed to have everything his own way. Yeah. Ted Nafi's just a better horse. Now, whether or not it parlays the Derby, you don't need to worry about it. He is a totally deserving Breeders' Cup, two-year-old champion with 3 Grade 1 wins. We closed it out in the turf where Gustad drew that tough outside post, didn't break that well, but to say he was best in this field would probably be the understatement of the year.
You know, I think a lot of people were worried after he wasn't able to break through in Europe, kind of coming off of some runner-up performances, that maybe he didn't stand among some of the better of what Aiden O'Brien has brought in the past. Henry Matisse last year, but he did not have. He was wide throughout most of the running of this race. And Andy, I think as far as the juvenile turf races, really looking back, you really had to buy into that European form, and Stod was just much better than this group.
Nice performance by the second place finisher, a California horse for Michael McCarthy, but I agree, Gustad. I mean, you look at the trip in the post, it's almost like it just didn't matter. And I was a little scared by the fact that he had hung 3 times in a row. But he was obviously very good coming in here, and so you had prices early, and it chalked out late. A fun day of racing. Ted Nafi, a decisive 2-year-old champion. Super Corridor is going to get it, and she's going to get it because she won the Breeders' Cup, and frankly, there isn't a good case to be made for anybody else.
You're exactly right there. A weaker field for the juvenile fillies, but to me, I think the real... I think Valentina was kind of one of those horses that I really like to see win as far as her class and getting up there, especially for Donica O'Brien. He's a young trainer, the son of Aiden O'Brien, and they all seem to really know what they're doing over there.
They're bred to train.
Yes,
there's no
they
doubt
are.
about it. A fun day of racing, and obviously much more today with 9 Breeders' Cup races. Some big scratches out of the first one, the filly and mare sprint, but that comes up a little later as they're heading out to the track. And the even money favorite in this race is the number 6, Burnin' Hunk of Love, who I know you like. We'll get more on him, but we'll start out with the potential speed, the one Laughing Boy for Mike Maselli and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, he's going to be able to be quick and cuts back in distance for this, quick early, and could set up terms on the front end.
Of course, I like a little bit Quiet Wisdom, the number 2 with Louis Rivera for Ilke Cantermachi.
Yeah, first off the claim for the Cantermachi barn. Last win was when he got to the lead and went. He will be forward, but he does well when he's engaged.
Eric Cancel on, I think, a horse who's an overlay, Dot's Dollar for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah, he was in good form earlier this year. He got the better of Amundsen, though, has been in decline since.
Number 4 is Cathedral Beach for Jaime Rodriguez, and we go over the 5 Bold Victory, a deep closer with Sahin Savachi.
Yeah, no show at a variety of distances in and around this level. Hasn't been the most effective sprinter.
Burnin' Hunk of Love.
Consistently strong races. Looks to be possibly the best of this group.
Chad Summers and Ricardo Santana. We rounded out with Sammy Marin riding for Jose D'Angelo on the old Pro Amundsen.
The New York stalwart last time out, who ran very well in an interesting wire-to-wire winner, always in the mix and in consistent form.
So a big punch on the number 2. My choice, Quiet Wisdom, just went from 8-1 to 4-1 in this race. Evan, what are we doing next? 10% bonus on your win bets at Aqueducts. You want to opt in for that. You get a 10% extra bump. Certainly helped me in race number 1 as well as we go. We will talk about the 6, Burnin' Hunk of Love, who I know you like, and so does the public.
Yeah, he's just one of those forces that, to me, just looks better than the rest on paper. He's now second off of the layoff, and as we take a look at his race back on July the 12th, you know, he was on the slop, and he managed to be able to get engaged early and was able to draw off and win just better than this group, guys. 5-length winner here, and I think that he gets into a much similar situation here, being able to be engaged early, breaking from the outside, and now gets a bit of class relief as well.
Now listen, he's got consistent figures that are faster than these horses. He can stalk on the outside. What worries me is that the better races were mostly for Joe Sharp. I don't mean this to knock on Chad Summers, who's been having a good year. Joe Sharp, not the easiest guy in the world to claim from. As far as my Quiet Wisdom, who I don't think is a great bet at 4-1. Fortunately, I'm alive in the double with this horse. But, you know, if you look at his last 2 races back, he got completely left in there, and there's an argument with a clean break. He would have been right there at the finish, albeit in a fast-paced race that collapsed. Last time out, the exact opposite situation where Sammy Marin sent him into a very hot pace. He's not going to be sent up in that kind of pace today. Louis Rivera not likely to make that same mistake, and I think he actually ran a reasonable race in there doing it. There is no doubt in my mind, if your horse runs back, Burning Hunk of Love, the favorite, to his faster races, he's probably not going to be able to beat him. I don't totally trust him to do it, so I went in a slightly different direction. We'll find out what direction the MIG is heading in as we head downstairs.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking along the same lines as you guys, but I'll start with the 1, Laughing Boy, making his first start off the Mike Maselli claim. He looks terrific. I mean, he's a horse. He hasn't won a race this year. He's got a couple races that would make him competitive enough here, but I do think that The rail doesn't do him any favors, and he is a horse that needs the lead. But, boy, he looks so good that I had to mention him. The 6, Burnin' Hunk of Love. You know, he's a horse that carries a bit of weight. Now, he had one in the past off of freshenings or layoffs. But as you get older, it's not as easy to get to your optimum fitness level. I can attest to that as a former rider. You know, injuries when you're young, bounce back quick. Have time off when you're older. It takes a little while to get fitter. He looks great. I think the race will really move him forward and should be well placed from the outset. And then the 7, Admonson. This is such a throwback kind of horse. This is the kind of horse that Andy and I fell in love with the game. You know, just shows up every time. He's a few months away from his 10th birthday. He won't be allowed to compete any longer in New York. Comes back off a quick turnaround. He ran on the 19th and ran hard, and now he's right back in. But, boy, he carries good weight. He continues to look enthusiastic about his job, and I think from the outside he's going to be well placed throughout. So I'm going with Admonson, fully acknowledging that Burnin' Hunk of Love is going to be Admonson, that he's going to be very tough to beat, the 6, Burnin' Hunk of Love.
It's sort of amazing with Amundsen, Mag, in that you look at him, June 29th, right, 14 days later. Then he runs, he had a little bit of a rest, 27 days later, then 11 days later, then 22 days later, then 24 days later, then 14 days later. Now he's coming back 13 days later, and yet he consistently holds his form. I think he's losing a step, though.
I mean, he's 9 years old, right? As they do. And while, you know, we discussed this earlier
I never had
off
a
camera.
step to lose,
Yeah.
so I wouldn't know.
He's the type of horse. Last time out, I saw him in the paddock, and I found it hard to believe he was 9 years old. We have some positive comments there from Richie. He's just one of those horses that keeps himself really well. He's a good doer, and he keeps him. He's just that sound type of horse that you have the confidence to be able to run like that.
In my opinion, this not letting 10-year-olds run is an arbitrary rule.
Yeah.
These are not the horses you worry about. And I don't have a problem with restricting the right to not accept an entry from a 10-year-old, but you can't tell me that Amundsen's okay to run today, next week, next month, and not able to run in 2 months. It makes absolutely no sense. These are the horses that are hard horses. They stick around, and there's very few of them, but they're not the ones you're mostly concerned about. I think the $3 is too big a price in this race. Last time was right on top of a very quick pace. Doesn't look like the same kind of pace scenario here. And I know he's not really a winning type, but I don't think he's a 10-to-1 shot in this field, Meg. I think that he is the overlay on the board right now.
I don't disagree. You know, I think I had him 4th in this race. He's the type of horse. So as you mentioned, I get a little hesitant when they just don't find a way to win, though, especially as he was doing so against inferior last time out in this group.
I don't disagree with that. I don't love him necessarily as a win candidate.
Yeah, underneath,
just don't
for
think he's
sure.
supposed to be
Right.
this price. I'll put it this way. I'm surprised that he is twice the price as the number 2 Quiet Wisdom, who I like and I prefer to him. But I think his races are good enough. I mean, basically they're betting this race is a 2.5 horse field, where the 6 and 7 are the heavy favorites, and the number 2 is the only other one taking any money.
Do you find the number 5 Bold Victory will be coming too far off of things?
Yeah, I just don't want to bet these deep plotters in here. I know there are forwardly placed horses, but how fast the pace is going to be is another question. And these deep closers and dirt races, listen, somebody likes Bold Victory, the horse is 17-1.
Right.
Bet your money. It doesn't matter what we think up here as the horse are heading towards the gate. In fact, the one Laughing Boy has just got in, as Richie mentioned, off the claim for Mike Maselli. A number of horses off the claim in this race. In fact, a total of 3 of them as they're loading in for race number 2. 7 furlongs on the fast main track. Chris Griffin has the call.
Bold Victory. Burnin' Hunk of Love. Burnin' Hunk of Love steps forward. Amundsen, last to load. Amundsen to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Cathedral Beach right out towards the front. Dots Dollar in the early mix too. Out wider, Burnin' Hunk of Love and Amundsen makes it 4 across the track, but here comes Burnin' Hunk of Love. Now to emerge is a neck in front. At the rail, Dots Dollar. Eric Kensell, they move on through. Holding that rail position, just tugging at the rider, and now Dots Dollar is ahead in front of Burnin' Hunk of Love. Amundsen is a well-settled third. At the rail comes Cathedral Beach. Hard to handle. Keen on the outside. Quiet Wisdom. Luis Rivera Jr., they're moving forward towards the back end. Second to last is Laughing Boy with the trailer. Bold Victory. 23.24 for the opening quarter mile. Dots Dollar has been on the muscle, is on front, is up by 2. Burnin', Hunk of Love in full pursuit, and here comes the run from Amundsen 3 wide. 4 wide is going to be Quiet Wisdom. Under the shove, Cathedral Beach not going anywhere right now, and Laughing Boy has now emerged from in between horses for Davis. At the back, that's Bold Victory. Dots Dollar has been traveling strongly, reaches a quarter mile left to go, is trying to sprint away from the field. Amundsen's had a nice journey towards the outside. Burnin' Hunk of Love trying to pick it up from third. It's still Dots Dollar gutting it out at the rail. Amundsen is trying to push on by, now puts a nose in front, and now Amundsen starts to stretch that margin. It's Amundsen in front. Quiet Wisdom to the outside. Burnin' Hunk of Love. Amundsen's looking for the line. Amundsen almost there. Bold Victory late. Amundsen, Bold Victory. Oh, it was a tight photo. Amundsen maybe held on over the oncoming Bold Victory. Then came Quiet Wisdom in 1 minute 24 and 4. It's a photo in today's second.
Well, we mentioned Bold Victory as a horse that would be coming from way back in a race that ultimately collapsed in the late stages. Chris seemed to think that Amundsen got it. We'll take a look here. I thought Bold Victory got up. My Quiet Wisdom almost made it. He didn't have quite enough run, maybe being out in the 5 path the whole way. The number 5 won this race, I believe. Bold Victory in an upset.
It was an upset. And, you know, throwing in those types of prices, especially when you could maybe, as in these claiming type races, get horses at different points in their form. And the number 5, Bold Victory, is a horse that benefited. Obviously, we were sitting here and we thought, Amundsen's going to get caught. Who's it going to be?
Well, I didn't think he was going to get caught.
I didn't think it was going to be the 5. I thought your 2 had a shot there in the end, but he managed to make that sweeping move and got the job done. But yeah, bombs away here in the second, that's for sure.
Yeah, it does feel like the 5 Bold Victory at 19-1 did get the win with Amundsen second. And Quiet Wisdom finishing third. I think that maybe Luis Rivera should have thought a little more of saving ground with a number 2 Quiet Wisdom. He probably wins the race. But the old pro Amundsen not able to hold on as Bold Victory at the ripe age of 8. He's practically young in here. He gets his first win in a long time. Had not won a race since before 2024. But he gets it done, making a run from way back in a race that didn't even feature that fast a pace. But Sahin Savachi, a rider to keep an eye on, gets it done with a somewhat improbable Bold Victory at $40+ in race number 2. Horses heading back towards the winner's circle. Hope you're alive in this pick 5. Seen a couple of favorites go down to defeat in this race. We will move forward on America's Day at the Races as the action continues in just a moment.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today $1,650,000 $1,600,000 thank you.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Big 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
And it is a beautiful evening for the inaugural championship sale.
We just are always trying to think of things that are additive to the market, exciting ways to offer an opportunity for people to get involved.
I applaud Keeneland for stepping up and something new, and let's go.
Welcome back to America's Day of the Races as the long shot bold victory going into a place he has not been in quite some time as he gets the victory with Sahin Savachi for Ilkay Cantermachi, who I believe is standing by with the MiG.
Yes, Andy, I'm here with Ilkay, and a bold victory. Kind of been in a drought finding the winner's circle, but he really reached for the wire today. Were you confident you got up in time?
Yeah, I think Shaheen did a great job. He was on time. So this horse always running good, but always like coming at the end. Today was the day. I'm so happy for him.
You've had such a terrific year, and you've been so active at the claim box. What's it been like? You know, you worked with your brother for so long, and now you're more the head trainer, if you will.
Yeah, still together. He's in Kentucky right now. We are still together. We talk every day. We talk about the horses. We talk about the claim. We still make the decisions. We still make the decisions together. So nothing changed since he left. So we're doing the same job, what we learned from my dad. So we keep going on.
You seem to use all different riders. You don't have like one particular rider you're always going to. We are pretty fortunate in New York to have a lot of good riders.
We have a lot of good riders over here. One is better than the other one, so you never worry about who you're getting. And I'm easy to deal. I have good connection with all of agents, with the riders. So whenever I get the jockey, like I never put the pressure on any agents. You know, I always say, okay, whatever it comes, I'm always happy whoever I get because a lot of good riders here. I think one of the best riders in the world we have in New York right now.
Absolutely. I wish I was riding. I'd love to ride for you. Congratulations.
You want to ride?
You'll have to take a little overweight, guys.
Thanks a lot. Always good to hear from Ilkay, a good guy. He and his brother do a nice job, and always good to talk to him as you see him there with the MiG. And he got bold victory home. Sahin Savachi making a big run from well back.
Well off of things. He really took advantage of everything really falling apart in front of him, and he certainly didn't look like the winner at this point, Andy. He was one that was really grinding it out. He's got a lot of size to him, an older horse that it's really nice to see those kind of hardworking horses be able to find themselves to the winner's circle.
Yep. No doubt about it as he gets it done in the shadow of the wire. That was a good nose.
It was a fair half a nose.
Yeah.
There you go.
But he got there on the money to get the win. First time in a while, $41.42 on the win end, and combines with second choice Amundsen in the exacta with Quiet Wisdom, a narrowly beaten third, 5-7-2 in race number 2. We've seen short price favorites go down to feet in both the first and second races, and
I'm getting worried, Andy.
Yeah,
yeah.
Witstorm at 1-2.
That's a
I know
little
you
much.
like Witstorm.
Yeah, I'm a little
I am
weary.
not a particularly big fan. I don't think you're going to see 1-2, but he is the clear-cut favorite looking at multi-race bets.
Yeah, he is certainly the horse visually off of his efforts that looks to be the one with the right kind of experience to get the best of this group, especially with some of the first-time starters. A little bit of intriguing, some mystique there, but 1-2 is a little short, even though I do like him.
I think by post time you're going to see, I'm looking at the doubles, they're pretty close together. A little farther apart though in pick threes. I think the 7 will be the second choice who finished behind him last time out. See what happens in race number 3, but we've got a lot more to go in America's Day at the Races, all the action here at Aqueduct. A lot to talk about the Breeders' Cup, including one of the heaviest price favorites, Seismic Beauty, going out for that man. You know him. He's Bob Baffert. She's in the distaff.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
as they come to the top of the stretch in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and Torpedo Anna begins to move away. 1 furlong to go. She's in front by 2. Raging Sea still there, trying to fight for second. Then Candide in third. But this brilliant filly's going to take them all the way. Torpedo Anna, what a year for her.
Well, I don't think we'll see a horse of the year coming out of this year's Distaff, but there is a horse that ran one of the highest buyer figures we've seen all year in Seismic Beauty, who doesn't run too often. But when she does, she's pretty good, and she is undefeated when she's been able to set the pace. So the $1 million question for you, or in this case, $2 million question is, do you think she'll be clear in the lead?
I do. I think she's quickest from this group. And, you know, you mentioned some interest in Scylla, who's been able to be engaged in her races as well. But in the Clement Hirsch, she's a filly that just got her own way on the front end, as she does. She was obviously bet down to even money favoritism that day. But Andy, in terms of this group, I find that she, unfortunately, is just, not unfortunately, but she's just flat out faster than the group that she meets here. And obviously, we've seen some favorites go down here in New York today. It's not out of the question somebody jumps up and catches her, but she seems very formidable when being able to assume position on the front end.
Yeah, I am not convinced that she's going to be in front in this race. Alice Verite, the Japanese horse, is an absolute bullet. And she's not a horse that's that good out of the gate. And last year, Kyle Freyo rides her again, rated her. Well, that gave her no chance in there. And I have to think bringing her back here, they're going to want to float her speed. And if you're not familiar with her, she's a runoff. She's not a speed, Alice Verite. She's a runoff speed. And if she is ridden the way she's normally ridden Japan, I think she could turn out to be a thorn in the side of Seismic Beauty, who is yet to win a race when she was not able to get the front end. I don't disagree. She's the horse to beat in this race. There's no question about it. What about Nitrogen? I think the rail post does not do any favors. I like getting the inside a 2-turn race, but I think she's a horse that does not necessarily want to have dirt kicked in her face.
I just don't really find her interesting to bet off of her performance in the Spinster. She hung, and to me, she did have an opportunity to be able to run Jin down, and she just didn't do it. She gets back into deeper water. She's a filly that we have seen be brilliant this year and has had the propensity to obviously take that brilliance not only on the turf but do so on the dirt after being a runoff victor in the Wonder again on the slop over at Saratoga. And she's got the pedigree. She makes a lot of sense of Mark Casse making the decision to land her here. But to me, last time out in the Spinster was a bit disappointing for me, Andy.
Well, you know, she still ran the fastest race on a speed figure standpoint that she's ever run. And yes, I agree, she should have gotten by Jin, but it came up a pretty quick race. And the one thing about her that's sort of amazing is despite having an incredibly exhausting campaign, she continues to run almost better every time she runs. Jose Ortiz has to find position. Now listen, maybe kickback won't be an issue for her, but they've tried to keep her out of it so far, and she doesn't have enough speed to be really forward here, so she may not get the kind of comfortable trip she's been getting in her races. But I think to deny her talent would be a mistake in this race. I'm going to bet on Scylla here. I think she's one who might be better suited to going longer. She consistently runs figures outside of the favorite that are fast enough to win, and I know she doesn't seem to like to win, but at 8-to-1-ish in this race, I'll take my chances.
Yeah, this is certainly, to me, especially with your opinion on Seismic Beauty, could very much be wide open. But Andy, interested on your thoughts as far as some of the 3-year-olds. I know Scottish Lassie comes out of this race. Clico, a victor, of course, in the cotillion. But to me, she wasn't facing the toughest that day. Where do you sort her in this race?
Well, I'm not particularly interested in the 3-year-olds in this race, though I thought Scottish Lassie could have been a little interesting. I think Darth Vader is a horse that has to be discussed. Now, getting the far outside post is not doing her any favors. It's going to force her rider, John Velasquez, to find that position. But while she lost a heartbreaking head bob last time to Torpedo Anna, she was second best that day, but second best in a very good race. And when she's run her good races this year, she's been good.
She is ultimately the filly that, to me, is my choice in this race there with Seismic Beauty. Those are the two that I landed on, and that Personal Ensign really showed that when she won the Ogden Phipps on the slop at Saratoga. It was no fluke. She showed that she had the talent. She progressed into a triple-digit buyer speed figure, of which we saw from Seismic Beauty as well, but she's a real threat in this race. You're going to get a healthier price, obviously, as Seismic Beauty looks to be one of the shorter ones in this group, and to me is dangerous.
Yeah, George, we'll be looking for his second important win in the Breeders' Cup, having won the turf sprint yesterday with Cy-Fair. Want to let people know, if you're a member in Ira Bets, and you better be a member in Ira Bets, you opt in for the money-back guarantees. We've got 3 of them. We've got one in the Classic, we've got one in the Turf, and we've got one in the race we just discussed, the Distaff. So opt in over that, and you bet $20 to win, and if your horse finishes exactly second, you'll get your money back. So I like that for Scylla, a horse who does like to run second, though I'm hoping that she gets the money today as they're in the paddock for race 3. And the odds have come up a little bit on your selection, Wit Storm, who is currently odds on at 4 to 5, and I don't think you're going to get a much higher price.
Yeah, you're going to have to swallow a short price here. I did like the performance last time, and to me, is a horse that can certainly improve here second asking.
Yeah, I don't like this horse particularly today. I won't be surprised if she wins. I picked her, or he wins. I picked him third. Yeah, you watch the start, and to be fair, while Life is Gravy broke a little bit slow, he broke worse. He did break about a length slow, and usually second-time starters will break better. My problem is he settled right into an absolutely perfect spot. You see where he is in that garden position, while the number 10 Life is Gravy is being ridden by a rider who doesn't really have a lot of experience. It ended up out in the middle of the track. I think a Home Depot visit was probably, at that point, maybe something he was considering. Life is Wit Storm angles out from that perfect spot. Not only is he not able to get to the leader, but he's going to get passed from behind, and Life is Gravy, who's been out in the middle of the racetrack, comes running along too late. But Life is Gravy gets a serious rider upgrade today, and I think is the one that's more likely to move forward in this race.
Yeah, Andy, and I agree with you as far as getting past. You're not exactly excited to see that happening, but he's also a horse we haven't really been able to see as far as the runners back from that race. Not many too have run back. And in my opinion, though, in just the broad spectrum landscape of this race, I wasn't overly enthralled by some of the first-time starters, which obviously led me to swallow that short price. Wasn't all that interested. I know you let this number 7 Life is Gravy. A little, the jury's still out with me, but I do agree with you. A certain rider upgrade is due today. Should seek improvement as well now here at second asking.
Hard to really know who's getting bet with so much money focused on 2 horses, but you're seeing Where's Your Boom for John Ortiz taking money, and First Blessing, who could be any price at 9 to 1, taking some money, but the one is one bid for Tim Hills with Christian Mirage.
Yeah, and for attack for that debut, been working at Monmouth, some unknowns with this one.
The number 2 Mystic Isle, some may remember her damn lovely Isle, ran a 101 buyer figure for Gary Contessa many years ago before Bobby Frankel purchased.
Yeah, purchased at the OBS June sale after being sold multiple times as a Wainling and Yearling, breezed 22 flat.
The number 3 Wit Storm, Barkley Tag, and Dylan Davis.
I just saw his replay, one of the horses to beat off of his debut.
Those familiar Saratoga Silks. Big Brooklyn taking some money for Carlos Martin.
Yeah.
I needed this horse last time. He was awful.
Yeah, out of a twirling candy mare. Not a ton of pedigree to sink your teeth into.
Firster Sixer not taking much money. That one is going by as we go to the 6. Where's Your Boom? John Ortiz and Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, by Rock Your World. Freshman sire off to a good start. 7 for 43 and 16% with overall 2-year-old first-time starters there.
The number 7 Life is Gravy, a second choice Louis Rivera riding for Chad Summers.
Yeah, trained and co-owned by Chad Summers, who also campaigned his sire Mind Your Biscuits there for a bit of time.
The number 8 rounds out the field. First Blessing, Jose Jimenez, and the man of the hour, Savine Savachi.
Yeah, looking for another win here, but from a barn that doesn't necessarily inspire as far as their first-time starters are concerned.
Well, we're divided up here, Richie, where Megan likes the favorite Wit Storm. I prefer Life is Gravy. How about you?
Well, I'm going to Storm, who looks sensational, could not look any better, ran well on debut, and could take a step forward. But I am going to side with you with the 7 Life is Gravy. I will mention the 6 Where's Your Boom, first-time starter. Looks extremely fit, very well prepared for John Ortiz, TriStar Farm. I think he's, out of the firsters, the one that seems a bit interesting to me. But the 7 Life is Gravy, by Mind Your Biscuits. Chad Summer obviously trained him. He's having a terrific year. Horse looks good. And I thought his first race was very comparable with the favorite. They were only, a length or so apart, a length and a half apart. And now you get Louis Rivera Jr., no knock on the former rider, but this is a horse that, a rider that's riding on a consistent basis, just kind of in a little bit more of a zone, a little bit more timing-wise, well posted. I went with you, Andy, with the 7 Life is Gravy. Maybe you're going to regret that I tagged along.
Richie, I have bad news for both you and I. Whether you and I, or we'll include you in this, Meg, like or don't like a horse, is going to have absolutely no bearing on how that horse runs. So I know we like to think that we're all powerful, but frankly, we don't get him in the winner's circle, and we don't keep him out of the winner's circle as we're looking at 7 Life is Gravy, who I just think is much more likely to improve second time out than Witstorm, who I thought had everything his own way last time, but they're second-time stars, and both can certainly improve.
Yeah, and some questions I had with him was the surface and the distance. He's kind of a bigger horse. He's got some size and some scope for him. This could certainly be a starting point for him. And in the beginning stages of his last effort, he kind of picked up his knees a little bit, a little like a turf horse. And he's by Mind Your Biscuits. He's definitely doesn't have a whole lot of pedigree to sink your teeth into. He's the first dam out of a winless mare. But I just had some questions as far as that was concerned.
You know, I think it's fair to discuss the 6, the firster, who's the shortest price outside of the favorites. But the horse that I keep looking at again is the 8, First Blessing. You know, horses don't have to be super short prices, firsters, to be live. And I don't think that Jose Jimenez is necessarily a trainer that you expect to take any money. And this is the kind of horse you wouldn't be surprised if he went off 40-1 and finished last. And yet he keeps taking some nibbles, and I wonder if there's something meaningful about the fact that he continues to take a few dollars. Now, maybe he blows out, we get close to the race, but he seems to be the firster to me that's the shortest price in the sense that he could be much longer.
No, I completely agree with you on that. He looks good out there. He looks like he's got a bit of an engine on him. I wish he looked a bit more fit, though. He's definitely one of those
You're really going to
unknowns.
worry about his fitness from television?
I do.
Okay.
I mean, just looking at him, you know, my initial impression of him is he could probably need a start, but I agree with you as far as the price, and especially considering the others in this group, there are a lot of unknowns, but, you know, I was really interested in the number 6, Where's Your Boom, as well. You know, John Ortiz is a trainer that's based in Kentucky, and he has been able, via his partnership with TriStar Farm, to have more runners up here. He's got a New York string now with his brother and assistant trainer, Daniel Ortiz, and they've had some success together with, you know, the likes of Doc Sullivan earlier this summer. And, you know, I liked the way he moved on that lone work that I got to see. Mind you, it was his very first work, so take that with a grain of salt. But he was keen. He was kind of obviously figuring some things out, but I liked what I saw. He certainly looked like a sprinter, and I think that especially seeing him gallop out in front of the main, it gave me a good impression of what's to come with him.
I think that he is the firster that rated to take the most money. So I don't know that he's really getting bet. He's a half-to attachment rate who ran the 2020 Kentucky Derby for trainer Dale Romans as we take a look at the jockey standings, and he's certainly got a rider in Ricardo Santana that's really shown people how well he can ride. Now listen, I think all these guys are riding well. I think Kendrick has ridden sensationally. Ricardo's been great, but nobody's ridden better than Manny Franco. And I think one of the things we've seen from Manny is exceptional riding on both surfaces, turf and dirt. And Manny is deservingly leading these jockey standings as we have just a couple days left in the meet, and pretty likely to hold on, even though he's riding in California today. Have to be a lot of winners today for Ricardo, but Ricardo has ridden great.
Yeah.
So is Kendrick.
Yeah, he's really been making the right decisions. He's not one that's going to be shy. He's going to really time his races right as far as getting his horses in that right kind of position. And I call it the Ricardo-sance, as the renaissance of Ricardo, kind of merging those two together. Not as if he wasn't a talented rider back in Kentucky when he had that really close relationship with Steve Asmussen, but, you know, he's really been able to get his business up here in New York rolling, and I find him to be obviously one of those jockeys that you just really want to turn to if you have the opportunity to do so here.
No, I've been impressed with how he's ridden. There's no doubt about it. As my 7 horses come down considerably in odds, and to be honest with you, I'm not as interested in betting him at this price at 8-5 in here, as he and the 3 are pretty much the same price out there.
Yeah, it worries me as well, specifically with the discrepancy as far as the way they finished in that initial effort. But I agree with you. He could certainly be one to take another step forward. We'll see how it shakes out, especially with a lot of unknowns. One of these firsters could certainly jump up and be able to run on debut.
I think it's interesting to see that. And of course, those Sakatoga silks, the silks for Funny Side, and the incredibly talented Tiz the Law, who's proving to be a very effective sire on the 3 Witstorm, who is favored as they head in the gate for race 3. Chris Griffin, he's got the call.
Life is Gravy. First Blessing, last hello to the outside. First Blessing going in. All set. And they're off. Witstorm flew out of the gate. It's Witstorm right out towards the front, and First Blessing is in pursuit from second at the rail. That's Mystic Isle in third. Just behind them is Life is Gravy in fourth. Dropping back was Big Brooklyn, who's there in fifth. About to be passed towards the outside here from sixth. That's Where's Your Boom, who starts to move forward second last. One bid, and the trailer the back of the field is Sixer. Well strung out as they work out the backstretch. 23.24 for the opening quarter mile. Witstorm, no excuses. Dylan Davis just cruising right along up by a full length. First Blessing in pursuit from second. Under a shove here down towards the inside. That's Mystic Isle just having to steady briefly. Where's Your Boom continues to make up ground. Red Cap is in behind Life is Gravy as the front five have gotten away, and Witstorm is a neck in front. It's Witstorm. First Blessing's been there the entire journey, and a new danger emerges, and Life is Gravy towards the outside. Hugging the rail is Witstorm, 47-4 for a half-mile time. Witstorm trying to shrug off the challenge of Life is Gravy. Life is Gravy moves closer to his rival, and here's Life is Gravy and Witstorm battling it out here in the final furlong. Where's Your Boom is trying to pick them both up, but still has 3.5 to make up. Now edging clear late is Life is Gravy. Life is Gravy doing enough. Life is Gravy will win it. Life is Gravy over Where's Your Boom with Storm and First Blessing in 1 minute 19 seconds flat.
Well, it was Life is Gravy benefiting from that first start, and while Witstorm was able to control in the front end, simply wasn't good enough as Life is Gravy, who took a lot of money, gets the job done, and able to hold off the late charge from Where's Your Boom we talked about. First Blessing did run some, but maybe you were right. Maybe he needed a race, and maybe something to keep going forward because he tired down the lane.
Yeah, you know, I got to say I was wrong about Life is Gravy. He really improved with the jockey upgrade, got the right kind of trip, and this horse really picks up his legs. Kind of like, I mean, it's kind of exaggerated as you look at him really picking up his feet as he kind of goes through. Look at that action on the front end.
It is funny action, isn't it?
He's got some interesting action, which maybe skewed me a little bit as far as him and the surface and him as an individual, but he really took a step forward here, and Witstorm just on the lead was kind of, you could kind of see him trying to make a run. As far as you were right about him, as far as being unable as far as in the stretch to get that run completed and finish his races, but I think that you were spot on seeing the improvement with the 7 and the 6 as well. Ran very well on debut for trainer John Ortiz.
It's not always going to work out this way, but one of the things I don't like when you see, especially with firsters, is a horse that gets a good trip that's sitting there and, okay, they're not able to get to the winner or whatever. They can't get it done. But I don't like when they're trying to sit a good trip, they can't get to the leaders and they get
back.
passed from behind.
Losing that momentum.
I don't like when they get passed by behind.
That's
It's
exactly
one thing
what
if
he did.
It's one thing if you're battling the whole way with a horse and that horse sort of takes over and, you know, another horse picks you up because you were battling. I thought he got a very good trip, and yet he still couldn't get the leaders and couldn't get to the closer as he finishes third. But Life is Gravy. They weren't fooling anybody with this horse, 9-5. Chad Summers didn't get the job done with the favorite in the second. Got it done here, and Louis Rivera, who unfortunately for me didn't get it done in the second, but he did get it done today. It's nice to see Louis get the win. America's Day at the Races rolls along.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championships with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Monday on FS2, live from Australia's Flemington Racecourse. Join us for special coverage of the Melbourne Cup, the race that stops a nation. Watch on FS2 and play at Naira Bets. Coverage begins 9:30 Eastern on FS2.
You can gamble anywhere all the time. Just ask yourself, should I? Take a pause and think about how often you're gambling. A pause can help you stay in control. Visit oasis.ny.gov to take our survey and see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I don't think a lot of people know this, but Richard Migliore, besides being a great jockey, was an incredible figure skater. He made the choice of being a rider, but I really think Richie could have been in the Olympics, actually. I'll let him expound on that when we get more from him. Can't miss those cones at that color. Heading back in the winner's circle, a jubilant Louis Rivera getting it done. Chad Summers won't be there because he's out in California saddling horse the Breeders' Cup. But there's his brother Dan, looking resplendent in his white vest out there. Dan, of course, works for us, the New York Racing Association. And the MIG catching up with Louis Rivera.
Yeah, and he just couldn't nail that triple sow chow. But other than that, yeah, I was right on the cusp to be a jockey. But Louis, nice trip with Life is Gravy. Seemed like he was very professional off his debut. He was always pretty much traveling in the bit for you.
Yeah, I mean, last time he was a little bit, far back, and I decided, to put him closer since he's a horse that will finish up good. So I let him break, see where we at, put him in a nice spot, and he was closer this time, so it made it easy for me to manage to win the race.
Now, it looks like you're really building up some momentum heading into the winter here. It's always difficult. I mean, I was leading rider as an apprentice, and it took me 3 or 4 years to kind of really pull out of my post-apprentice slump, but things are really starting to kind of pick up for you now.
Yeah, everything is going, steady. Yeah, I've never been on the bottom. I've never been on the top, but, thanks to my agent and trainers like Shad, like David Duggan, people that, support me, made it easy for me.
And how much work goes into it in the mornings, especially, getting out, seeing people, working horses for them?
Well, like everyone knows, I'm out there every morning, working hard. I like racing. I like working horses. I like being with horses. So, I don't mind working and doing my job.
Well, it's not work if you love what you do, and the harder you work, guys, the luckier you get.
I'm a fan of Louis. He's a terrific guy and a good young rider. It's very hard here. It's very hard to get the business. He's going to get the opportunities here, though, with a lot of people out of town. And he picks up the mountain this horse and did all the right things. Broke better. I mean, second-time stars will usually break better. Kept the horse in the game and made the winning move and ground out the victory.
Absolutely. This horse just took such a huge step forward off of that debut run at 6 furlongs and manages to pull away decisively. Again, kind of a funky move. I can't get over it, but good job to Louis Rivera Jr., who is really making a name for himself up here in New York. It's going to be exciting to see him continue on in his young career.
No, I completely agree. An excellent rider. 560 on Life is Gravy. You get the absolute. You got no juice there on the payoff. 560 straight in the 9 to 5 shot. Where's Your Boom picking up the piece for second? Exactly, paid just under $28 for $1. The Nashua is coming up, and one of the best performances I ever saw in the Nashua, who was an incredible horse, and of course believe was in that match race against Swaps. I want to say that was him. And Nash in the mid-50s, a tremendous racehorse. Those are great pictures, actually. And there he is. I want to say that's either probably Hialeah. Place that unfortunately you never got a chance to visit, and Nashville a little before my time. That's a great picture, isn't it?
That is a good picture.
We thank Barbara Livingston from
Exactly,
that,
a
from
living
her collection.
legend.
She purchased, I guess, those photographs. I don't know the whole story, but there he is, 22 for 30. And let me tell you, that 1.288 million, that would be around 27 million if you were running now. A remarkable horse trained by the great late Sonny Fitzsimmons. Horse of the Year in 55, champion 3-year-old, champion 2-year-old. What a racehorse. Look at that record.
That's pretty impressive. 22 for 30. I mean, could you ever imagine seeing that at this time in this era? Ever?
You don't see the 30.
Million?
Not at that level of horse. You don't see the 30, so you're not going to see the 22 either. The only way you see 22 is if somehow the horse is 22 for 22. But Nashua is a good one. It's a 2-year-old stake we'll take a look at. And Shug McGay has the favorite in the outside. This race is brought to you by our friends at Spendthrift Farm. It is the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day.
Yeah, as these 2-year-olds kind of prep for things to come as the points races come into play later on as we march forward towards Kentucky Derby 2026. I can't believe it's already 2026 next year. But the number 5 day 1 starter to me is at 4 to 5 up there was my top selection in this race. He's just one of the horses to beat off of that maiden score. A field best buyer, really improving son of Upstart.
I agree. I love Upstart. I was always a big fan of Upstart. Trained by the late, great Rick Violette. As we're ready for another break, but America's Day at the Races, we're just getting started. We got 7 more. We got a pick 6 carryover. We'll be back after a quick break.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
It is Coronado's Quest in front by a neck and under a hand ride. Not Tricky second on the inside. 3 lengths back to Dice Dancer. Off the turn and into the stretch. Coronado's Quest veers over to the inside, but well clear of Not Tricky now. Dice Dancer, the other two struggling into the final furlong. Mike Smith gives a tap to the big favorite here. Coronado's Quest maintains a clear lead. Not Tricky and Dice Dancer, and they're coming down to the finish. And Coronado's Quest gets the job done here. He wins by 3.
What a racehorse Coronado's Quest was. A horse who won the Wood Memorial, and Shug McGay kept him out of the Derby because he really worried about him in front of the big crowds, but won the Travers. Just a tremendous, tremendous racehorse. And something a lot of people don't know, this is what, when they used to have entries. In the Breeders' Cup Classic, he was part of a 3-horse entry with the winner Awesome Again and Touch Gold. And if they still had those same rules, you ready for this? there would be a 4-horse entry today of Fierceness, Mindframe, Sierra Leone, and Contrary Thinking, because Coolmore owns a piece of Fierceness, and of course Mike Rapoli partners in Mindframe, and Coolmore also owning part of Sierra Leone with Peter Brandt, who owns Contrary Thinking. For those that are wondering about entries, now the game has changed. And what's also interesting is since Saratoga, we've had no entries here at Aqueduct, and it has really made the races a lot, the field's better and the opportunity to bet on who we like. And there's Shug McGahee, the man the MIG knows very well, we all know well, and he has trained many great horses over the years, Richie.
He truly has. I remember when he first came to New York and took the job for the Phipps family, he had brought Van Landingham here for several big races, and I really always felt like that was the horse that started getting him the attention or the notoriety that he deserved. Day one starter, really improved from his first start to his second start. And that's something that's kind of a benchmark of Shug McGahee. His horses improve with racing. He doesn't crank them up to just win a race. He sets them up for a career. Looks terrific here in the paddock. The 3-horse My World, stretching out off a hard-fought victory last time, should be forward. Definitely has a length to him that makes me feel like a mile will be appreciated by this guy, and just really well turned out. It's a little bit hard to discern with gray horses how their coat is. Sometimes I have a little bit of trouble with him, no trouble whatsoever. Rich hydrated coat, looks terrific. And then the 2, Probably Dreaming. He's the only horse to win it a mile here. He's got 3 starts and he's undefeated, so he has a lot of seasoning. And he's just got that look to him, like a swagger to him. Big, muscular son of Improbable. It certainly looks like the kind of horse, like if you were on the beach, the guy that would kick sand on the smaller guys. I mean, he is just a pretty chestnut. Looks like a burnished copper penny. Really well turned out here, guys.
Thanks, Richie. And Probably Dreaming we're looking at for Gary Capuano coming in. He and Butch Reed shipping in shippers here. And the one thing that he has, and while this is a 1-turn mile, he and the 3rd place finisher Empire Glory, they have the 2-turn experience, and he cuts back from 2 turns to 1 turn, and he also has the distance experience as well.
That's key here, especially when you're dealing with horses coming off of their maiden sprinting here in New York, and he is undefeated 3 for 3. Big question, Andy, what was he running against? Now he gets into much deeper waters. The barn doesn't ship here often. First time in almost a year, 0 for 5 when doing so in the past 5 years, but certainly looks like a live contender in this spot.
Probably didn't ship in any undefeated 2-year-olds that look as good as this one. And, you know, I think there's no doubt that Shug's horse is the horse to beat, but I don't want to take this horse lightly. I think he has to improve, but he was impressive winning last time out, and I definitely, like you, think he's a big factor. We both picked the race 5-2-3.
Did. No, and he's certainly, you know, when you're looking at races like this, and as far as getting key experience, as we take a look at a horse we both chose in the number 5, Day One starter, who also looks incredible. I think he'll be fine getting this route of ground. You know, he's definitely one of those progressive types who you're wanting to see another move forward. But in terms of speed figures, he's already well defined himself in terms of what, how quickly Probably Dreaming the 2 has been running as well.
But as a son of Upstart, you do wonder if a mile is going to be sort of topping out for him a little bit, and I'm sure Shug is wondering that again. And as a fan of the Grateful Dead, how can I not like a horse whose dam's name is Psychedelicized?
Exactly.
I love that name, and this horse was extremely impressive breaking his maiden. Now, I think it should be pointed out that there was an incident in the race where a horse went down that was challenging top of the stretch. But, you know, when you say who are they running against, one thing horses are always running against is the clock. And that's why we look at speed figures and we use them to analyze them, whatever figures you look at. And from a speed figure standpoint, Day One starter is the fastest horse in this race.
Right. You have to really use your speed figure tool and look at the clock as far as managing how to compare these two, right? We've got the distance as far as the number 2, Probably Dreaming, is concerned, but the number 5, Day One starter, certainly looks to be the quickest. But I will say, as far as the pace is concerned, Andy, he's going to have some contention up front. It feels like he got a pretty comfortable way of going last time out, and he's going to get a little bit more involved with some of these other horses wanting to be engaged as well.
Well, do we think that Jaime Rodriguez is going to look to send My World? I know one thing. If he were my horse, while the 1 has some speed and the 5 has some speed, and, you know, Ricardo's not a guy who's going to let him get away with it, but I think if you have My World, I think you're supposed to look to send him to the front.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be a quicker type. He really didn't show that speed as much on debut, but here we're taking a look at him being able to break the maiden. He was obviously well bet that day. He was supposed to, but Manning was really riding this horse around the far turn. He looks like a horse that you really have to ride along, keep engaged, keep to task. Maybe one that's, you just kind of have to remind him, we're getting to the finish. We need you at your best here. And he did run well. You know, it wasn't one of those just as day one starters.
Workmanlike,
right,
we could say.
It's very workmanlike. You know,
Right.
he grinded it out there. He very much looks like a sprinter. I saw him back in Saratoga and thought as he just looked like a really strong, compact-made horse. I know.
But he's an essential quality,
He's an essential quality.
so we'll
he
see.
should, as far as his pedigree is concerned, be able to handle the
What
distance.
I would say in regards to what you're saying about that is Brad Cox didn't run him in a mile race in his
Right.
second start. He came back in a 6 furlong race. So I think that is kind of important when you talk about it because you've seen essential quality and initially you say, and one of the reasons I think he got off to a slow start as a stallion, whether or not he does well, is you would think over time
Horses wanna
his
go
horses will
longer,
want to go
right.
longer, so you don't expect him to be precocious winning at 5.5. But we'll see how he does the mile today. We want everybody to head on over to Naira Bets if you're not a member of Naira Bets. Great time. We got that Cup 25 bonus to use as well as the horses are heading out to the track for today's fourth race. The co-feature, the Nashua. I remember Independence Hallway a while ago. As we mentioned, Naira Bet's a free $25 bet. Use Cup 25 as your promo code. $200 sign-up match bonus, $25 free bet. Head over to NairaBets.com for more information. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime through Naira Bets as Tough Guy Tony coming to the racetrack for Alicio Ruiz and trainer Butch Reed.
Yeah, as you see him here, he was supplemented into this race. He stretches out in distance, and there's certainly some class questions with him as well.
Probably Dreaming, the number 2. Carlos Lopez riding this one for Gary Capuano.
Yeah, as mentioned, undefeated in 3 starts, has won 2 listed stakes and proven at this distance.
Mentioned Jaime Rodriguez riding this one for Brad Cox, My World.
Yeah, 1 and 2nd asking on Champagne Day for Sharp Connections.
Longest shot on the board going out for Chuck Lawrence, Empire Glory with Kendrick.
He might be light on numbers, but he does get Kendrick Carmouche there.
And the favorite, day one starter, Ricardo Santana and Shug McGay teaming up.
Even money does sport the field's best buyer speed figure, as we mentioned, a son of Upstart who's improving, but is facing winners for the first time.
Not a lot of legends still training this game, but Richard Migliori is sure standing by with one.
That's the truth, Andy. Legendary horse trainer, Shug McGahee. Day one starter really improved immensely from his first start to his second start. Was that something you anticipated, the way he came out of the first race?
Well, he came out of the first race really well, but I thought he would run a little better when we ran him the first time. Kind of got down on the rail a little bit, and, you know, I thought it was a good education for him, but I did think he would run a little bit better.
Now he draws the outside today, stretching out. What kind of trip would you like to see for him?
Well, I mean, you know, the other day he was on the end, he had speed. He's got speed, but there's a couple horses in there got speed. You know, I just told him, I said, just let him break and see where he wants to stay from the 5 post.
Shug, it seems like watching your horses over the years, you don't really crank them up to win early. If they win early, it's just because of natural ability. You really set them up for a career.
Well, a little bit of that too, Richie, is that, you know, a lot of the horses that I've fooled with have been, you know, horses that had pedigrees that said go longer. So there wasn't any sense in like pounding them on them. And, I mean, you know, yeah, I would love to have a nice, fast 2-year-old. Coronel's Quest was, but, you know, we just hadn't, and I've tried to a couple times, you know, make one fast and it just didn't work.
Well, best of luck here. I think you're well posted, and he looked terrific in the paddock.
All righty, thank you.
Guys?
Well, Shug has had many, many great horses over the years. You know, I saw almost all of Personal Ensign's races in person. I saw her winner debut at Belmont Park. She got left, won by over 12 lengths over good horses. And, you know, in my lifetime, Shug McGahee at times in his career dominated the game at the highest level and had so many good horses come through. I think of Lure, who won those 2 Breeders' Cup. I think Lure's win in the 1992 Breeders' Cup, the first one, is one of the most impressive performances I've ever seen by a racehorse. And we're all falling on the favorite, day one starter.
Yeah, he certainly looks to loom large. He's a real leggy guy. He certainly looks like one that's going to be able to improve in getting this route of ground today, and he's carrying himself well. I like what I've seen from him so far, and as you mentioned, he's got the pedigree that really, to me, encourages, and it's a task. You know, he's facing horses that have obviously been able to beat winners and get those types of wins. As you take a look at the number 2, probably Dreaming, who owns the seasoning and the experience on a horse like the number 5, but he also looks a picture too. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how he handles himself now on this circuit.
Let's get more on him from the MIG.
Yeah, guys, if it was just a beauty contest, which we know it's not, it would be the 2 probably Dreaming all day long. You also got to love his versatility, right? He can go gate to wire. He can come from off the pace as well, and it just gives a rider so much more options, the luxury of being able to see how the race shapes up. He looks terrific. I couldn't get past your favorite, the 5 day 1 starter. He's just so well posted, making that great physical impression, comes off of that big effort. And, just the impression you get talking with Shug McGahee that, it's steps. Everything is a progression and you're building. And I could think with that post, he might even show us another dimension and take another step forward today. It's always interesting with the 2-year-olds, in a game that we're immersed in the moment, but we're always looking for the future.
Thanks a lot, Richie. Yeah, and I think we all love the 2-year-old races. I mean, obviously Saratoga is a summer where the stars come out, and we love seeing the big races and all the stakes and the stars and turf and on dirt. But it's the 2-year-old races. The idea, there's something, like I say, I was there the day Personal Ensign Broker Maiden. I mean, Meg, it was long before you were born, and I can still remember it. And the memories of horses, Devil's Bag winning first time. But Tom Amos was there the day. We still talk about that. And those, to me, are some of the best memories out of Saratoga.
Absolutely. And it's really interesting, though, as we look towards the biggest race in the world next year. While obviously this is still an early start, watching these horses develop along, whether it's New York, whether it's Kentucky, as they march forward into their 3-year-old careers, and maybe even seeing them compete in some of those classics next year. So it's just really exciting once we get to see these horses get the route of ground for the first time, as the number 5 does here today. We'll see how he fares. He certainly looks the part.
I remember Sovereignty on Travers Day last year, finishing 4th, and a good friend of mine, my friend Pete Minicus, was there, and he was hanging out with Dan Pride from Godolphin, and Pete said, I don't know if you noticed their horse. I said, oh, Sovereignty, and he said, yeah, he ran 4th, and he said, that's their Derby horse. And this was, and now listen, everybody has a Derby horse, and most of the time it's, if they're lucky, it's the Oklahoma Derby. But in this case, they had the goods, and he ran well. He ran 2nd here, and a very good effort behind Prater before breaking his maiden mistake as Kentucky. Well, maybe we'll see more from these horses in the Nashua. You never know. We'll see. Shug McGahee has the favorite day 1 starter. They're heading into the gate. Chris Griffin has the call of the Nashua.
Probably Dreaming. Carlos Lopez goes in next. My World. Jamie Rodriguez in the saddle. My World. Goes in. Empire of Glory. Kendra Carmouche. Hesitates briefly. Empire of Glory. Day 1 starter, Ricardo Santana Jr. Day 1 starter. Takes a couple steps back. Now goes in. All set for the Nashua. And they're off. Slow beginning for day 1 starter, who's at the back end of the field. Same can be said for Empire of Glory. The leader at the rail is Tough Guy Tony. Tough Guy Tony with a head in front. Here comes company from Probably Dreaming. In between horses, out wider My World. And day 1 starter is right there in 4th as they quickly come out of the chute and hook up at the backstretch. The one not keeping up right now is Empire of Glory, who's already about 8-9 lengths back. The leader is Tough Guy Tony, who's a neck in front. Easy opening quarter, 23.33. Mild pressure towards the outside here from My World. They're a clear 1-2 with day 1 starter. Ricardo Santana Jr. watching the action, looks to his left and sees the top 2 go at it. Just behind them, that's Probably Dreaming and Trying to warm to the task is Empire of Glory, who's still far back as the trailer. Less than 4 furlongs to go. 46-4 for that half-mile time. And they work into the far turn. Tough Guy Tony is there. Tough Guy Tony, My World, looming up on the outside and ready to challenge. Probably Dreaming is right behind them, bottled up. Day One Starters towards the outside, starts to get into it. And here's Day One Starter to the outside as the front four tightly packed still. Far, far back, Empire of Glory. They reach the top of the stretch and Tough Guy Tony still there. My World ready to challenge the gray towards the outside, and My World has taken the lead. My World, Probably Dreaming, is under the shove here, center of the racetrack, and trying to run this leader down. My World, Probably Dreaming, down to these two. It's My World gutting it out towards the inside and stretching the margin once again. My World will win it. My World wins the National, Probably Dreaming. Then Day One Starter in 1 minute 37 and 4.
Well, Meg, when you're wrong, you're wrong. And I think we were all wrong about the number 3, My World, who sat in a good spot the whole way and was able to draw off to a convincing win over Probably Dreaming, and a very disappointing effort by the favorite Day One Starter.
Yeah, the favorite certainly covered the most ground of the two up front. He was a little bit wider throughout the early running of those horses, or excuse me, of this race. But the number 3, My World, traveled way better today than he had in his 2 priors. And, you know, Manny really started asking him in some of his races prior. And you can see Jaime Rodriguez, he takes it out. But he's just really figuring things out. He's still a 2-year-old. He's still trying to learn how to be a racehorse of sorts. But he put it all together today, drew off convincingly. This horse is powerful. He really extends and he uses his hind end in his races. He's just a compact, he's like a little ball of gelignite as he explodes down the center of the racetrack to win this race decisively for a Power Barn and Brad Cox, who gets the job done today.
And he obviously did improve with more distance. And the number 2, Probably Dreaming, the second choice, loomed up with that perfect trip. And I think we both thought he was going to be a winner around the 3/16 pole. But as soon as he got to My World said no thank you and just extended away from him. Nice win by My World, getting it done in the Nashua. 3-2-5-1, as we have seen 4 races today, and we've seen a heavy favorite go down to feet in every single one of them. We'll see if that trend continues here at Aqueduct, but we have not seen the favorite get it done, as the pick 6 is looming with a $34,900 carryover. That'll be in race 5. America's Day at the Races continues.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is, Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack. It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his 4-go, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Nice view of the East River in Manhattan on a beautiful day, and it's always a beautiful day when you're heading into the winner's circle, as Jaime Rodriguez is for trainer Brad Cox with My World, a decisive winner of today's Nashua. Richie is standing by with Jaime. There you go.
Yeah, and a terrific ride here. Jamie, My World was always traveling nicely. Were you confident when that big challenge came from the two, probably dreaming that you were going to have enough to fend him off?
He kind of like gave me the good break and everything, and I let us get comfortable, first time going long and get his feet on the knee. And then once we got to the 3A, I feel the one outside, and I asked him just a little bit. I still have enough horse. And then once we get in the top of the cheese, he's logging in just a little bit. Once I hit it in the left, man, he just give me, I have a lot of horse in the top of the lane.
I've watched you from the beginning of your career, and it's been fun to watch your progression, how you continually improve. And now you're giving New York a try on a full-time basis. How do you feel, and what's the reception been like?
Like I said, I'm feeling happy, and I'm really, really happy to get back, and when everything started, and I got the support of the family and everything. And my wife always tells me, I say, once one door open, you just got to keep going forward.
Well, I love your attitude, and guys, I can attest he's a hard worker, and he's taking advantage of the opportunities that he's getting.
I completely agree, Richie. I think he's ridden very, very well coming to New York. It's tough to come here in this colony, tough to get the business, and he has made the most of what he's gotten. As you see, Salcombe and Silks on the track here as My World gets it done. 8:34 in the win end. Combined with an exacta 3-2 that paid $8.36 for $1. 3-2-5 with the favorite, finishing a distant third. Race number 5, we are on the turf finally in race number 5. It's listed as firm. We did have a lot of rain a couple days ago. Guessing it's on the good side of firm. We'll see how it plays out. You've got a horse, the number 10, Bashful Baby, who's oddly not favored yet, who ran a very, very good race. And it's Jaime or Jamie. Richie called him Jamie. I'll call him Jamie. He says either one seems to work. Bashful Baby, who comes back on short rest from Miguel Clement, but ran very well last time.
Yeah, as far as Jamie Rodriguez, I just won't forget that ride on Belleza that he gave earlier over the summer, I believe. He was on her for the Flower Bowl, I believe. That was a perfect
he was riding
ride.
Belleza?
He was the one that ride Belleza. He was the one that ride Belleza.
She can't get a better ride than she got last time. I'm with you.
Incredible. So that was pretty memorable for him over the summer. I thought that was just a perfectly executed ride. But in terms of this next race, the number 5 South Philly Slide is down at from 5-2, from 6-1. I know I had some interest in this horse as well, but I was 4-1. But definitely taking some money there for her trainer, Amelia Green.
Yeah, looking at double, slight favorite, the 10 over the 5 and 7. I like the 6. Beside You with Shaheen Savachi. He'll be looking for his next win for trainer Lisa Bartkowski. We've seen her do a very good job with the horses since taking over from Phil Serpy. A lot more to go forward, including one of the best horses in the world. Will be running a little later today, looking to win his second straight Breeders' Cup Turf, and that's Rebels Romance. More to come on America's Day at the Races.
Why wait for fortune to be revealed when you can make your own move? Because no one ever talks about the time they played it safe. So go ahead, press your luck, tempt fate, and claim your destiny. Because once in a lifetime can happen every night. Welcome to a world that revolves around you. Your rules, your world. Resorts World.
Rebels Romance has built a big lead here. Rousham Park is cutting into it. Rebels Romance by 2. Rousham Park coming. Rebels Romance, Rousham Park. Rebels Romance, a Breeders' Cup winner again.
Little fortunate to hold off the runner-up, but I thought he ran very well. A horse who can be forward the entire race, and I think his one post today does him a real favor to get his position early.
It does. He's certainly one that likes to be engaged. He's not afraid to make those earlier moves, as we saw him do so last time out when he demolished a field in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic here at Aqueduct, and he looms large in this race. He's going to have to contend with a very talented 3-year-old in the way of the number 8 Mini Hawk, circling back off some shorter rest off of a second-place performance in the Prix de Arc de Triomphe at Longchamp this year, which we know Maggie got to see in the flesh. Pretty cool there, but yeah, seems these two horses are going to be favored in this group, and it'll be interesting to see if anybody can rain on their parade here.
Yeah, I mean, they are the two likeliest. I'm going to try the number 3 Amalok, but I agree about his performance in the Joe Hirsch. I mean, Ring's a pretty good horse. El Cordobas is a pretty good horse. He made them look ordinary here, an impressive win. The one thing that I think is a little bit interesting with him is when he's had success in the Breeders' Cup in 22 and 24, they were his first race coming over here. This is his second one coming over here. And I wonder if, like a horse like El Cordobas, if he takes a bit of a step back in his second race. That's my only concern with him.
Yeah, memorably a couple of years ago, he was his rider came off in the Grade 2 Bowling Green 3 years ago. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. 2023 is 3 years ago. But comes back to, he came back to 22. Finish 4th in his next start. But
23,
he
2
seems
years.
2 years ago.
I apologize,
but
you're
he's
right.
the type of horse that I really believe his stamina edge gets the best of his rivals. He makes those early moves. He looks incredible. I didn't get the luck of being able to be here, but everybody just told me how amazing he looked when he ran here in the Joe Hirsch, and he's just one that, you know, he's the type of rare breed that he's 20 for 29. He's earned over $14.5 million, and just one of those very rare kinds that has another opportunity to go 3 Breeders' Cup championships in the Breeders' Cup turf. I mean, that is just, when was the last time that ever happened? I don't believe it's ever happened.
No, we have not had a horse to win 3 Breeders' Cup races. We have had horses go back-to-back in races before. And looking at horses that won Breeders' Cup races that are running today, I'll pose the question to you. Richie, who do you think among that 6 is the likeliest winner on today's card?
Well, for me, I'm going to go with Fierceness. His 2 races at Del Mar are standout efforts from him, arguably 2 of his best efforts. He's coming off a Pacific Classic where he showed something that he had never shown before, and that was to overcome some adversity, where he ducked in at the start. He wound up in behind horses. He took kickback, which, you know, when he's come from just off the pace, he's always been out in the clear. Made that decisive move at the 3/8 pole with John Velasquez, and then continued on. And I started thinking a lot about it because, you know, when he's a no-show, he's really a no-show. But when he shows up, he brings a big effort. And maybe it's less about adversity and just how he's doing in a particular moment, because I started thinking about every time he looks good, he seems to run well. And when he carries good weight, you know, when he's a little bit on the thinner side, he looks a little bit drier, he doesn't run well. And when he's looking good, he runs well. And from what I can ascertain looking at him, albeit on the TV screen, he looks like he's doing really well coming into this. He's coming off, again, that big effort there. And I also factor in that the track was playing very kind to horses that were forward. And we know that Fierceness, he may not be on the lead, but even if he's laying second to contrary thinking, doesn't he control the race from there? I just thought there were a lot of things in Fierceness's favor.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that Forever Young won't be as fast there early. Who do you find is the likeliest of those 6, Megan?
Well, I certainly agree Fierceness is in a better position than he was last year coming into this race as far as his development and form this year. But my selection to hopefully be able to get into that rarefied air that I had mentioned earlier is Rebels Romance. As we take another look at him, I'm giving him some love here, but last year's Breeders' Cup turf, I think that, again, he was able to get engaged, get forward and outlast his rivals there. I think this is a weaker group that he gets as a whole this year. While he does have to contend with Mini Hawk, he demolished those horses, many of the same that we see come back from the Joe Hirsch. And I think that he's just one that really is able to get into position at the right time. William Buick knows him so well. They have a very deep relationship together. They've traveled the world together. He's a globetrotter. And I think that he looms incredibly large yet again. And trust me, he's kind of the horse on paper that I like to go against. But to me, physically, the way he's been running, I think he's just going to be potentially classier than the rest here.
I disagree with you that it's an easier field than last year. I agree with you. He's a terrific racehorse, and I don't want to take a big stand against him. I'm trying to beat him, but I thought last year's field was relatively subpar. We'll see what plays out, but I don't disagree with you. I think he's very, very much the one to beat. I think more so than Mini Hawk with you. Sure. And for the Goldacova fans out there, I apologize. I misspoke. She actually won 3 Breeders' Cup miles.
She did.
She was an incredible performer. I always preferred Miesk, though. I thought Miesk was the best of all of them. I was a huge Miesk fan. She won at Churchill Downs in an absolute bog by 8 lengths, and she also won on a very, very firm turf, a dominant performance in the 1987 Breeders' Cup at Hollywood Park. So I kind of had an affinity for her, but Goldacova, obviously a great racehorse. And just looking forward to these Breeders' Cup races. I want to remind people, you're playing through Naira Bets, you're playing the Breeders' Cup. Opt in. We've got money back guarantees on the turf, on the Distaff, and on the Classic. If your horse bet $20, your horse comes in second, you'll get that $20 back. Opt in over at Naira Bets. Lots of good stuff happening at Naira Bets, including a $25,000 hit and split on the late pick 5 at Del Mar. You'll want to make sure to opt in at Naira Bets for all of those promotions. As the horses are in the paddock for today's 5th race, we are on the turf, the outer turf course, the only course we can run the turf sprints on. Is turf racing winding down after this weekend? Only 2 weeks left of turf racing. A field of 12 on a day where there's only one scratch on today's card out of the body of the race. Every other scratch, an MTO or an also eligible. We have the entire race last time. The number 10 Bashful Baby ran in a race where she broke slowly and encountered trouble from start to finish. And in my opinion, if it wasn't for coming back on short rest, she's the 7. I would think that she is an absolute cinch in here.
Yeah, she's certainly one of the horses to beat in this group off of that effort. That was her second try there at the 6 furlongs, and you're right. She broke a step slow. She had contended with some of those issues and hopefully is able to get a better trip in here, breaking from the outside. But, you know, a lot of horses in this field I find that have the capability and propensity to move forward. These are, of course, those 2-year-olds. So there's a couple of horses here coming off of runner-up performances that she'll have to contend with, but possibly even, you know, she's been coming off of it in her last 2 races. We'll see if she can, if she's going to use those same approach, use those same tactics, or maybe even potentially be able to be a bit more engaged and involved. We'll see how they play it, but yeah, certainly one of the horses to beat in here. I thought she ran very well.
She ran very, very well last time, and she's got to break cleaner. If she can break cleaner, she can probably get herself in better position in this race, but a lot of it's going to come down to the break. And I don't love that she didn't break well in her second start. A lot of times it happens, but she also got some trouble after the start, which I think compromised her even more. As the horses are getting ready to come on the track, the number 1 is Catholic Vice, Sammy Marin, riding for Carlos Martin.
Hasn't really given me the impression that this filly has taken a step forward in 3 consecutive attempts.
The 2 is Mirageline, going out for Greg Sacco with Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, now back here for Greg Sacco. Did take a step forward last time out, but still not quite in the mix.
Long shot Sugar Princess for Jose Sanchez and Colin Mirage. He goes by. The 4, Santiana. I know you're a little interested in this one for Arnaud Delacour.
Yeah, I have huge interest. Arnaud Delacour doesn't typically send horses here very often. Missed a start at Laurel, scratch, but route to sprint angle key here.
The number 5 is the horse I believe you on top. South Philly Slide, Ricardo Santana for Amelia Green.
Second time on the turf. I have a lot of interest in that filly.
My choice beside you, going by for Lisa Bartkowski. The number 7, Black Rose, cutting back for Mark Cassie.
That cutback will be key. We'll see if hopefully they're still aggressive with her as she has shown speed of late.
The number 8, Scorch, goes out for Fernando Abreu. Ruben Silvera.
Back to claiming company after a try and maiden special state breds last time out. Didn't quite fare, but I believe she could be in the mix here.
The number 9, Medium Cool.
Yeah, the Jose Sanchez barn trying to get a win. Another one of those. Second time out, gets a bit of freshening, and was second on debut last time out.
Clint Eastwood movie, I think. Bashful Baby, who is favored now, going out for Miguel Clement with Amy Rodriguez.
Yeah, we saw her trouble last time out. She's certainly a contender right back here again.
The number 11 is Copper Caduceus, Tom Morley.
Yeah, Morley barn typically those horses and juveniles better as the races progress.
And we round out the field with the 12, great actress Greg Sacco and Katie Davis.
And breaking from the outside with Katie Davis aboard. Hasn't quite fared, needs to get faster to contend here, shortening up.
And there is your pick, the number 5, South Philly Slide.
Yeah, the number 5 South Philly Slide was another one of many in this group that was second on debut last time out. I liked what I saw. And to me, has some upside, especially with the Amelia Green barn, as she was steadied a bit, steadied along the rail last time out when she ran against Velkamp, who just got the best of her that day. But she's going to be hopefully forwardly placed, be able to get engaged early. And I just found her, Andy, to be pretty interesting here. Although up there at 9-2, I think she's a pretty digestible price. And there's, to me, I found this race, the more and more you look at it, there's certainly many in this field that have room for improvement here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. She's a contender in this race. She and the 7 and the 10 are taking the bulk of the play here. A lot of money for the number 11, Copper Caduceus, the second-time starter for Tom Morley. Now, this one has a lot of pedigree, but this one also comes out of a race that a wicked fast pace that completely collapsed in the late stages, which is why I didn't love him. But Richie and I are both on the number 6 in this race for Lisa Barkowski, Beside You, a horse for me that has pedigree. So I have to 3 turf winners out of 7 to try it. 2 or 3 were pretty good. Flame Away's been an effective sire with turf sprinters, and I just thought this horse was very interesting on both turf or dirt, but I prefer the turf. Richie, you got any other thoughts to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you just hit on everything I was thinking. Now, I have the luxury of waiting to make a selection until after I, watch them in the paddock, watch them on the racetrack. And as soon as she walked in the paddock, she caught my eye. I mean, completely dappled out, could not look any better. Really good energy level to her. Like the way she's conducting herself. Does look like a turf horse from a physical perspective, and the pedigree to boot. So I really gravitated to her more from how she looked physically, and then leaning on the pedigree. I think Beside You, listen, we know it's not a beauty contest, but if it was, she would be wearing the crown right now. The 5 South Philly Slide looks terrific for Amelia Green. Showed good speed on her turf debut. And I think she's a major player here. Again, she looks great. Maybe not quite as dappled out as the 6 Beside You, but also making a great physical impression. The 7 Black Rose, big stout filly. Boy, she's got a lot of substance to her, really thick all the way through. Another one making a nice impression. And then the 10 Bashful Baby makes a lot of sense, comes off a very compromised trip, but she also does have a kind of propensity to break a bit slow, and sometimes that sets up a bad trip for you, just giving away that little bit of position at the break. And then it makes a rider have to make a decision. I've already kind of gotten away in a sloppy fashion. Can I afford to, come wide? And most of the time you'll opt or err on the side of saving ground, and sometimes that leads to getting a less than ideal trip. She's got to break a bit cleaner to give herself her best chance.
Thanks a lot, Richie. As horses are going to be getting ready to head on the turf course for our first turf race today. And keep in mind, got over an inch of rain on Thursday. Now, with the extreme wind that we had both Thursday and Friday, I think that probably helps dry out the course. But you're also dealing with temperatures that are in the 40s at night, 50s on a nice afternoon. It's a nice early November day, as we is November 1st. But I still believe there'll be a little more give in the course, though I hear it's relatively firm.
I'd agree. You certainly have that impression. I got into town on Thursday morning and didn't find it to be all that, windy as far as everything being canceled. And it was. So we were in here and the windows were certainly rattling, but a good group of maidens here as we inch closer to post time, Andy. But, as I scanned the prices on the board, the number 4, I keep gravitating towards Santiana for Anna Delacroix, who, again, 30% on the route to sprint angle. And one of those who does extremely well when it comes to those claimers. He's 3 for 4 of those route to sprints, as far as he's 5 for 7 of his last. And that last sample size, but he's 3 for 4 in maiden claiming company, as this horse is not in for a tag based on those auction restriction. I believe this is an auction restricted. Yeah, auction restricted, but yeah, I find a lot of interest with her at 21-1. She's another that's coming off a near miss last time out, routing, and gets to cut back.
I'm surprised she's this big a price, but you've got a rider who doesn't ride here.
Right.
You've got a horse that's coming out of a very weak field at Meadowlands last time. I mean, that was just not a good field. These horses are much better. So the horse has to cut back effectively, is 20-1 if you like her, and I understand there's some thought to that, but she's going, in my opinion, to have to run better than she did last time out. But listen, she's a huge price. I'm surprised she's that big a price considering she was narrowly beaten, albeit in a much weaker field here. It's interesting to see your 5 horses now favored in here. I am very surprised.
I am too.
That she is favored over the 10 Bashful Baby. And I think some of the apprehension with Bashful Baby is that she's coming back in just 10 days. And this is not something you're going to see Miguel Clement and a lot of trainers doing, but you see it late in the turf season here. They realize this horse might go to Florida, but I don't know if Miguel maybe brings this one down to Florida.
Right, yeah.
But not going to likely to win a maiden special weight down there. How many turf maiden claiming races can the horse be in and be effective? You want to get it in a chance to run while you can, because this is probably the last chance she'll get for a race with just 2 weeks of turf racing left.
Right, I think that we've seen that throughout the card. Some of those horses on quicker turnarounds on the grass as the turf season comes to a close. But, you know, Miguel finding the right spot. And to me, he's not one that I think is going to turn one around quickly, as he does have a string over there at Payson Park. And I think that the number 10 Bashful Baby, certainly the one that you want as far as her trip last time out. She certainly ran well. We will see how she fares again here at the 6 furlongs.
Number 7, the first one to head in the gate. That's Black Rose, taking a ton of money for trainer Mark Casse. Catholic Vice going in as well. And nice to see a full field. And as we mentioned earlier, the only horse that's scratched out of the body of a race today is the number 6, Nothing Better, in the 9th race today, and that horse is entered tomorrow. So otherwise, the race has stayed intact, and that's always good for handicappers. You look at the race in advance, and then you come in, horses you like are scratched, or 2 speeds came out of a race where you like the closer, or, you know, vice versa. But in today's card, these races stayed intact. It's a good thing. Some nice fields today. We've got 12 going the 6 furlongs on the outer turf course, listed as firm. They're heading in. Chris Griffin has the call.
South Philly Sla. Next to move forward. Steps in. Here is a Bashful Baby. Bashful Baby. Jamie Rodriguez goes in. Beside You, Copper Caduceus. Copper Caduceus goes in. Great Actress, last to load to the outside. Start of the pick 6 with the carryover coming into the afternoon. Great Actress, Katie Davis, last to load. Go in, all set. And they're off. Scorch with early speed. Santiana in the early mix too. Santiana now with a neck advantage with At the Rail. Marajaline wants to join that early mix, is moving on through At the Rail. Back to 3rd is going to be Scorch after breaking on top, and towards the far outside there comes Copper Caduceus. At the Rail, progressing forward, there comes South Philly Slide, is traveling in tandem with Black Rose. Then in behind them, that's a lineup of 3. Sugar Princess is in between horses with At the Rail, that's Catholic Vice. Out wider, there is Great Actress towards the back end of the field Beside You. Second to last is going to be Medium Cool, and the trailer, Bashful Baby. 22.48, and Santiana at a big number is in front. It's Santiana trying to take them all the way. Santiana's got the lead, is up by a neck. Trying to challenge towards the outside. Here comes Scorch, who's ready to pounce. Also trying to find some room and tip towards the outside. There comes Copper Caduceus, who's trying to run on At the Rail. Marajaline. In between horses, here comes Black Rose. Santiana, and now Scorch is pushed on by. Scorch is in front and trying to sprint away from the field. It's Scorch is doing just that. It's Scorch who's up by 2.5 lengths. Anyone's guess here for the minor placing. Scorch is almost there. Scorch needs the line. Scorch has got it. Scorch just hangs on over South Philly Slide, who did get second. Then came Bashful Baby out of nowhere. Also running on Black Rose and Beside You. 1 minute 10 and 4. It was Scorch.
Nice to see Fernando Abreu get the win with a horse who's been disappointing in some recent races, but she attended the pace and she took over in a race that collapsed in the very late stages, but it was too late to try to catch Scorch, who would run off to too big a lead to catch, with your 5 coming in for second and my 6 making a big finish to finish third, but they could not beat Scorch as the parade of price horses continues. The favorites just not getting it done.
They aren't, but nice rally by the number 5. He ran out of room.
Third,
yes, the 10 finished third. Again, that horse did not exactly get the cleanest of breaks. Certainly one to watch as far as that's concerned. She just doesn't get out of the gate very well. But the number 8, all the credit, the first win of the meet for the Abreu barn, who was more than capable, showed a new dimension today, getting more forwardly placed and ran well when things were coming, obviously, down to the wire late.
A tough start to the pick 6 with the carryover, 14-1 on the number 8 Scorch. If you had this horse in any of your plays, good luck. Good luck in here. Good luck going forward. 14-1, South Philly Slide and Bashful. The 3-1 shots ran second, third, and fourth in this race, but they could not catch Scorch. Gets it done 14-1. Ruben Silvera. The thing I love about Ruben is if Ruben is riding a horse you expect to be forward, he's forward. And I like that. I like a rider you can count on. He's a lot like Ricardo Santana in that vein.
Yeah, makes the right move there where the pace was a little murky. We had some horses that want to be forward, but certainly change of pace from her last 4 priors and got the job done.
I have great news for the people at home. The legendary Lafitte Pinkai III has made his way up here, and you'll have to put up with me hosting for one more time, as we'll be back. Parchment Party got the golden ticket to head over to the Melbourne Cup. He won the whatever that race is, the Gold Cup in Saratoga, off the turf, but he's going to try the turf of the Melbourne Cup. More on him when we come back.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4.
Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A daughter of the red-hot Triple Crown winner Justify, Just FYI, secured the Eclipse Award as champion 2-year-old filly after conquering the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies over an elite field.
Just FYI!
It capped off an undefeated 2-year-old season that also included a dominant score in the Grade 1 Frisette. She retired with earnings over $1.7 million for owner George Krikorian and trainer Bill Mott. At 3, following a runner-up effort in the Grade 1 Ashland, she defeated all but the mighty Torpedoanna in the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks. Just FYI is offered pregnant to Into Mischief, North America's 6-time leading general sire and the sire of 3 Kentucky Derby winners. Out of the Street Cry Mare Star Act, Just FYI hails from the family of Grade 1 winners Starer, Stellar Jane, and Star Billing. Eclipse Champion Just FYI, selling this November with Hillendale at Alapa agent.
It's the race that stops a nation. The Melbourne Cup, which we will be showing you live on Monday night, 9:30 to 11:30. That feels early. It feels a little bit earlier. I felt like it was like the middle of the night the last time I watched. Parchment Party won that Belmont Gold Cup. He'll try the turf over there. Seems like a fun trip. I wonder if Bill's going over. Bill Mott, his trainer, as we see the number 8 coming into the winner's circle for Ruben Silvera, and there's his trainer, Fernando Abreu, standing by with the MIG.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And Fernando, Scorch kind of appeared to me like a horse that a little bit one-paced. But today she kind of really finished the deal, but she was more forwardly placed.
Yeah, you know, Ruben is a little bit more of an aggressive rider than Joel was. But, I mean, we've been high on this filly from Saratoga when it came off the turf and everything. But today, you know, we like the fact that she finished. So that's always a plus. And we didn't know how the turf was going to be with the giving and all that, with all the rain that we got 2 days ago. So I like seeing that today.
Yeah, I noticed too, she runs in a Houghton bit. You were telling me she has a little bit of a habit of just kind of hanging out a little bit, trying to bear out just a touch.
Yeah, she's a funny filly with her mouth. Even in the morning when you try to gallop her, she throws her head, but when you try to grab her, she leans a little bit to the outside. So that's why, we put the Howland bit. They got more control with it and everything. Nothing that she tries to lug out or none of that. It's just she leans that little bit.
Give the rider a little power steering. Fernando, you were with the late, great Alan Jerkins for many years, and I obviously learned many great lessons because you've gone on to a very successful training career. But are there any things that really stand out about Alan and your time there that kind of have stayed with you?
Everything's the horse. The horse and the feeding program was the best. The feeding program stood with me, but every horse was different. And, he always kept a happy horse all his life.
Congratulations. And, guys, I've known Fernando back from when we would have the touch football games. He certainly learned his lessons well.
I don't know, Rich, looking at the two of you, I would think you'd be well off staying out of Fernando's way. And that's the fourth race. Scorch paid $31.40 to get it done. And a friend of mine has reminded me, I bet this horse last time, this is the horse Scorch that threw the rider and ran off before his prior turf race, or her prior turf race. Better last time, she was bad, but as Fernando pointed out, maybe a change of bit helped out as Scorch gets it done. 8-5-10, starting out that pick six at 31 and change. Good luck if you are still alive or live in any multis, or congratulations if you made some money there. Race 6 is coming up. They'll be going a mile on the main track. Looking number 4, Time to Win, looking for some redemption after a loss at a short price last time. But the best news for everybody is I'm going to move over a little the desk. Meg and I are going to move over. And the man, Lafitte Pincaille III, is in town, praying that his Dodgers hold on for a win in Game 7. I will be rooting against him since I got to spend some time with him tomorrow. Lafitte will be joining us here. More on America's Day at the Races in just a few moments. Forever Young, the very talented Forever Young, one of the big players in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
Legendary Claiborne Farm, where it all begins. 100 years doing the usual unusually well. Long way from Paris, Kentucky. Welcome back to Aqueduct Racetrack in Queens. Now joining Megan Burgess, Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Has he been nice?
The best. We've had a really lovely morning together. I know he's been really excited about our quality time we've spent.
You know, I just want to say,
I don't know how to react to that.
I haven't seen you for almost 2 months, so I've forgotten how much I hate you. But it's coming back very quickly.
How did you manage those 2 months?
Without
How
you,
did you manage?
it was hard. There were a lot of tears. There really were. There were a lot of tough moments without you. But now that you're here, everything's fine.
No, they were such a good listen. This does feel a little like subtraction by addition. All the same, it's just a terrific day to be a horse racing fan, right? We have the Pick 6 in progress here. Big upset in the first leg. We have the Breeders' Cup out west. And did you know, Andy Serling, 33 years ago yesterday, we just had that Claiborne feature. Claiborne homebred lure, lighting up Gulfstream Park in the first of 2 Breeders' Cup Mile victories with a then 27-year-old Mike Smith.
This is one of the greatest performances I've ever seen in the big race. I mean, you don't see horses in a Breeders' Cup Mile. It's not like dirt racing, where you see finishes, they come together. He was an incredible, incredible racehorse lure, and that was, to me, the best performance I've ever seen in that race.
It's the first horse I was ever a fan of that my old man didn't ride. Like, that's how much I love. All I cared about before that was, like, who does Dad ride? No, Lure was one that I fell in love with, and it was a performance like that. He did it again the following year. And all these years later, again, 33 years, and Mike Smith, at the age of 60, he's won 27 Breeders' Cup races since then, the all-time leader, and 3 chances today. That's unfortunate, the scratch of Tamara, but Copian, a big chance to take on the Voice in the sprint at 7-2. 60 years old, he's still out there trying to win championship races.
Well, obviously, Richard Mandela with the scratch of Tamara, there's no way you could foresee that, is ruining his decision to not run Copian in that race. Having said that, I love the idea of her running in the Breeders' Cup Sprint because, Lafitte, you and I are old. We've been around for a long time. We remember when sources like Extra Heat, Safely Kept.
Very subtle.
Very subtle. We have seen some brilliant performances by fillies and mares, and because the Breeders' Cup put in the filly and mare sprint, we don't get to see that anymore. So this is kind of an old school Breeders' Cup sprint. I think it makes it more exciting.
Taking on the boys a little bit later on in the Breeders' Cup sprint. And yeah, Mike Smith trying to win that Breeders' Cup race at the age 60. Oldest jockey ever to win a Breeders' Cup race. Bill Shoemaker, Ferdinand, 87 at the age of 56. The rundown. Championship Saturday, 9 races. Get started with that filly mare sprint in less than an hour. Remember, the Classic not last. It is the 6th of the 9 Breeders' Cup races. Post time around 6:25 Eastern, followed by the Mile, Dirt Mile, and Filly Mare Turf. We start with the Longines Classic. Richest race in North America, $7 million purse. Sovereignty out. The big defection. So disappointing, devastating. He's out. for the others. The revised morning line, Fierceness 5-2 morning line favorite, Forever Young and Sierra Leone co-second choices at 7-2. But for Forever Young, third in the Breeders' Cup Classic last year, Megan, and some time off after the Dubai World Cup and winning the Nippon TV High to prep for the Breeders' Cup Classic.
He's one of the most exciting horses for me that I get to bet this weekend as he circles back off of one of the most impressive horse races that you will see all year in the Saudi Cup earlier in February. And, you know, he didn't come back as far as the Dubai World Cup was concerned and run maybe his A race. Something about some of those Saudi horses that came back, they weren't necessarily, the form didn't necessarily translate to some of those races in Dubai. But he came back, he was able to win that prep race, and he's just one of those horses that if he brings his A race, he is formidable in this group, circling back from last year's Classic as well.
I would also say that his Dubai race was kind of impressive in the sense that he never seemed like he was running at all in there. No. He clearly did not run his race, and yet he finished third, beating just about a length and a half in there, despite not doing any running. Now, obviously, Hit Show is not like the competition he faced today, but this is a very, very, very good horse.
A lot of horses that ran well in Riyadh did not follow that up in Dubai. Forever Young among them. Third in the Kentucky Derby, third in the Breeders' Cup Classic. What will he do in today's Breeders' Cup Classic as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast? And Maggie, you look at Forever Young on paper and watching him lead up and train for this Breeders' Cup Classic. Where is his form, would you say, leading up to this year's edition compared to last year's Breeders' Cup Classic?
Well, he has a similar prep, at least, heading into this Breeders' Cup for a second try. But, Lafitte, as far as the preparations throughout the year, things have been a little bit different. Now, as you mentioned, a somewhat disappointing third in that Dubai World Cup. And his trainer, Yoshido Yahagi, just explaining that he was a fatigued horse, possibly heading in to that race in Maidan and definitely coming out. So they opted to give him the rest of the summer off. I like the prep because it just felt as though while those tracks in Japan, the dirt tracks, looked fairly taxing and tiring, you know, he got what he needed out of it, and I like the fact that he kind of won under wraps with his ears up in the air. It looks as though he's training beautifully there at Del Mar. As you see him, he had that kind of light workout that you often expect from these Japanese horses, where they will kind of just blow out more or less down the lane. You know, the rider very motionless, and just ask him to pick it up through the wire there, and he looked as though he responded to that exercise beautifully last week. And for me, Forever Young hasn't had to do that, you know, double transatlantic or halfway around the world, not Atlantic, Pacific. If I can get my direct, I don't even know which way he came from, honestly, but a lot of frequent flyer miles, especially last year, Lafitte. And now he just feels as though his connections have trained and prepared for this Breeders' Cup try yet again with purpose. So he is a very talented horse and such an exciting prospect heading in to this Breeders' Cup Classic again.
Maggie, yeah, it's one of the most important races in the world. It's lucrative, $7 million purse and the championship implications, etc. It's a Breeders' Cup Classic. Andy, I would think, though, how much this one would mean to everyone associated with Forever Young, given how close he was. A good third last year, and that third in the Kentucky Derby in the States last year as well.
And I also think he was probably a little bit too close to pace in the race last year, and I think that affected his performance. I thought he ran very well. He was just kind of forgotten about because Sierra Leone and Fierceness ran as well as they did in that race. Could have won the Kentucky Derby. A lot of us felt that he probably ran the best race in there. I have no knock on Forever Young. I think he is a major player. I like Sierra Leone. I'm playing against Fierceness. I like Sierra Leone, Forever Young, and Baeza.
This is really exciting, Megan, in the sense that, yeah, the story was in the headline and the overshadowing of the absence of sovereignty, but we have the top three finishers back from last year in Sierra Leone, in Fierceness, and Forever Young to go head-to-head once again.
Exactly, and we've got some interesting horses now in the mix with Mindframe, of course, being one of those unknowns, I guess you could say, at this point. We saw that memorable event where Irad came off in the Jockey Club Gold Cup he's looking to redeem, but he certainly has to face a huge test at the 1.25 miles, getting that stamina test now with the break that wasn't necessarily intended for whatsoever. So he's interesting in this race. He's a Grade 1 winner at 7 furlongs and at 9 furlongs, but as you mentioned, the defending three coming back from last year's Classic looked to be all the more formidable. I like Sierra Leone as well in this race, Andy. I think that he's going to get an honest pace, not quite as quick as last year, but he looks to contend as well, just like he did last year as well.
We're actually getting to see the Jockey Club Gold Cup that we never got to see back in Saratoga, with the addition of fierceness and the top 3-year-olds, unfortunately, without sovereignty. So at least for those of us, that disappointment on Jockey Club Day, and it was incredibly disappointing, today we get to make up for that with an even better race, but also the main participants are back, including Antiquarian, who's been improving quite a bit for Todd Pletcher.
Todd Pletcher with 3. Pletcher with the win yesterday in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Ted Nafi, the first of 9 Breeders' Cup events in less than an hour. And again, that classic, it is earlier than it normally would be, 6:45 Eastern, the 6 of the 9 Breeders' Cup races. Also stakes racing right here, Belmont at the Big A. Coming up, Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship, Outlaw Kid for Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winning trainer George Weaver. We'll preview.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Works for me towards the outside as well. Alagon is chasing at the rail. Son of a Birch looking for a way through. It is Jean Valjean who turns him for home. Jean Valjean is in front, but for how long? Alagon is in the clear, is moving on. 26 Black is splitting rivals here towards the inside. Jean Valjean is still there. From far out of it, Outlaw Kid. Alagon is right there. Works for me is in that mix too. Jean Valjean is trying to hold him off. In between horses, Works for me now splits rivals. Works for me gets up.
Last year's Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship, wild finish, Andy. Dead heat, Works for me. Alagon hitting the wire simultaneously.
Yeah, nice bob actually outside for Outlaw Kid getting it done. Who's back to try to defend that title today. We'll see if we get that kind of finish. I like Outlaw Kid as well as the horse outside with the number 4 horse.
Excited, definitely hope for an edition that exciting this afternoon. Today's edition, there it is, the field. 6 furlongs inner turf course, listed as firm. And Outlaw Kid, 5-2 morning line favorite. This was his latest, Megan. Grade 2 Woodford, early October Keeneland. And Outlaw Kid, far from embarrassed from a couple of horses that will be competing in about an hour in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
Yeah, I didn't love this group. I just haven't loved the way he's been going this year. And while he's certainly competitive amongst this group, he was one that didn't have quite the finish that he's had before. Now, trust me, you see him there trying to make his run. He gains well on those early leaders. But to me, he's certainly a contender in this race for George Weaver, who had a monster day yesterday with the likes of Cy-Fair getting her Breeders' Cup win. But he's going to have to take a step forward. He certainly has met the right field though, in terms of what he's faced
I
prior.
feel as though he never had a fair chance in that race. He never really had a clear path in the stretch until the race was over, and I think he's much better than that. I like him in Fierce and Strong.
Like he was kind of bottled up and trying to operate in tight quarters, and typically a productive race that Woodford at Keeneland. Another key prep coming into this one. Fierce and Strong and Nothing Better, who is Nothing Better is out, of course, but Fierce and Strong, who defeats Nothing Better at 12-1 at Monmouth Park in July.
Yeah, I chose this race because of the time. I thought both would be in there, and I thought he ran well to get it done. I thought his race at Laurel at this distance last time was much better. He was best in this race. He got not exactly the best ride, and I think he'll benefit from a rider change. And I think he had trouble the whole way in there, and I believe that Fierce and Strong will be tough today.
Were you able to gauge anything in terms of the turf course, again listed as firm, but with all the rain over the last couple of days, were you able to ascertain anything from watching the first grass race of the day?
I think we're on the good side of firm. They ran 10 and change in the last race. A field with a really firm course probably would have gone 9 and change, but I don't think it's significantly off, and they weren't kicking up a lot of clods. So it's holding up pretty well as we're down to about, after today, there will be 10 days probably of turf racing.
And we're getting closer to this late pick 5. Belmont at the Big A, maiden special weight, mile, main track. Looking at Time to Win, who is currently 4-5 as we check in with Maggie in the paddock.
Will third time be a charm for Time to Win for this son of Not This Time and Chad Brown? Now, in his last race, watching him, Manny Franco, I mean, if it wasn't Manny Franco, I'd say he needed an oxygen tank because Manny is one of the most fit and athletic riders that we have in the room. But this guy was under a ride from the word go. So he does put a typical Chad Brown short cup cheater blinker on, and I do think that should help his chances, because it just feels like a horse that might be a little bit on the lazier side. Obviously has an abundance of talent, but just needs to be motivated, and we'll see if that just little bit of equipment, because there really isn't much blinker on this horse's face at all, does the trick. A big, burly, robust animal, like what I'm seeing from him physically here a lot. And last time he was wired on the front end by Dettori on a track that was very kind to horses, doing just that. And to his credit, he was probably one of the only ones making up significant ground throughout the running of that race. Moving on to some layoff runners, number 3, Redouty, for Miguel Clement, is coming off of a long layoff, and this is a horse that in his first start, I kind of wondered why they were going to the turf. Granted, the dam, she was good on the turf, but this is a horse that is a fool to Drake's Passage, who the bulk of his success, actually his only success, has been going long on the dirt. So he's developed since then, obviously. I still question if he's going to be able to, run his best effort first off the bench, because he's just that heavy boned and bodied animal. Looks fantastic. I mean, this guy in his coat, he looks like that shiny copper penny. He's dappled head to toe. He really makes a great impression from that sense. I just worried because of who he is physically, if first start back is going to be his best. And then a horse I was interested in on paper that I've never seen before is number 7, Love 'Em or Liam, for Bill Mott, one of 2 that he'll send out in here. Now, watching his races, he does not have much early speed whatsoever. He broke incredibly slow and awkwardly in his last, which did feature a next time out winner skate away. And overall, you can make the argument that this horse has faced some pretty decent horses when he began his career in South Florida. Now, I'm seeing a different horse than what I expected. I thought big, lumbering type. No, he's actually quite athletic. He came in on the muscle, which I thought was a good sign for a horse that hasn't shown that much early speed. Looks incredibly fit, really well muscled throughout his hindquarters. Lafitte, I like what I'm seeing from this horse, and I had liked what I'd seen going into this race. I love it when those two things match up.
All coming together. Maggie, Love 'Em or Leave 'Em. Liam, 20 years. Andy Sterling, 20 years since St. Liam's Breeders' Cup Classic victory at Belmont Park and Jerry Bailey's final career ride.
No.
Final career. Didn't that what he? I know. Okay, that was his last Breeders' Cup then.
His last Breeders' Cup. He ran in the Sunshine Millions down at Gulfstream.
But his last Breeders' Cup win.
Yeah, no.
St. Liam, what a horse.
He was quite a horse, St. Liam. I'll always look back on that Whitney when Commentator beat him as one of the great races of all time.
Amazing race. Post parade, Rodoti, Kendrick Carmouche drawn inside.
Comes off the layoff in this race. Doesn't have much speed. He's failed at short price against easier fields.
Life and Times, Michael Tabor's debuting 4-year-old.
Has taken some patience getting this 4-year-old son of Justify to the races and has to contend with many with experience in here.
Salvation, he's run second in 3 of 5.
Yeah, once again, he's done it in softer fields, so he didn't run that badly last time.
And Time to Win, odds on 4 to 5.
Likely Time to Win for this horse. For trainer Chad Brown, gets the blinkers on, as Maggie had mentioned, could be the wake-up call.
Galileo, third start, based here, but first race in New York.
First time Lasix, he'll need everything he can get to improve to beat what is a tough maiden field.
Bermuda Triangle, an outsider.
Blinkers come on from a Claiborne female family underneath.
And 6 to 1, just talking about Love 'em or Liam. Eric Cancel aboard.
I like the other Mott runner, Copious, but I use Love 'em or Liam as well as the favorite in the exactas. Think he's a bit interesting as a deep closer.
And there he is, Copious, beautifully bred colt. Mom was an absolute star.
Really improved in his next start. Could argue he had the better run than Time to Win last time out. He was green and one that I really find could benefit from that experience last out.
8 of them. Started the late pick 5 in Time to Win. No spendthrift colors. Megan's top selection, 3-2-5, getting crushed. This was his second career start right here, October 3rd. He was 2 to 5 on that afternoon, Andy. And again, this is what Maggie was talking about, Time to Win with lots to do against a track that was probably playing against him at that stage.
Classic example, of course, was cranked up to win his debut and ran too well to lose first time out, not running nearly as well in his second start. Now, this was an extreme inside bias in here. Now, he closed towards the outside of the end, but he spent a lot of the race down the rail, whereas Copious, who I prefer, he chased outside the whole way, and I think he ran the better race than Time to Win. But Time to Win gets Lasix, and I'm going to guess he'll probably run a little closer to his debut than he did last time. And that's why you like him, Meg.
Yeah, absolutely. I really find he might be more engaged here, especially with some runners that didn't show all that much speed. I think Copious could be right there engaged as he was last time out as well, as far as who's going to be involved on the front end. The blinkers come on, and I mentioned this on the handicap show with Andy. He feels like that type of Chad Brown runner that's maybe supposed to win. Obviously, we've seen a lot of short-priced horses today go down, and this is certainly a group that's tough.
I think that Sahin Savachi's supposed to be aggressive with Copious and send that one to the lead. He actually ran much better, it looks, his debut, which is why I bet him last time. And I think had it not been a strong bias, I believe he would have won last time. I think the Tory totally took advantage of the bias, and he got caught in that unfortunate situation in a track that has a big inside speed bias of chasing a fast pace against the racetrack versus a horse that's with the bias. So I liked his race last time. I'm going to bet him back in here. I am going to certainly use him with the favorite, and I'll also use Love 'em or Liam, who I think is very dangerous. And we have seen a horse win in today's card from way back in the field, so it's not like closers can't be effective on this dirt course.
Maggie with more on Copious.
That's right. A horse I've actually never seen before, despite him running twice here at the Naira racetracks. And look, I agree with Andy. There's not much speed in here, so he has every opportunity to control this race from start to finish. Not in an ideal spot last time out against the racetrack, but he's a horse that's very kind of long and lanky. So, yes, I think a mile's fine. I wouldn't even be surprised if this horse eventually gets to go longer. Did take a little bit of time to kind of warm up and jump into the bridle, unlike your favorite, unlike Bill Mott's other horse in here, the 7, Love 'em or Liam, who will be my selection here. I've just really liked everything I've seen from this horse thus far, but I do think that Copious is dangerous in here, and now he has some continuity to his running lines, coming back in a relatively short time, as opposed to his first to second start. So that fitness really showing through on the track, Lafitte.
Copious, Andy's top selection, 4 to 1. Mom, Paradise Woods, Herman Sarkowski owned, trained by Richard Mandela. 3-time Grade 1 winner, Santa Margarita, Zenyatta, and Santa Anita Oaks. What will Copious do in his third career start? Another look at Rodoti, trained by Miguel Clement. More than 5 months since the passing of his father. Christophe, world-class trainer. His Breeders' Cup moment took place at Del Mar, his one win with Pizza Bianca in the Juvenile Fillies turf a few years back. Now son Miguel to saddle a pair of Breeders' Cup runners this afternoon. Andy, including Tawny Port, an outsider in the Breeders' Cup Turf.
Yes, he's a highly unlikely winner of this race, but he did run fairly well in his last start. He's kind of a neat hard knocker, but he's biting off a lot in this Breeders' Cup Turf.
Another look at the field. North America's richest turf race, $5 million, mile and a half. I know, Megan, you like Rebels Romance and expecting him to knock down a third straight or a third Breeders' Cup Turf.
I do. I've mentioned how much I like this horse throughout the program, and the number 8 Mini Hawk is coming in, of course, off of that impressive runner-up performance in France last time out. But I do have my issues as far as the spacing, but as far as underestimating the Europeans, you would be remiss to do so, as we saw yesterday with those juveniles really taking to that form and doing well here.
Miguel Clement with Bellezza at Del Mar. Based on her performance, her win in the Flower Bowl, how does she stack up with the top fillies and mares she'll square off with in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf?
She's probably not quite as good as them. And the problem with her is that she got such an exceptional ride last time. She's going to have to improve off that race, and it's hard to do that. I do think she's a player. She gets a firm turf course, which she got last time, which I think is to her benefit. I don't think she's totally impossible if you're looking for one of the horses in here in what may be a fairly wide open filly and mare turf.
Right next to She Feels Pretty in post position with the scratch, now 11 and 12, those two. That's a tough spot to try and win from, to try and establish a good spot to save some ground.
Well, especially for She Feels Pretty, who may be a bit distance challenged, whereas the Euro outside of her, she's a horse that's probably good enough to overcome that post, Meg.
Absolutely, and it feels like she feels pretty. You know, John Velasquez hasn't been afraid of racing her wide as far as some of those trips were concerned, and she's just one that I do feel might be a shorter priced horse that, as mentioned, could be distance limited in a slew of some very interesting European invaders in that wide open race.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say what She Feels Pretty is an argument she could be undefeated. She's never not necessarily been the best horse. She's had some lousy trips and lost some races she could have won. I don't like her at 11 furlongs.
Perhaps not her best distance. You know who's undefeated? Godolphin Charlie Appleby in the Breeders' Cup Turf at Del Mar. 3 Breeders' Cup Turfs at Del Mar, a clean sweep. Talismanic, Yabir, Rebels Romance. Until they lose one of those, I'm not trying to beat them in that race at that track.
I think I still have some of the Talismanic money. I think I still
Did you hit? And he paid.
I loved him that day.
What did he pay?
$31.
That'll work.
Yeah.
That'll work. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Not so much the focus on the Godolphin and Charlie Appleby domination, but no,
I couldn't care less about that.
Because how did it work out for me?
I mean, I'm glad for the Sheik because I know he's a little short lately. You need a little cash, so I'm glad. I'm hoping for him because you'd like to think it because he probably needs some money, put back in the game. So I'm worried about it, but no.
Sheikh Mo, I'm sure he's watching.
Thinking about myself.
And fired up about this late pick 5, Belmont at the Big A.
America's Day at the races ever.
Sheikh Mo watching, getting ready for this late pick 5, Belmont at the Big A, race 6. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Copious to the outside. Copious goes in. All set. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Time to Win. It's going to be the early trailer. Speed towards the inside from Salvation and joined by Life and Times. And now Life and Times puts ahead in front. Salvation is chasing a close-up second. Out wider comes Gualillo. They're joined. Up the far outside comes Bermuda Triangle. That's the front 4 as they come out of the chute. Then Copious is a well-settled 5th. Not in any hurry as moving towards the outside. Time to Win. Has clear running room after that slow start. Starts to move forward now. It's got momentum in the center of the racetrack. Second to last, Lumber Liam. And the trailer, Redouty. They work up the backstretch, and the leader is Life and Times. Life and Times is kicked on, is up by 2. Life and Times is approaching a half mile left to go in hand. Salvation moves towards the inside. Gualillo's right there. They're second and third. Bermuda Triangle is out wider in 4th. Time to Win is on the move, is going to have a wide run now. It hasn't been an easy journey with Copious down towards the inside of the lime green cap. Redouty is starting to make a move here from the back end of the field, and the trailer, Love 'em or Liam. The leader is Life and Times. Salvation. Time to Win is ranging up 3 wide. Life and Times. Jose Lescano still in hand. Has a quarter mile left to go. 45 and 4 was the half. 111 flat for 3/4. And Life and Times is bounding away. Life and Times is trying to stretch the margin. Time to Win is to the outside of Salvation with a furlong left to go. Right there on the rail. It's Life and Times. Time to Win. Battles on there with Salvation. Life and Times, with a nice victory here, wins this one well. Life and Times won it. Tight there for second, give it to Salvation in the photo with time to win, and Copious in 1 minute 35.51 seconds.
Michael Tabors debuting 4-year-old gelding strikes at 11-1, going away in the 6th to kick off the late pick 5.
No money for a horse that didn't have a lot of pedigree. Bobby Frankel actually trained the second dam. This horse, she went to the front, set an honest pace in here and was never caught. The 8 did not run. It wasn't a good ride by Sahin Savachi, but something went wrong. This horse didn't run, and I've had enough of time to win. He can't even get out of the gate.
It's becoming a real issue, and we'll get to that in a second. As you look at Life and Times, Ford trainer Todd Pletcher saddling the Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner yesterday, Ted Nafi. He will be crowned champion. Life and Times here. Took him longer to get to the track, but a solid debut and wins going away at a big price. Going back to the start, Megan, and what goes on with Time to Win?
Time to Win doesn't get out of the gate very well this time. And, you know, he is kind of one of those horses to me. We wanted to see him improve. He obviously missed the break a bit there, and he wasn't able to get as engaged early as possibly we might have thought. But there was just no beating the number 2 here today. I mean, at all. And it's kind of interesting with these first-time starters. We might not have access to those workout videos. There's a little bit of ambiguity there as far as this time of the year. And, you know, this horse actually does have some pedigree. Half-sibling to Grade 1 Alcibiades winner Restless Rider, who was a precocious router. But this horse started working as a 3-year-old. There was a gap between September of 24, March of 25, and really have been taking their time with him, gelded him to be able to get him in the right spot for this debut. So kudos to the connections.
Salvation runs second for the 4th time in 6 races and does so this time at 17-1.
And we've seen favorites lose all the first 6 races, and about 3 or 4 of them were heavy favorites, even money, 6-5, 4-5. It's not getting the job done. And even if Time to Win had won, he would have been second. But he was never beating this horse. This horse won like he was the 4-5 shot in the race. Amazing. He was 11-1 a firster because he absolutely buried this field.
Crop uncocked, Jose Lascano. Life and Times gliding under the wire by Triple Crown winner Justify. Strikes in his debut at a big price, 11-1 over 17-1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 6th race, Belmont at the Big A. When we come back, a look ahead to the first of 9 Breeders' Cup events, the Filly Mare Sprint, about 18 minutes out. Grade 1 Ballerina winner Hope Road back home in California for 19-time Breeders' Cup winning trainer Bob Baffert.
$1,600,000, thank you.
Welcome back. Belmont at the Big A. America's Day at the Races. Coverage brought to you by Gainesway Power. Passion, performance. What a performance from this debuting gelding moments ago. Jose Lascano in the Tabor Colors, Megan, and at 11-1. That was impressive.
It was very impressive. Certainly worth the wait here, as it took him some time to manage this horse, get him to the races. And, Sire Justify could do just about anything on turf, on dirt, and this horse got to the front end, was engaged early, and managed to just break off, draw clear, and demolish this field.
Only a question of how far at this point, Andy, with nobody really making up any ground. But the second place finisher again, Salvation 17-1, a fourth second place finish in 6 starts.
Yeah, I think this race there were 2 stories in here. One is that the winner was shockingly good, especially for a horse that took no money for these connections, and that the 4 is just a horse at this point has to be very frustrating. It's a classic example of time to win of a horse that was really cranked up to win first time, and he's just never been able to get back to the effort he ran that day when he lost to another Todd Pletcher horse who ran a huge race. There's almost $90,000 bet into this pick 6. Very unlikely to be hit with these 2 prices winning the first 2 races. So we're probably going to be looking at a carryover of about $85,000 on tomorrow's card.
Chalk players getting their teeth kicked in thus far. Remember I made such a big deal about all the Grade 1 races, horses and favorites in Grade 1 races at Saratoga lost like the first 7 or 8?
I think the secret is that when you're here, favorites do badly.
You said something about regression, though. Regression.
Yes,
and then they swept
we went the other with
card.
that was not a regression to the mean. That would be an ascension to the mean when the favorites won like every race, right? Travers Day or whatever.
5 for 5.
Right, and they quickly eliminated that advantage. And listen, you always see the regression. You see a trainer that goes on a huge hot streak. They know it's coming. I have a friend who's a big sports bettor, and many years ago I ran into him in New York, and I said, I hear you've been white hot 2 great first weekends. And he said, and I'm fully expecting to go 1 for 16 in week number 3, and just the way it works.
This next 7th race, wide open. They're back on the turf course here. New York breds. Who'd you come up with?
I like the speed of Anexperience, and I think the 2 forwardly placed horses, Anexperience and Terminal Velocity, are where I would prefer to go in this race. 2 horses that I think are good enough and can be forward.
Megan?
I took a shot with a horse with a price. It's been doing well today. Prices have at least, and he's in the number 2, Mo 88 for trainer John Ortiz. We saw him with a maiden runner who ran well earlier in the card, but this is a kind of progressive sort who has faced the likes of some horses Andy just discussed, but I find him to be getting better and better. He parlayed a perfect trip to a win last time out in that maiden score, but hoping that he can sit a tactical trip and pounce on those leaders when it comes time for them to do their running.
Late pick 4 next here at Belmont at the Big A. Meantime, getting closer to the first of the 9 championship races out west at Del Mar. Breeders' Cup World Championships and the Filly Mare Sprint. This is disappointing with the defections. Tamara out, major contender. The favorite, Sweet Azteca, out as well. Those that are left, you're looking at them, and Hope Road, the ballerina winner, even money.
Very disappointing because earlier in the year you thought this was going to be a matchup between the very talented Copian against the very talented Ways and Means. Ways and Means kept getting sick, not able to run. They opted for the other race to let Tamara run here. Tamara ends a vet scratch. Hope Road is probably the speed stalking outside of Hall and Ice, and she's absolutely the horse to beat. I am shocked, though, that Splendora is the second choice.
She's coming off of a rout attempt where she won decisively, but as far as her quick enough at this, a 7 furlong distance, I find that hard to believe. But Andy, I find your take on as far as this race being wide open, and I found Praying, as she's spiraling into some of her better form as a 3-year-old, could be more interesting as this race widens up.
I actually don't think it's wide open. I think Hope Road is way the horse to beat, and the only other horse that can win is the horse outside of her for Bob Baffert. Is that Ricci?
Rishi?
Yep.
Yeah, Rishi.
Maggie, Hope Road, as good as she was in the Grade 1 ballerina, and this is something that Bob Baffert has done for a long time in the Breeders' Cups with his sprinters, racing in the summer, taking time off, and training them up to the big day.
Oh, yeah, that is the truth. I mean, a horse like Gamine comes to mind. And, you know, it is a lot on horses shipping from coast to coast, as we've seen from New Hope, Hope Road, excuse me. But she is one that big bull of a mare. I mean, there is a lot of her. And the only thing I could say about her when she came to Saratoga to dominate the ballerina is that they could not get her in the gate. Now, it really didn't matter. It didn't affect her performance, but it'll be interesting to see how she acts behind the starting stalls here on this particular occasion. She also looks as though with a horse like Sweet Azteca out of this race that she could very well control here, but I do think the horse to her inside, the supplemented to this Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint, and Archibred, number 7, Hall and Ice, is pretty quick. And we saw Sappy Joseph be able to pull off the upset last year in this race, of course. But I definitely think Hope Road is the horse to beat in here. She's the confirmed sprinter of the Bob Baffert horses, and she looks to be on the lead or just laying right off a Hall and Ice early and looking to dominate. As we saw many of the races kind of more forwardly dominated of the few we saw on the dirt yesterday there at Del Mar. Lafitte?
Hope Road, Maggie. You mentioned Gamine with Bob Baffert. He's been doing this going back to his first ever Breeders' Cup win in '92 with 30 slews. Like, he ran at Del Mar. Took time off, trained up to the Breeders' Cup, won his first Breeders' Cup race at 18-1. He did it both times with Midnight Loot when he went back-to-back in 07 and 08, prepping at Saratoga in the Forego, prepping at Del Mar in the Bing Crosby. So this is a pattern that he's worked. It's worked for him, and he's going right back to the well.
Wasn't Secret Circle making? Was it his first start of a long layoff or second start off off an extended layoff with Secret Circle, who people may not remember won 2 Breeders' Cup races because he won the very short-lived juvenile dirt sprint the year before at Churchill Downs.
That's right. You remember the first winner?
I remember.
Hightail.
Wow, Hightail. Wayne?
Wayne.
Yeah, Wayne Train. I think he won like a Saratoga Special or something. I remember, I think it was Shmoo running second to Secret Circle.
Maybe.
A European,
he always has
filling
to
out the
Mike's
exacta.
trivia. It really bothers
Once
me.
again, remember it because I cashed a bet. Let's be clear of why I remembered it, Lafitte.
And just a very different race than what was originally drawn here, Megan, with the defections in a Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint here. And now it does look like the road to that winner's circle goes through Hope Road.
It does. She was formidable at Saratoga. Jose Ortiz retains the mount as he did as a pickup ride in the ballerina. And I saw her in the flesh obviously this summer at Saratoga, but on Kentucky Derby Day when she ran in a monster race in the Derby City Distaff against the likes of Ways and Means and Kopi in that day. I thought she put in a very nice effort. She could just be better than these guys. It looks like that might be the case here in this group.
And let's not concede anything, because what we've seen in this particular race at Del Mar has been chaos, with some heavily backed favorites not only not winning, but finishing up the track. Last year you had Soul of an Angel, 4160. Cece, that doesn't seem like that big of an upset, but remember, Gamine in a 5-horse field was 3-5, and who could forget Barra Gold and Irad Ortiz? Irad Ortiz on a $135 Breeders' Cup winner.
Yeah, a little earlier for Irad, but that was a race where the favorites were rolling. I think Unique Bella was the heavy favorite in there and didn't do any running, was massively overbet in there. As far as Cece, I thought she was very logical, and Gamine just didn't run. And she hadn't been as good in her races. And as far as last year, it was a very unusual race where none of the favorites showed up. All of the logical type horses underperformed in that race, and it turned out to be some heat up front, and Soul the Matter made the big run from the back of the field. And I think with the race intact, a horse like Zeitlos might have been interesting as the only closer in the race.
I picked the wrong closer.
The problem is that with the scratches, now the pace becomes much murkier, and it makes it harder for Zeitlos, a potential upsetter.
Another traditional prep for the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint, the Grade 2 TCA at Keeneland early October. Megan, where Praying upsets Vava and the aforementioned Zeitlos closing late.
You know, these two fillies, Vava and Zeitlos, to me just aren't at their better form in the way they were last year. And the 3-year-old Praying was able to get the better of those two on the day for trainer Robbie Medina, who I believe this is his first Breeders' Cup entrant. And you see here they're rushing towards the finish line. And to me, Praying is an improving type of 3-year-old who interests me underneath this type of field as she faces some of the same familiar faces with Vava. As we see here, Vava, this is going to be her last start before she is sold, and next month, or this month, it's November, the Keeneland November breeding stock sale, and she has just been such a hard-knocking sort for Cherie DeVaux. I just don't find her to be in the type of form where I want to bet her back in a race like this.
One last time, can she reach back and find her best fastball of yesteryear?
I mean, the only thing I'll say is, I would never bet her in a million years, but is that where the hell did her Chicago come from? Because her form, starting with the Ballerina last year, has been terrible. She's just nowhere near the good horse that she, in relative terms, compared to how good she was. She ran a very good race Chicago that time, but her next 2 races are subpar. And, Praying is a nice horse, but she's not fast enough to compete in this race. And it just seems like Vava is just not the horse she once was. There was a time when she was absolutely good enough. There's a time when she should have been favored in this race. That time, unfortunately, has passed.
Cherie DeVaux, who saddled her first Breeders' Cup winner last year in the Breeders' Cup Mile, has 3 runners among them, and she feels pretty, who, as you've argued, Andy, at this stage could still be undefeated.
Never not run a winning race, and Cherie's done a great job with her. And I was talking to Cherie before she made her debut this year, and I said, are you going to point her for the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile? And she said, no, I know it's a 1 3/8, but I'm going to point to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. And I said, okay, listen, Cherie doesn't need me to tell her how to train.
Filly Mare Turf.
Yeah, Filly Mare Turf. I'm sorry. I don't think she's an 11 furlong horse. Now, she's been effective a mile a course, so maybe she'll prove me wrong, and I hope for Cherie's sake she does. But I think she'd be better off in that Breeders' Cup Mile, to be honest with you, where I think she'd be more suited to the distance.
Brutal post.
Terrible
See about she feels pretty, but looks like the best of the Americans. As for the Europeans, represented by the favorite, Frances Gazora, the 3-year-old filly, Megan. Why was she established as the morning line favorite in this Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf?
Well, I think you can go back to her pre-Diane, 3 starts back at Chantilly, and she's a filly that you're certainly gets the best of a Aidan O'Brien filly in Bedtime Story, who resurfaces in this race. But I loved that effort out of her. I can forgive her arc last time out, where she never really got involved with the race as she was in her prior starts against her own sex. So I think she's going to be a filly that's formidable. And as far as looking back towards some of the other European contenders, I thought if I was going to bet somebody back out of that EP Taylor, it was going to be the runner-up and Diamond Rain, who resurfaces in this group as well. So I thought this was one of the funnest races to handicap of the entire weekend. I think it's a wide open group, lots of different angles you could play, and I wouldn't go too short of a price here either.
Cinderella's Dream, Andy, what do you make of her chances?
I know Megan likes her a lot more than I do in this race, and I'm not saying she's impossible. I thought a lot of people thought she was unlucky in last year's Breeders' Cup. I wasn't one of them. Yeah, there's no doubt she had to negotiate some traffic in the stretch. Absolutely is true.
Yep.
She also saved every inch of ground the entire running of the race, and Wara made a premature wide move and still beat her. So yeah, with a little racing luck, she could have won, but she would have won with a perfect trip. And my problem with her is she really hasn't been that good this year over in Europe. I mean, yes, she's running against the best horses, but she's lost to 7-5 running 4th, 6-5 running a distant 3rd. She's underachieved. Now, she was underachieving against some pretty good horses, but I just don't know how good she really is.
Who's the potential bomb? Who's the horse that could really shake things up? The outsider with the most upside?
To me, Veleza seems like a filly that, excuse me, from Miguel Clement, even more specialized, I believe it is his, excuse me, as I believe it's Christophe's birthday today, so it'd be really special family win for them, but she's the type of filly that gets back to the firm ground, likes this distance, and I think she's formidable here.
I don't like her, but I agree with you that if you wanted a price, she might be the right horse in this race. I'm Gazora. I like Diamond Dream the most with Gazora the 5 and the 14, who's one of the favorites. Set the 5, See the Fire, who I won't be surprised if is favored by post time despite the post. Wow. I wasn't clever in this race, but I agree with what Meg said about Diamond Rain. I think that horse is the better of the Godolphin runners.
Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf, the last of the 9 Breeders' Cup events this afternoon. Championship Saturday out at Del Mar. Here, Belmont at the Big A. Late pick 4, horses in the paddock. Amplitude pictured. Trainer out west trying to win Breeders' Cup races, Chad Brown. Coming up next, the 7th of 10 at Aqueduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides. And Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun runners on top of the world.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Folsom from last to first in the Met win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
We got a really nice day to walk around, too. It feels like we're in Ireland or something, doesn't it?
At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, everything from checking fences to evaluating foals.
There they go. There goes Mommy.
Is a family affair.
Oh, she is nice and clean on this side. Look. Ta-da!
And while patriarch Joe McMahon used to handle most of the stallion duties, Ann McMahon says he wasn't always around in the early days when they bred outside in a paddock, and she picked up the stallion shank out of necessity.
And then the rest was self-taught, basically.
While the women's liberation movement was rocking some areas of the U.S. in the early 1970s, on many farms it was not yet socially acceptable to have women handle stallions. In fact,
it just wasn't proper for a woman to be in that situation. My mother and father wouldn't watch a breeding.
But when children came along, they did watch.
And I can remember people even saying to my parents, "Why are your kids here?"
All 5 McMahon children observed every phase of animal husbandry, so it was natural that Ann would one day pass stallion handling duties on to daughter Jane McMahon.
I think he likes the camera. I do think I learned a lot from watching them handle horses. I always knew what was good horse safety, horse sense. Observing horses is really important.
Jane's adept handling of stallions, Central Banker, helped him stay calm. Jane's brother John helped the stallion connect with their mare named Spirituality.
He's fairly easy to handle. It is the nature of stallions to bite a little, but he's not vicious at all.
So Ann still lends a hand in breedings. Here she is checking sperm for motility.
Everything looks normal there, and we should have a pregnant mare.
It was quite moving to see how Jane's firm, confident, and gentle handling of Central Banker helps him be such a professional in and out of the breeding shed.
I mean, Central Banker is very special to me because I do think he's highly intelligent. I think they're all smart, but I do think he's a smart guy. When I look at the whole journey of my life, I feel like being around the stallions and the foals has been really helpful in the whole horsemanship, doing all of it, older horses to babies.
Out at McMahon, we appreciate the access, the strength of New York breeding. For more information, visit nybreds.com. On this gorgeous first Saturday in November, coverage continuing from the Big A and horses in the paddock for the 7th. Start of the late pick 4. New York breds going a mile and a 16th on a firm turf course, wide open. Looking at an experience, currently 3-1. We'll check in with Maggie momentarily. We'll have riders up post-parade in the 7th race and see if this trend of upsets continues. Favorites denied in the first 6 races. Looking at El Delary there, 4-1 currently, looking for an 8th lifetime win. That's next in the 7th at Aqueduct.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races on this Breeders' Cup Saturday. We do have live coverage from Belmont at the Big A, the penultimate race day here for the Belmont at the Big A meeting, and horses here in the paddock for today's 7th race. We'll start by talking about a horse who looks to take a good bit of money, as he is currently doing in number 1, Amplitude, of course, for Potent Connections. So Chad Brown, Jose Lascano looking for another one here on the card. And Amplitude's a horse who adds blinkers. And watching his races, he's a horse that doesn't necessarily have an abundance of early speed. In fact, Manny Franco often has to kind of be niggling at him the whole way just to keep him up in contention, up in the bridle. And he never really puts his head down and levels off. So the idea with blinkers a lot of time is for a horse to do that. He is a very laid-back sort, especially in the prelims. He does not have an abundance of energy here in the paddock, which is kind of a turnaround from when he started his career as a 3-year-old last year. He was actually a little bit more of a rambunctious type, but that's not the case looking at him here today. He does add the typical Chad Brown, just short cup cheater blinker, but physically looks tremendous here. Incredibly healthy. He looks so strong behind the saddle too, which I like to see. So hopefully the addition of these blinkers will put him in a more forward position, be a little bit more handier for Jose Lascano, who climbs aboard for the first time, and so therefore he can level off late in the game. Moving on to one that has no problem with being forward, and that's number 5, Terminal Velocity, who has beaten some of them in here, including Mo 88 and Charles J. And last time, well, he was coming off of just a 2-month layoff. He is a horse that is quite big. And I remember thinking in his debut, in which he ran okay, and albeit that was on the dirt, that he just looked as though he needed to start. So I wasn't here for his last effort back on October 11th, but I would gander to say that he's tucked up and probably, a horse that sometimes can be quite fresh. Also, he didn't get to the lead last time, which could have been his undoing. He will have to deal with another horse like El Delary and, of course, An Experience, who might be the speed of the speed in here. But just a horse, Lafitte, that really caught my eye. He's a big horse. He's very appealing when you look at him, great coat to him, and does look fit in here. So wondering if he moves forward from that effort last time out.
All right, so Maggie likes what she sees there. Terminal Velocity. Could you make the case, Andy, that his latest, the mile, may be a little too sharp and back at a mile and a 16th today, perhaps more in his wheelhouse?
Who, Terminal Velocity?
Mm-hmm.
No, I thought he got a bad ride last time. I don't know what Jose was doing with him, to be honest with you. And I think in this race, it's much more simplistic because An Experience going to go. And I think that Jamie Rodriguez just sits second with Terminal Velocity. It seemed like Jose was fighting him the whole way. Maybe the horse wasn't really acting. And I thought it was kind of a weird trip. Thought his prior race, he ran well in there, going the mile 16th. I don't think it's distance. Going to find a mile. He just seemed to fight Jose the whole last time. There also was more pace in the race last time than there is today.
But does look the part, does Terminal Velocity. Been that kind of afternoon. Favorites denied so far. See if that trend continues. Team Amplitude hoping it does not. The current favorite at 5-2.
I picked him third. He could pick up pieces, but I have no idea why he's favored in this race other than the connections.
Jose Lascano seeking a second win this afternoon. Mo 88 graduated in his latest.
Yeah, perfect trip last time out. Improving sort that I like in this group. Tactical and get some speed.
So Pruder, number 3, he's been struggling at the level.
He's Andy off. I bet him last time. He did absolutely no running. He's a deep closer in a race. Just doesn't have a ton of speed.
An Experience who is best when he's able to control up front.
Exactly. He needs the lead to me. He was a blowout winner when doing so. He's going to have some pressure directly to his outside of the 5.
Big Colt looks good today, says Maggie. Terminal Velocity.
That's an outrageous price in this horse. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to bet him to win it here at 19-1 and use him in some exactas.
Gelding, I should say. And then Run Happy Pappy.
Huge class test off of that 7-length win last
3
time
for
out.
4 in the pick 3 if this one wins.
Charles,
pick 4, excuse me.
Charles J. has to develop that knockout punch.
He's a closer, though, that's a good price at 10-1 that runs well enough to win here.
El Delary, second in his last pair.
Yeah, favored on the morning line, and he's one that's very competitive and right there at this level attempting to break through.
Landauer, 25-1 stunner 10 days ago.
Well, my friend Steve Bick and his partner Patrick Lewis got the money last time in a softer field, though, with a great ride from Kendrick.
Mo Creasa stuck outside after 2 rail draws.
Throwing his head a bit there, but yeah, he gets stuck on the outside here in this event, but he hasn't really given me the impression in his last 2 efforts against some familiar faces that he is breaking through in this one either.
Late pick 4 gets underway here. 5 minutes out. New York breds, mile and a 16th on a firm turf course. Looking at An Experience, Andy's top selection, and his most recent, mid-September, right here. Makes the lead, but is going to get run down in stretch and have to settle for a second place finish, Andy.
The lost to horse Iron Max, it's in a different league than these horses right now. I mean, he does the same thing in this race he did up in Saratoga. He wins races despite the pace being against him. It's like he's running in a separate race than everybody else. The An Experience ran well, and I believe when he's been able to control, which he should be able to here, he's been very tough to beat.
An Experience.
Well, he's just a type of horse to me that, you know, when you're looking at his form, you may think that he has to have the lead. I don't find him to be a certain need the lead type, but he certainly, I think the number 5 is going to be ridden a bit differently this time around. I think he's going to be sent with speed that he has with Jaime Rodriguez aboard, who's been riding well. I think he's going to make the decision to obviously try to get that horse more involved. But, you know, as far as An Experience is concerned, can he be better than this group and just wire this field? Absolutely, I agree with that.
You're going with Mo 88, graduated in his latest and now trying to go back-to-back facing winners for the first time.
And that's not always an easy task, is it? He had a perfect trip last time out. I think that he obviously faced inexperience 3 back on the running lines where he arguably, inexperience, had a perfect trip, just blew out that field. He had some trouble there. And to me, he just seems like possibly a right time type of horse. As far as his 3 back effort at Saratoga, not as perfect as a trip as I mentioned, caught wide through traffic. He was checked early, and I just find that this horse really does have some ability there. I found him interesting at the price, and hopefully he's able to move forward facing winners for the first time.
To Maggie, trackside.
Yeah, we'll pick up the conversation there with number 2, Mo 88, a horse that I actually really liked on several occasions up at Saratoga, but that was summertime. It's actually fairly warm today. I'm not going to complain whatsoever, but it's a lot colder than what it was up in Saratoga. And this guy has just been completely washed out since the start. And I know that Johnny Ortiz had said, a few times that he can be a little bit of a playboy, but it really seemed in his last 2 that he had put it all together and had become very, very focused. So I also thought that he was kind of with the racetrack last time. It paid to save ground back on September 18th on the inner turf course. And while he was kind of steadied back early, he was able then to get over to save all the ground. And he was right off of a slow pace. And he ran on. He was somewhat complimented by Haute Couture coming back to win, but posting a slower Beyer speed figure. I just don't like the fact that he's gotten so washy here today. So we'll see what he does as we'll move on to, I think, a very logical horse, actually, a horse who has just become favorite in number 8, El Delary. I wonder, though, is he a horse that ultimately needs to lead to do his best running? I mean, look at his running lines. Yes, once upon a time on the dirt, for 7,500, he won while stalking just off of it. But obviously, this was an excellent claim by Robbie Bales. But his best performances have come when he is the one on the front end early. He looks great, as he always has. He's a horse that presents himself as a really good doer. It looks as though he gets into his tub quite regularly, carries a lot of weight and conditioning, but good weight and conditioning. So we'll see. And last time, just a point, I know it says firm there on that October 11th course. It was a little less than firm, similar to kind of what we're dealing with here today. So we'll see if he can negotiate it. We'll see if he can negotiate a trip not being on the lead. Lafitte?
And that October 11th race you're referencing, Maggie, what did you take from this effort, Andy, with El Delary?
Okay, got a good trip. The race kind of fell apart. The winner came from far behind him. Winner at a tougher post. Thought he probably should have won the race. He's fine. He can win. I think he's a bad favorite at 2-1, but I don't think he's out of it. I prefer inexperience, so I think it's both a more likely winner and a better price at 7-2, a horse that can be more forward, but El Delary's fine.
What will you be looking for early on strategically from those 2, being that they're both most effective when they are in the mix or dictating from the start?
Dylan's not a rider that likes to be aggressive, so I'd be surprised if he's super aggressive in here. Maybe he will be, but I think the 4 and 5 are probably going to be in a position where they're the first 2. But he should try to get better position than he did last time out. But it was a little contentious early last time, but ultimately it did fall apart, which I think fell into his lap a little bit. So even though he might be a little better forward, he got the right trip for the way that race played out.
Mo 88, Megan, who you're going with. There's another look and experience. Mo 88, but as Maggie just pointed out, little washy, little warm today on here at Aqueduct.
When I see that Maggie's
he
kind
is,
of,
I should say, not here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, seeing those kinds of things physically is key in these races to me, especially with a horse that's dealing with the class test. And, I don't love that Maggie, I don't love that that's what she saw, obviously, but he's a type of horse that I think could get the right kind of setup. He breaks from the inside with the speed to his outside. He could find that tactical type of trip. That's why I'm so interested in him. And while he very well could beat or could be bested by some more seasoned horses at the level, I found him interesting, and we'll see how he fares.
As they've reached the starting gate, time for the late pick 4. Favorites turned away in the first 6 races today. Belmont at the Big A. New York breds, mile and a 16th on a firm turf course or something close to it for this 7th race. Final check of the tote board reading. Go ahead.
I think people also have to realize that there are different firms. And I agree with Maggie about October 11th. Of course, there was more the good side of firm, and this track is good and firm, but you're not going to get a really firm course on November 1st. No. It's not going to be like July and August where these courses get baked. You get some rain, and we had about 1.5 inches on Wednesday. It's just not going to dry the way it's going to dry when it's really, really hot out. You'll never get back to that firm course.
See who handles it all best of these New York breds. So turn it over to Chris Griffin with the call. 7th race live. Belmont at the Big A on Fox Sports 2.
Steps forward. There's Landauer. Mokrisa. Mokrisa goes in. All set. And they're off. Terminal Velocity asks for speed from in between horses right towards the front. Terminal Velocity will kick on and is over on the rail, is in front by a full length. We'll get company from An Experience, is tugging to move forward. Out wide, Mokrisa wants to be in the early mix too. Out in the center of the course, gonna have to look to tuck in somewhere, as it's going to be Terminal Velocity to take him into the turn. Now, getting over is Mokrisa, Christopher Elliott. There's still a stalking second. An Experience is back to third. El Deliria's in fourth, with at the rail Charles J in fifth. They're followed to the outside by Run, Happy Pappy in sixth. Then in seventh, that's Amplitude. Is followed in eighth by Mo 88. The two trailers, Landauer and Zapruder. They work up the backstretch 22 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. Terminal Velocity has company from Mokrisa. They're a clear 1-2. Nice journey for An Experience. And Kendrick Harmouche watching the top duo. Just in behind them in that third position, El Deleri starts to move forward in front of Charles J. Out wider there, trying to run on. Run Happy Pappy is in front of Amplitude. Then comes Mo 88 from the back, Landauer, and the trailer Zapruder. 47.21 for a half-mile time, and they turn up the pressure up front. And on the front end, it's still Terminal Velocity. Here comes the run from An Experience, who's had a perfect journey so far, 3 wide, is coming to the outside here of Mokrisa, and these are the front 3. El Deleri is going to try and save ground towards the inside. Kicking on, Terminal Velocity took 2 lengths out of the field. An Experience getting in, but does have momentum now. An Experience down the center of the course on a stubborn Terminal Velocity who's still there. Terminal Velocity will not relent. An Experience is trying to run by this rival. An Experience making hard work of it. Terminal Velocity still gutting it out towards the inside. These two head and head down the line. Terminal Velocity earned it. Terminal Velocity wins it over An Experience. Then came Mo 88, Amplitude on late. Mokrisa in 1 minute 43.57 seconds.
The big gelding tipped his hand, so to speak, in the paddock as Maggie explained. Terminal Velocity digs in, holds on, 17-1 outsider to kick off the late pick 4. Wow.
Great call by Maggie. As I said, I was just using 4s and 5s in this race. And
well done.
I don't really know why Kendrick was so eager to just sort of let this horse go off the lead. Now, they were moving a bit, to be fair, and this horse was very game down the lane. But, geez, I mean, it's crazy that this horse was 17-1, who didn't get such a good trip last time. And what makes... Other than the trip last time, the race 2 back is good enough to win here. It's a crazy price on this horse.
100%. I mean, Jaime Rodriguez has been riding great today. I mean, negotiates another trip, is able to get this horse on the front end to exactly where he wanted to be with, you know, I thought An Experience was going to be quicker than him, but he managed to really settle in nicely, got the job done. I agree with Andy. It was a huge price, huge overlay in this race. I believe that he was certainly one of the horses to beat off of that 2-back effort and comes out of here with the right trip, the right ride, gets it done.
Andy, you like 4s and 5s? Maggie liked the winner, Terminal Velocity 17-1. Megan, the horse you liked as well, Mo 88, completing the trifecta, 4 to win. Well done, like I said, well done, team. You guys nailed this one.
This is a crazy price on this horse. This is just, honestly, and I think Maggie would agree, I don't think this is like coming up with some brilliant horse at 17-1. This is just a horse that's too big a price in this race.
Is there something to be said about betting tracks when a much bigger event is happening elsewhere and all the attention of most of the racing world and handicappers is on Derby Day, a Triple Crown Day, or a Breeders' Cup Saturday?
No, I think the money's usually smart. I think it was just dumb here. I don't know what to say.
You know,
I don't know.
Lisa Markowski, the barn is a lower level barn. You know, you're kind of looking at more familiar faces in this group. Perhaps might have gone unnoticed. I thought this horse was obviously one of the horses to beat in this event. But Lisa Barkowski, she is a smart horsewoman. She does well with her horses, and she gets the win here today.
I go back a long way with Lisa, who many of us know as Headband Lisa. She's
Lisa.
been around the racetrack since before you were born, and around a long, long time. And Lisa's terrific. I mean, I don't think you can find too many people that don't like Lisa. She's at the racetrack where nobody likes anybody. Everybody likes Lisa. And I'm thrilled to see her do well.
2-1 in the 7th. Belmont at the Big A. Speaking of upsets, we saw a big upset in last year's Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Starlust at a big price at Del Mar. Field and updated odds for the second of 9 Breeders' Cup Championship races. 5 furlongs, blink and you miss it. Let's revisit last year's Turf Sprint. Starlust pulling off the upset, but right there, Megan, Motorious and AG Bullet as well, running 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, I know Andy has interest in Motorious. AG Bullet is just a horse that probably, to me, one of the most interesting, hard-knocking horses in training. She just always shows up, and you'll see Motorious coming out of this race as well. I had interest in AG Bullet, Andy. I know you have a case for Motorious and Reef Runner, some of those West Coast horses coming in on their home turf. I thought he ran it terrific in this event. I really, really like the campaign that AG Bullet has put together, and she's just always right there as that huge upset came last year.
I just like watching a horse I bet they paid a big price. By the way, the winner, Starlust, got one of the that might be a top 3 ride in Breeders' Cup history. That horse
Huge ride by Ross O'Ryan.
AG Bullet's trying to break the Kentucky Downs curse, right? You
exactly,
over 38, over 39.
Yes,
but she's the
like
goods.
that.
I mean, she's very, very good. She can be forward. She can rate. She's sensational. I love her. I think Motorious is terrific. I like the number 2 in this race. Is it Reef Runner?
Reef Runner, yep.
I like Reef Runner. There aren't too many bets I have in this Breeders' Cup card, to be honest. My best bet is Amalok in the turf, but Reef Runner is one of the 3 I want to bet on. I'm going to bet a few bucks on Mulligan as well and use with the favorite, Ben Tornado. But I think Reef Runner has just improved dramatically. He's very good at the 5 furlongs, as evidenced by a race he was disqualified on, the race before the Pacific Classic that Fierceness won. And then he showed, with not the best of trips, going 6.5 down the hill at Santa Anita, how good his form has gotten, and I like him in this race.
Going right,
1, 2s,
if
and
it ain't
8s.
broke, don't fix it. Going right back to Ross O'Ryan, who is riding your best bet of the afternoon in the Breeders' Cup Turf.
Yes, I feel that we make a great team.
We saw that.
I want to know you said that.
For you, Megan?
You know, Chancer McPatrick is a horse that I have an interesting relationship with, and he's going to get, I think, exactly what he wants. A back to the mile. And he obviously, last time out in the Allen Jerkins, he faced a monstrous group and he didn't exactly run as well as you might have thought that day. I think that he's getting back to exactly what he wants to do. He's got the pace in this race. He's a horse that I think is coming into himself better. My problems with him earlier in the spring was maybe perhaps he just didn't have enough to him, enough substance, but I think that he's rolling on well for trainer Chad Brown. And I think the dirt mile is probably, like the filly and mare turf, one of the more wide open groups of this card. And I think Chancer has a shot. He is a deep closer, going to have to get things his way, but I thought he was interesting now back at the mile distance.
That's it for you guys. You're saying goodbye. Going to go home, enjoy the Breeders' Cup, enjoy the remainder of the Belmont Big A program.
I was having a great time with Meg for like 3 hours together.
We had a lot of bonding time.
And then this, and then you showed up and ruined things.
Everything
I mean,
changed.
it's just, that's the kind of, you're a party pooper. There's no doubt. Amalok, by the way, my best bet in the Breeders' Cup today. In the Breeders' Cup
We
turf.
didn't establish that already?
I don't know.
That's the Ross O'Ryan.
Ross O'Ryan.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I forgot. I wasn't listening. My short-term memory's going.
That'll wrap things up. Megan and Andy, we get to do this again tomorrow?
Yes, I'll be reporting tomorrow. It'll
Early
be a lot of fun.
start on tomorrow.
You and I tomorrow.
Broadcast. Awesome.
Don't miss me too much, guys.
Can't wait.
We
Tomorrow's
won't
show.
miss you. We'll see you.
You'll see what kind of mood I'm in depending on what happens in Game 7 tonight of the World Series, man. You're awful. You're awful. The feature's still ahead. Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship on America's Day at the Races. We'll be right back.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Corniche.
Corniche.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Here comes a wall of horses, true to tradition, idiot-proof in the white cap, Diabolical on the grandstand side, coming home gamely now, and Diabolical and Frankie Dettori strike the front, coming with a late run, Storm Treasure on the outside, and here's the Irish Willie, true to tradition, coming home gamely, Diabolical, and now here's Desert Code. Desert Code gonna get up, and Desert Code got up to beat Diabolical.
How'd you get up, Richie?
I always knew I had it won.
Every time I see it, I don't think you're going to get there. Desert Code at a massive price in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Richard Migliori in the saddle also happens to be Aqueduct's all-time leading jockey. Much different Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint then. 6.5 furlongs down the hillside turf course. Just like watching that all these years later, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
The jubilation I felt, and frankly, relief. You know, I had been very unlucky with the Breeders' Cup. A couple of untimely injuries cost me Breeders' Cup winners. So then to finally get one, and honestly, being injured is what led me to going to California. So in some odd, convoluted kind of way, those injuries led me there to Desert Code and David Hoffman's, who I just had so much respect for and cared about him so much. But Desert Code was very good down the hill, and he probably was a bit overlooked because he wasn't coming into it in the best of form. And David Hoffman's did some job to have him so good on the day. And honestly, the horse, they went a half in 41-4, a sub-42 half. And I came out of the gate riding to get position, and the horse pinned his ears at me, and I said, he was telling me something. Yeah, he was saying, hey, dummy.
How far back were you?
Oh, I was a good 12, 14 lengths off the lead at one point. But he basically, the horse said to me, dummy, we're going too fast. I'm not capable of doing that. And if I had kept hustling him, he would have stopped. And the fact that I just trusted him, put my hands down. And about the 3/8 pole, he started leaning on me. I said, oh, I got horse. I'm going to get a piece of this. But you got 12 horses in front of you. And we made it across the dirt, and riding out there, knowing that course, she didn't move before the dirt was critical because the way they came apart. And then finding someone to follow, and I look up, and there's Godolphin Blue. Well, you know they're live, and followed Frankie.
Was it Frankie that you got? Diabolical?
And Diabolical, and I nailed
Making it all
him.
that much sweeter.
Yeah, on the money. And then for the next 2 hours, Frankie was telling me how I ruined his day, how he hated me. And then he won the Classic on Ravens Run.
Ravens Pass.
Well, Ravens Pass, yeah. So.
Maggie Wolfendale just made somebody's day. If you're at home and you're following the advice and selections from our handicappers, Maggie with a 17-1 shot pictured there, entering the winner's circle. Tough as nails in deep stretch, able to hold on, turn back all challengers. Terminal velocity in the 7th at Aqueduct. To Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with winning trainer of Terminal Velocity, Lisa Barkowski. And Lisa, you were joking with me. I knew you'd pick him, Maggie, because of all the dapples, despite if he had no form. But the fact of the matter is, he had form. Talk about his last race and what went wrong.
We thought we would be on the lead, and we gave Jose the option to take back if another horse tried to go, and it just didn't work out. When Jose was taking back, the other rider was and it just ended up in a jam up, and that's not really the trip we envisioned. And he bounced right back out of that race like he didn't run, so we figured we'll just run him right back here. Normally he likes a lot more time between races. But considering that he didn't get to run too much in that race, really, or run his race, let's say, then we thought, he'd like to run right back, and he showed us that he did.
He did. Those are fairly quick fractions, and Jamie Rodriguez was taking no prisoners today.
We rode Jamie when he had the bug, and we were so happy to be able to get him back in the saddle for us. He is one of those guys that really is always on your side. He always tries to, we come up with a plan together, and he tries to stick to the plan. And he's such a good, aggressive, strong rider in the stretch. I mean, there's nothing not to like about him.
Really, and his attitude and his work ethic are just tremendous.
Outstanding, outstanding.
Well, good to see both of you in the winner's circle with Terminal Velocity today.
I appreciate that.
Of course, as Terminal Velocity getting the win. Gate to wire fashion was so game in doing so. Guys.
Great stuff, Maggie. Fun race, fun story, and by that much, Terminal Velocity able to hold off the late charging and experience.
Feels like he met the challenge and then fought for it, right? Looked like beaten and then fought back. And Jamie Rodriguez with another win on the day. For people that are unfamiliar with him, actually started his career here, then went to different jurisdictions to kind of get his career going. He's ridden close to 170 winners now on the year. I don't care what jurisdiction you're in. When you win that many races, you can ride.
Big win there. And what we've seen thus far, chalk players getting crushed in the first few stages of this pick six with the carryover looking very likely like a carryover for the Sunday program, which we turn the page. Favorites denied all afternoon. Wide open eighth race. Back to the main track. Starter allowance, 7/8 of a mile sprint. Ranger Battalion, Richie, at 5-2. How did you see this one unfolding?
This is a head scratcher, very tough handicapping conundrum. He's more of a closer, particularly, turning back, right, going 7 furlongs. And I think there's an ample enough amount of speed signed on that's going to help set up the Three Shaddocks late run.
That's coming up next. Eighth race, 22 minutes. Meantime, cross country at Del Mar. It is the 42nd Breeders' Cup World Championships and the Longines Classic. The main event, not the last event, but the main event. Mile and a quarter, 3-year-olds and older, $7 million purse. No sovereignty, so now fierceness. Established as the 5-2 morning line favorite back in California, where he has done all kinds of damage in 3 trips. And winning this Pacific Classic, even things went sideways almost at the start.
Well, he went sideways right there, and that's losing a lot of momentum for a horse that previously has never really shown the ability to run in behind horses or overcome adversity. How about that decisive move there when Johnny Velasquez got the split around the far turn, having enough confidence in his horse that he would continue with that early run, taking advantage of a spot that's there. To me, he showed a completely different dimension that he had ever shown before. And I think maybe it's as simple as this, Lafitte. When he's carrying good weight, when his coat is good, rich and hydrated, he runs his A race. And when he's a little bit on the thinner side or a little bit on the drier side, he just doesn't show up. And from what I can ascertain, looking at him train on TV, on a television screen, he looks like he's doing very well physically at the moment.
Is that effort good enough to win the Breeders' Cup Classic, what we saw in the Pacific Classic?
I think so. I genuinely believe it is. And now listen, he gets post 1 again. You sure hope he doesn't do that dipsy doodle at the break again.
Johnny will be ready.
Right? Now, I guarantee you, when you're watching the Breeders' Cup Classic later, Johnny Velasquez, as they're walking into the starting gate, will have the crop in his left hand. He'll be tapping him on his left flank, kind of reminding him, hey, I don't want you going to the left. I want you to go forward and straight. Now, you've got a rabbit in there, contrary thinking. Perfect world. Johnny Velasquez comes out running, gets away clean. Let the rabbit go. Act like he doesn't exist. Let him clear. Put your horse out in second in the clear, and then you're controlling the race from second.
Fierceness, second as a 3-year-old. Last year in the Breeders' Cup Classic, the 3-year-old, not running in the Breeders' Cup Classic, the favorite Sovereignty, Maggie. But what about the rest, the sophomores competing in tonight's Breeders' Cup Classic?
Well, Hafid, as we've often talked about this entire year, is how big of superstars would journalism, would Baeza be if we didn't have sovereignty in this crop, as they have been very good in their own rights. And journalism, your middle jewel, Triple Crown winner of the Preakness, of course, and the horse that honestly a lot of us, including myself, liked heading into the Kentucky Derby. He is a horse that really moves exceptionally well. Now, his last effort, to be fair, behind the aforementioned fierceness and also his first try against some older rivals, I just thought he looked a little bit like a tired horse. He has had a taxing campaign where he has flown from coast to coast several times and also flying from California to take down the Haskell. He's talented, but for me, I want the horse that perceivably is on the upward trajectory, and that is Baeza, as he comes in off of his first Grade 1 victory in the Pennsylvania Derby. But just watching his training too, it looks as though John Sheriffs has taken some of the company away, and yet he's still responding. This is a horse that has just gained so much focus and mental maturity throughout the year that I feel like, too, with John Sheriffs at the helm, who is not a, dictator, he's more of a developer when it comes to training horses, that he might have this 3-year-old Baeza coming into his own at the really at the right time. Lafitte?
Really coming around is Baeza. Yeah. Richie, I think both of us were really excited when he wound up getting into the Kentucky Derby. A solid third-place finish behind Sovereignty and Journalism. What are you expecting from both Journalism and Baeza this evening?
Well, listen, I think they're both extremely talented, and like Maggie said, overshadowed by Sovereignty, who to me is generational kind of talent. But I think Baeza's taken more steps forward over the summer. Now, that might put him in closer proximity to Journalism, or maybe even overtake him. I just think that he developed the most mentally, where Journalism was more of a finished product heading into the Triple Crown, where Baeza is the one that's been kind of incrementally improving, and it looks like he's coming into this in good order. I could see Baeza turning the tables on Journalism here, and I'm a huge Journalism fan. I just think they're all going to have their hands full with fierceness, particularly with the way the racetrack has been playing at Del Mar. Very kind to horses that are forwardly placed.
And that rabbit's going to have to light things up, to set things up for the defending champ in Sierra Leone, looking to join Tiznow as the only back-to-back Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Tiznow winning for America at Belmont in 2001 with Chris McCarron.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire. With Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded Stakes winners Whitwater's Rand. Implicated. Apple Picker, and Forever After All. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
That morning I was in my living room having a cup of coffee, and my buddy Richie Rosenblatt called me up on the phone and said, turn on the TV, and he hung up the phone. I went, okay, and that was that.
We came up here to the roof, which is only about 12 miles from the World Trade Center, watching all the smoke billowing and all the horror that was going on, and we knew that our lives had been forever changed.
Well, he had run in the Woodward Stakes 3 days prior to 9/11, and Sandy and I were there and flew back from New York 2 days before 9/11 on 9/9. And then nobody could fly, of course, after 9/11 for some time. So he remained at Belmont Park in Shug McGay's barn. He also had his exercise boy and groom with him. And they stayed, I think, about 11 or 12 more days before they could fly out of New Jersey and come back to California.
The racetrack's always been my sanctuary. It just, particularly those first few days, it was really hard to feel like this was important, what we were doing.
Getting back to work certainly was a distraction, but the fright of what happened came rushing back when I arrived in New York.
I went upstairs and went into the booth, and I looked out to the infield, which I had looked out over from my perch up there 1,000 times. And I looked at the tote board, and I thought something was different. And then I picked up my glasses, and I looked over, and there was a sniper's nest in the tote board.
Right before the races began on Breeders' Cup Day, track management asked all the jockeys to put their colors on, and we were all given an FDNY hat or NYPD hat.
Everybody understood the magnitude of that, and that we were all in solidarity about what happened. No matter where you were from, we're on the same page, and everybody had that same feeling that we were gonna show the world that we were gonna put on the best show possible and keep racing at the forefront.
Ready for the start of the Classic. And they're off.
I asked him to run coming out of the gate because we were stuck out in the 10 hole, and all the way down the backstretch he was traveling very comfortably. And then I heard a horse coming to my outside, and I saw the blue Godolphin colors.
Here comes the ARC winner, Saki, and he storms to the lead. Saki a narrow lead, and Tisnow is battling on. The American Horse of the Year and the ARC winner are heads apart with a furlong to go in the Classic.
At the 16th pole, I decided, well, I'll give him one tap to see if he'll respond favorably from that, and he did.
On the outside, Saki, Tisnow fights on. Here's the wire, desperately close. Tisnow wins it for America.
You could say, I suppose, that it was a jingoistic thing to say, but it was the story. It was the story.
I felt like racing won that day. It was a celebration of our sport in the face of unspeakable terror.
It was a realization of a dream again that year to have him win it twice in a row. And he really deserved it.
I was just flooded with emotions, mostly elation and very, very proud that Tisnow would show up on a most important day in the history of our country, not just the history of our racing industry.
So well said, Richie, and that racing won that day, and how odd and eerie and unconventional everything was, as you heard Tom Durkin describing, and as you witnessed as well, being at Belmont that afternoon, like the presence of snipers and how different the world felt at that time.
It felt so completely different. The barricades out in front of the entrances to make sure that no cars could run through, the bomb-sniffing dogs, the snipers. And, you know, we're 10 miles as the crow flies to the World Trade Center. I was up on the roof watching one of the towers fall the morning it actually happened. And so many people in my community at the time, Garden City, we lost so many neighbors, friends, people. And at one point, it was like, racing, is it even that important?
Right.
But what was important was getting back to some sort of sense of normalcy, our routine, not allowing terror to freeze us in that position where, hey, we're going to rebuild, we're going to pick up, we're going to go on. And then to have Tisnow put on that performance, Jay Robbins, the training job, Chris McCarron, what an incredible ride. You think about the magnitude of the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he got down to the 6th and said, well, maybe I'll give him a tap now left-handed to see if he'll respond to it. That's when a rider is in their zone, completely confident, in particular. And then Tom Durkin putting the exclamation point on that day of racing. Tisnow wins it for America. I still can get goosebumps thinking about it.
Tisnow, who didn't want to train leading up to that Breeders' Cup Classic. McCarron at his very best when it mattered most. And Ali Sheba, Sunday silence. Tisnow twice only, 2-time Breeders' Cup Classic winner. And in 2001, just after the terrorist attacks, winning for America.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 son Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at nairabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races. Thanks so much for joining us. Live coverage continuing. Fox Sports 2, Belmont at the Big A, Breeders' Cup out west. 3 races left here on the Saturday program. And a post-parade brewing starter allowance extended sprint 7/8 of a mile. Number 6, the current favorite, Ranger Battalion. We start with Hot Spun. Not much since his maiden win in May.
No, but is making his 3rd start off of that freshening and would have to improve, but could see some improvement 3rd start.
Game bred, graduated in a maiden claimer?
Yeah, it took him a while to graduate. It's always the toughest jump, going from maidens to winners.
Shattuck, a bad habit of breaking poorly.
Breaks poorly. I do think he's got a puncher's chance, though, because I do think there's some pace to help him.
Like that guy, Wistucky, quick colt.
Very quick. Shug McGahee stretching him out to 7 furlongs. Did win by 10 to break his maiden going 7.
Jungle Glow, new face on the scene. Then the favorite, Ranger Battalion.
Just makes a lot of sense. Runs consistently fast enough to win and should sit a good trip right behind the pace.
Defeated favorite at the level early October. Then Timaeus, who's rattled off 2 straight.
2 straight in easier company. Sometimes it just builds a horse's confidence. They're athletes. Even though they're equine, they still have confidence issues too.
Number 8, 3 Bs, 2nd and 2 for Linda Rice.
Yeah, kind of a one-paced runner. He needs to get, I think, just a touch more involved. Maybe the 7/8 will help him do that.
Uncle Jim, this is key. 2 for 3 at this 7 furlong distance.
Yeah, and he's very well placed with that post. Was talking with Kendrick Carmouche earlier, and he came back. He was covered in dirt, and he said, you know, my horses aren't running through the kickback that much today. I'm going to be more aggressive with everything. Well, now this horse gets the outside, so you don't have to worry about kickback.
Field for the 8th race. Maggie, you have any other 17-1 shots we can unload on?
How about an 8-1 shot here, Lafitte, as we'll start by talking about number 4, Wist-Tucky, a horse that I actually had the opportunity to watch in his start 2-back win at Monmouth. And I paid special attention. I usually don't pay that close attention to equipment unless I see a horse that I haven't seen in the flesh before doing something in their races. And the fact of the matter is, Wist-Tucky has some pretty funny head carriage and likes to kind of lean out a little bit, as he did the same thing last time out, and therefore actually maybe he was always going to get beat by the eventual winner there at Delaware, but he let him come up the rail. So in that first start at Monmouth, he did have on a figure 8. Today, nothing on his face. That's usually how Shook's horses run anyway, but ring bit, tongue tie, same blinkers as last time. He looks fabulous though. A horse that's kind of, I don't want to say he's not really, he's second off the layoff, but third start for Shug. And I wonder if he has the ability to get back to some of his better races, because the ones for Dale Romans in Kentucky, in Florida, are pretty good. So maybe his best days are behind him, but he looks the part here on this occasion at the Big A. Moving on to his inside, Shattuck, for Joe Sharp. As you guys pointed out, this horse has an inability to get out of the gate cleanly, and you can kind of see it with the way that he just carries himself behind. He doesn't, he doesn't really march under himself. He doesn't, as we often have to judge horses when buying them as yearlings, you talk about their footfall, about how their back hooves eclipse their front placement. This horse really doesn't do that much. He just kind of meets his front feet with his back, and I think it's just a lack of push, a lack of strength from behind the saddle. Now he is getting a nice warm up here from Ricardo Santana, who does know him now, which I often think helps when horses riders are familiar with their mounts and any curiosities that they have, and he has one on him. We'll see what he does here. He looks good. I always respect Joe Sharp horses. He's a big price if you like him, but that inability to get out of the gate bothers me a bit. Now, number 7 is Timaeus, a horse that I wouldn't usually like for the fact that he looks a bit cheap on paper. Look, he finally broke through the non-3 condition, and last time out for the 20, he rode a pretty good rail, not as gold as October 3rd, but October 5th, it was still pretty good, and he rode the rail entire way around there. Ruben Silvera scooting up the fence and winning by 4. He just also looks like he's doing very well right now. So last race, a little hard to believe if it's as good as the 85 buyer would suggest, but thriving at the moment for Rudy Rodriguez, whose barn is doing very well at the current meeting. Number 9, Uncle Jim. You guys pointed out how adept he is at this distance, and you can see it with the way he's put together. He's a bit of a bigger horse, but he's also a sharp horse. As soon as he got out on track, he wanted to go with Kendrick, and Kendrick was more than happy to let him do so. Got that really nice warm-up, really looks great. And this is a horse that has had a fairly comprehensive 3-year-old campaign, so he is definitely thriving on racing as he'll make his 3rd start off the claim for Horacio de Paz. Lafitte, we'll see if it can turn into a win, as he was wired by trust issues last time out.
Uncle Jim, Maggie, by City of Light, a Breeders' Cup winner, the Dirt Mile back in 2018.
And who is his grandsire on the female side of his family? Tis
there
now.
It is.
Things are kind of lining up here, Lafitte.
Uncle Jim at 3-1. Saw your interview earlier with Shug McGahee. You can just listen to Shug talk horses all day long. He has Wist-Tucky. The moments he's had and enjoyed on Breeders' Cup Saturday, and personal ensign remaining undefeated, defeating winning colors in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, a Lure 2-time mile winner. Didn't quite work out for Easy Goer in the Juvenile or the Breeders' Cup Classic, but Dancing Spree, Rhythm, just so many big moments on racing's championship stage over the years.
Shug is just so good. To have a high-profile job, like for the Phipps family, which he has for other years, and he has other clients as well, to be with them that many years speaks to their satisfaction with the job, the horsemanship that he brings, that he provides. It is fun to talk horses with Shug, and Shug's a guy that it's a constant progression with horses. He's not looking just at one day. He's looking at an entire career for them.
Used to be just a little bit more tense I remember some time had passed after that '89 Breeders' Cup, and he won 2 races. And this is back when there was only 7 Breeders' Cup races. And he was asked how he felt about the day, and he says, I was praying to Rhythm won the juvenile, and Dancing Spree won the sprint. We're proud of what we did accomplish. We're really disappointed we didn't get it all done. That was an easy goer to run second to Sunday Silence in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Angel Cordero Jr.'s ride on Dancing Spree, maybe the greatest Breeders' Cup ride ever.
Brilliant. Post-time race 8 live, Belmont at the Big A.
All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the outside from Ranger Battalion. Wistucky is in the early mix too. Wistucky puts a nose in front. Ranger Battalion challenging towards the outside as they are lined up across the racetrack here, very tightly bunched. Uncle Jim up on the far outside, but had to work to get there. Now is a half length in front of Wistucky. Timaeus is in that early mix too, as Outwiders a shared third with in between horses. Now moving on through. There comes Game Bred. Right there in 5th, and that tightly bunched early pack is Ranger Battalion. Backing off of the early heat now is Hot Spun. Then behind them comes 3Bs, the 2 at the back, Jungle Glow, and the trailer, Shattuck. But plenty of pace on, 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Uncle Jim is in front, is up by 2. Timaeus is ready to challenge towards the outside from second. Ranger Battalion starts to drop out of it. Same can be said for Wistucky. Making hard work of it there is Game Bred. From the back, here comes a run from Jungle Glow. Jamie Rodriguez on the move to the outside of 3Bs. As they reach the top of the stretch, Uncle Jim is still there. Uncle Jim is trying to open up. Ranger Battalion battling on towards the inside. Timaeus. Closers are making up some ground, but have a lot of ground to cover. Uncle Jim is in front. The one weaving through rivals is Shattuck. Shattuck in the red cap. The leader is Ranger Battalion. Shattuck towards the inside. Here comes a run from 3Bs to the outside. Can Ranger Battalion get there? Here comes 3Bs up on the outside in time. 3Bs gets up Ranger Battalion, then Shattuck and Uncle Jim in 1 minute 24.78 seconds.
Just when you think you're going to see the first favorite score on the program, Belmont at the Big A, 3Bs says no. Runs down Ranger Battalion in deep stretch of the 8th here at Aqueduct.
It's something we've seen a couple of times today, Lafitte, where horses have made what appears to be that winning move, which Ranger Battalion did with Jose Lascano, hits the front at the 3/16 pole, only to get run down late. And we hadn't seen a lot of that here at Aqueduct recently until today. And I just think it's something to keep an eye on with these horses. The horses that are making maybe slightly early moves are paying the price late.
We saw it a lot 40 years ago tomorrow. Breeders' Cup, 85. Rally wide, Proud Truth. Rally wide, Tasso, the center of the track.
Who rode Tasso?
Really, really good rider. That was his first Breeders' Cup win, yeah.
Well, it was only the second year of the Breeders' Cup, his first Breeders' Cup win, and he ran down what would prove to be an incredible stallion in Stormcat.
We had a Rhodesian Ridgeback we named Tasso.
I like that.
He was so excited he won his first Breeders' Cup event. So that was a long time ago, and today. How does that, when you're a rider, because it's just optically not the best look when you get nailed like he just did in the final strides after building a big lead.
And on the East Coast, riders in New York sometimes get criticized, and I think somewhat unfairly, that they don't want to be aggressive. Trainers and owners on the East Coast are much harder on you than when you hit the front, open up, and get caught. And as a rider, you don't want that criticism, so you'll tend to maybe err more on the side of caution. I can't blame Jose Lascano here. He made the winning move at Ranger Battalion. He just got run down by 3Bs, and the only person that wasn't concerned leaving the 16th pole was Linda Rice, because she trained both the winner and the runner-up.
At 12-1 3Bs. It has been that kind of afternoon here at Aqueduct today.
It has been, and here's another rider, Savachi, who's going to be here all winter, winning races, just like Jamie Torres early in the day. That was his second win of the day as well.
What have you observed from him? Like, what should our viewers know about him moving forward?
I think he's obviously very talented, very patient, though. You're going to see him win more races with that last run than I think you're going to see him being aggressive. He also rides predominantly on turf and synthetic through most of the year at Woodbine, and most of the time their synthetic track plays more to closers. So I think from what I've seen, you're going to see a rider that's more comfortable coming from off the pace.
Upset here, 3 Bs in the 8th race. Belmont at the Big A. We'll have those results in just a moment. Meantime, with the next Breeders' Cup event coming up very shortly, we started with all sprints, Filly Mare Sprint, Turf Sprint, now the original, one of the original 7 Breeders' Cup Sprint. Field and updated odds with Ben Tornado. What a difference a year makes. 7-5 currently, because last year Ben Tornado was 20-some-odd to 1, ran a winning race, gave Straight No Chaser all he could handle, but in the end, just too much. Straight No Chaser, who's back to defend his title.
Yeah, but boy, this horse, Ben Tornado, looks like he's breathing fire since he got to Del Mar. Every time he walks, he's on the bridle. He just never, ever comes off the bridle. And interesting, too, right, Lafitte? Last year, he came into the Breeders' Cup with 3 starts under his belt. This year, just 1. They got a race into him at Churchill. It was super impressive. And now here he is in the Breeders' Cup. And
so why is he? What's the biggest difference between Ben Tornado going into the Breeders' Cup last year, where again he was a big price, 28-1, and now he's favored just 2 races later?
Well, it was the first time that he ever took on older horses. Last year, he was a 3-year-old. He had never run against anything but horses in his own age group. And that's a huge thing when a horse can step up and run that big against horses that are a year older than them. Now he's a year older. Now he's a 4-year-old. And he ran the best race of his life coming into this in his first start.
2 stalls to the outside. Straight No Chaser, currently 5-1. Looking to go back-to-back in this Breeders' Cup Sprint. So he's champion sprinter, goes overseas, sensational in Riyadh, in the sprint there. A mess. Nothing went right. Pre-race, during the race, nothing went right for Straight No Chaser in Dubai in the Golden Shaheen. And just 1 race since all that time off, a prep in the Santa Anita Sprint Championship. What are you expecting?
Well, I think you'll see a better effort from him. My question is, at 6, is he a little bit past his best? Father Time is undefeated. He comes off at a useful 3rd in the same race that he won last year, the Santa Anita Sprint Championship that propelled him to Breeders' Cup glory. I just don't know that he's at quite as good this year as he was last year.
See if he can reach back and find the stuff that made him a Breeders' Cup champion. Last year, title defense, Straight No Chaser, Breeders' Cup Sprint next out west, Del Mar. And this is why we get excited when we see these 2-year-olds at Saratoga. You never know what that could lead to. Well, yesterday it led to a victory in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Ted Noffey and the win in the Juvenile Turf Sprint for Cy-Fair.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Nothing like New York City Central Park in the fall.
You ever do that, Lafitte? Get a boat, row out there?
No.
No?
No.
I could see you doing that.
I mean, somebody else is like the heavy lifting, hard work. Sure, I'll be there.
Someone else do the rowing?
Somebody, yeah, do that stuff, sure. Then I'll show up. Speaking of heavy lifting, 3B's here just starting to find his best stride right when it looks like Ranger Battalion is about to cruise.
Yeah, Ranger Battalion takes the measure of Uncle Jim here, who is traveling extremely well. And as a rider, right, you're watching the horse of the league. I better get after this guy because it doesn't look like he's going to come back to me. Now he did. He opens up. And then here comes 3B's with that relentless, grinding run out in the clear and gets it done. Like I said, the only person that didn't have any concerns was Linda Rice, who trained the winner and the runner-up.
Big run from Shattuck as well to finish third. Was that more 3B's going out and getting Ranger Battalion, or did Ranger Battalion just hit a wall late?
I think a combination. 3B's was certainly running through the wire, but it felt like Ranger Battalion maybe bottomed out just a little bit, which we've seen happen a few times today.
Mm-hmm. 2 left, including the upcoming 9th race. 29 minutes out. Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship Stakes here. 6 furlongs on the inner turf course, listed as firm. Updated odds with Niagara Skyline 2-1, along with Outlaw Kid at 2-1. Outlaw Kid, who held his own against sprinters who ran pretty well in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint earlier, exiting the Grade 2, the Woodford at Keeneland.
Yeah, and he's certainly trained by the right guy. You know, we always kind of label jockeys as, you know, well, he's a good speed rider or he's a good closing rider. And trainers, we do the same. Good turf trainer, good dirt trainer. Well, if we're going to put a label on George Weaver right now, other than being a very good trainer, turf sprints seem to be his specialty.
He doesn't like to be pigeonholed, but he's making it really difficult for us not to discuss how good he is with this particular brand of racing. As we saw yesterday, the first of 14 Breeders' Cup races, the Juvenile Turf Sprint, and the filly taking out the boys, Cy-Fair for Weaver and Arad Ortiz. Brussels runs huge, gets left at the start, and finishes with a flurry to run second.
Yeah, and he broke very European, right? A little bit more up in the air than straight and forward. That Cy-Fair was always in position. You know, Irad is just so good on these big days. He gets his horses where they need to be. She was always traveling. And Lafitte, watch when he sets her down. He's still, you know, just kind of building her into that crescendo, if you will, right? Now watch when he really sets her down. She reaches for ground. Look at her head out, down, really reaching for ground. This was a super impressive performance. Yes, Brussels would have got away cleaner. Maybe it's closer, but take nothing away. Cy-Fair was very good on the day.
And what a moment. Weaver, first ever career Breeders' Cup victory. Arad Ortiz, he's been there many times before. Turning the page. And the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, the crowning of a princess on Breeders' Cup afternoon. Super Corridora, talk about coming into her own.
Yeah, really. And you talk about having a plan and executing it. Hector Barrios for John Sadler, they were aggressive. They said, well, you know what, we're going to go. We're taking no prisoners. And she just kept finding Bafford's filly making the run at her on the outside. It looked like she had momentum.
Explorer.
Yeah, Explorer, but just couldn't find enough. The winner was best. The West Point Thoroughbreds, John Sadler. They had a nice little horse a few years ago win the Classic.
Flightline. Hector Barrios, and what that means for a rider. Kind of a rite to passage, a first win on a Breeders' Cup stage.
And, you know, here's a younger rider, a guy that I didn't have the pleasure of competing with. To get it done earlier in your career is always going to help get you more opportunities going forward.
Hey, man, these O'Briens, like, they can kind of train a little bit. As trainer Donica O'Brien sent Valentina, there you see her with Oisin Murphy, getting her over to the rail and unleashing her at just the right time.
A terrible draw, but what do? Okay, drop out, go all the way to the rail, and let's hope this works out. And Oisin Murphy, the leading rider in England this year, and this is pretty impressive effort.
Chilly inside,
man, the way
and
he
the
sipped it
confidence.
out.
And you can explain this much better than I can, but waiting for that seam to appear, that once the horses start to fan out, like it's gonna happen. It will appear. Just have to sit chilly.
19 out of 20 times it works out. The 20th time it doesn't work out, what a bad ride. No, an unlucky ride because you win more turf races that way. But I love the way he sifted out around one and then ducked back to the inside.
Europeans doing their thing in the longer distance turf races. However, how about Ted Noffe and Brandt, stride for stride, turning for home with a championship on the line?
Ted Noffe looked like a winner every step of the way until he hits the front right in here. Now, it's a little shadowy at Del Mar, and it was like right here. It was almost like he got a little bit lost heading into that shadow. You see how it changed just the coloration? And then he felt the challenge from the outside, and he reasserted himself. There is your 2-year-old champion.
And then another European winning from like the 47 hole. Stad breaking from Petco and still wins this Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
And you get Christophe Soumillon for Aidan O'Brien with the Ryan Moore, their main rider, out injured. Pretty capable, able replacement in
how much the best?
Christophe Soumillon.
How much the best? Losing ground the entire trip, still winning. And this, Aidan O'Brien sends his second stringers, and he's won 6 of these Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf races. That is not a second stringer. That's the real deal.
Yeah, that's the real deal. And listen, to overcome post 14, going a mile on the turf, it's almost unheard of there. And he was able to do that. And that's how you say it, Stad?
Stad.
You're almost a little too good at that. You're freaking me out a little.
Stad. Yesterday, sensational. Aidan O'Brien, a 7th win in the Juvenile Turf. Maggie, the Future Stars Friday program yesterday. Del Mar, your biggest takeaway, lasting impression of the 5 races, Breeders' Cup races for 2-year-olds we witnessed.
Well, I have to say that Oisin Murphy aboard Valentino, definitely the ride of the day, as you guys were hinting at. Gestad, just so much the best. But for me, it was all about the juvenile with Ted Noffe, a horse that we have had the privilege of watching develop, and he is undefeated, 4 for 4 in his career. I just love this horse. You know me, I'm not the biggest fan of gray horses, but I just love this horse's demeanor. All he wants to do is run. Johnny, getting picked up by the outrider again. His ears are straight up. He's like, I can do this again. I just love everything about this horse. He has answered the 2-turn test both times he's been asked it. I love the pairing of, John Velasquez with Todd Pletcher yet again, and makes right. I as he pointed that out, he ducks down when he gets to that shadow, like, I don't know what I have to do here. And then once he got into it, he was fine again and ran on and kicked away. But how about Cy Fair, too, a horse that we had the privilege of watching up at Saratoga develop. So 2 of the 3 American winners did start at Saratoga. Guys?
That's the thing. Richie, I'm from California. Generally speaking, I don't care where a horse is based, and I don't root for horses because of where they're based to win these bigger races. My rooting days sort of ended when my old man retired, sure. Right? But there is a sense of pride, and I was there when, and a connection you feel just as a racing fan, being there this past summer when it all started for Ted Noffe, and the fact that you wind up a fan, rooting for him, and proud of watching him go out there and capture a championship against the best 2-year-olds in the country.
Oh, absolutely. Particularly, to me, his hopeful was the real coming out party, right? He dominated that. Then Todd takes him to Keeneland to get a 2-turn prep into him, and he follows up with this undefeated 2-year-old champion. And we had a first-row seat to that in Saratoga. Lafitte, for years, I would save all my programs from Saratoga. Even before I started riding, saved all my programs. And I'd come across them, looking back through them, 12-horse field of maidens. Well, this horse wound up being turf champion as a 4-year-old. This horse wound up being sprint champion. Oh, that horse won the Kentucky Derby the following year. All coming out of the same race. That's the caliber of horses you get to see compete up there.
We have to go to break, but is he like that junior high school kid you talk about that's already shaving and he's all hairy and everything and just more mature than everybody else? Or do you think he's just going to keep getting better as he develops, and a sophomore 3-year-old we'll be talking about heading into the Spring Classics?
It's a great question, and this was the first time I ever saw that little bit of idle in him when he hit the front. So mentally, he's probably still developing a touch, and physically, he does look like he can still continue to grow into his frame, which is a scary thought. We're coming off a year with a horse like Sovereignty, and now we may follow up with another generational kind of talent in Ted Noffe.
Love seeing that. 2-year-olds that win when they're still making mistakes. Not perfect, not a finished product just yet. Can't wait to see what Ted Naffy does next season. For now, crowned as a 2-year-old champion, horses in the paddock, the featured event coming up next from Aqueduct.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch at Hot Springs to win it.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. The precocious Brightwork won her first 4 starts at 2 in a powerful campaign. A debut winner at Keeneland over future Royal Ascot star Crimson Advocate. She then won the Debutante Stakes at Ellis Park. From there, she captured the Grade 3 Adirondack by 5 lengths. In her next start, she conquered the Grade 1 Spinaway, defeating Grade 1 winner Ways and Means.
Brightwork is a superstar.
At age 3, she won the Grade 3 Prioress over graded winner 2 Sharp and 5 other stakes winners. She has earned nearly $700,000 for owner WSS Racing and trainer John Ortiz. This daughter of Outwork is a half-sister to recent graded stakes performer Justice Fancy. She hails from the female family of Grade 1 winner and exceptional young sire Gervin, as well as classic placed Midnight Bourbon. Grade 1 winner Brightwork, selling this November with Hill and Dale at Alapa, agent.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today $1,650,000 $1,600,000 thank you.
So War Dancer is a yearling that we bought at the Fasig-Tipton sale in 2011. And then he took us on a journey beyond our wildest imagination. He was just always an honest horse and a smart horse. There was an allowance race in Keeneland where he got held up at the gate.
And they're off, an awkward beginning for War Dancer, who broke in the air and is absolutely last.
And then it's, oh, bad start for War Dancer. War Dancer's in the back by 12 lengths. And then all of a sudden, boom, he comes flying. And he wins the race.
War Dancer, bold challenger positively. War Dancer, bold challenger. War Dancer, unbelievable.
Then when he retired, I said, oh, why don't we stand him stud? It'd be easy. He's by Warfront. He's made over $1 million. He's a graded stakes winner. And then we started down the journey of making him a stallion in New York, which possibly the hardest thing I've ever done in my whole life. I'm originally from New York. My husband's originally from New York, so it was pretty much New York or nothing. In order to survive, I realized we needed a package that was unique. And right out of the gate, we started having winners. 2020, okay? That was our first crop. We have Step Dancer and Pivotal Run, 35-1 and 49-1 on Labor Day weekend. Wouldn't you know it, we come in first and second. And from there, it just kind of took off, and we've had a lot of success. Miss Big Bucks, she won the Stallion Series. And then 26 Black came in second by like a quarter of a nose in his Stallion Series. And I think we have a lot of up-and-comers.
And they're off.
A couple things I've noticed. They all bust out of the gate. You see War Dancers almost get the first call. The second thing is they're level-headed, they're smart. You'll talk to most trainers, they say, I love the War Dancers. So he's proven himself as a sire, and quite frankly, in New York, it's all about the racetrack. It's been very, very exciting, and I want to thank everybody who supported us because it was an uphill battle for years until you finally have runners that make it a little bit easier.
War Dancer, whose footprints, hoof prints Yes, all over this Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship, sire of Dancing Buck, contender in the Saturday feature. Coming up next, Belmont at the Big A.
He is a contender game. He is actually the second highest earning progeny from War Dancer.
See how he fares. How will Outlaw Kid fare? Coming up next, Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Keeneland November is where futures take root and legacies pass from one hand to the next. In the ring, excitement builds. A glance, a nod, a bid. History changes in an instant, and the impact lasts a lifetime. The market is here. The global stage is here. Your moment is here. Keeneland November.
Great to have you with us this Saturday afternoon. America's Day at the Races, Fox Sports 2. What a difference a day makes. Picture perfect Saturday afternoon after canceling a couple of days. Lots of rain, heavy wind. But today, pristine conditions for fall racing at the Big A. And now, time for the Saturday feature in this Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. Sprinters in the paddock. Outlaw Kid, Richie, currently 2-1.
And trained by George Weaver, Turf Sprints. Listen, he's very good, and he comes off of a race where you can make a case it was just a tougher group.
Some of the best sprinters in the game that competed earlier in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Outlaw Kid, Maggie, what's he showing you in the paddock?
Lafitte, I know he's the favorite, and he probably can win here. Have I seen him look a bit better in the past? Yes. And, you know, he's a horse that has been training up in Saratoga, taking advantage of the fact that you still get to train and do your fast work on the turf. So I can't blame them for that. But a lot of times you do see these horses just, they get a little winterized a little bit earlier than the horses down south, as he just, you know, he's been clipped, and it's just, I wish he looked better in his coat. That's my only, fault of this horse coming in here, where, as you mentioned, faced tougher company last time out. We saw Kadem finish third in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint just a little bit ago. But Outlaw Kid, he kind of sat mid-pack between horses. Then when they entered the stretch, he was never really clear, nor did he look comfortable. You know, there was an opportunity, I think, for him to kind of go forward, but he was really reluctant to do so. And obviously that led to him finishing 6th, although only beaten a length and 3/4. He makes a good deal of sense here. He's a horse that is versatile. He can be forward, he can be mid-pack, he can close if the pace somehow develops here, which I don't think it will. So the fact that he can be closer, I think, is a feather in his cap. Moving on to Fierce and Strong. This is a horse that finished 3rd last time out in the Laurel Dash, complimented by the fact that the winner had to have him, came back and won the Maryland Million Turf Sprint for John Salzman with the same 92 buyer he won that race on September 13th. And he is one that got to save ground while, albeit towards the back. He took a little while to tip out in the stretch, but when he did, he really made up great ground in the latter stages. Probably just, you know, not enough, a little bit too late to really have a bigger impact on that race, because it felt as though there was an ability in there to be closer. Now, he's a big, robust horse. I mean, he's kind of raw looking. He's not a very refined looking animal, but I do like the fact that he's forward in here. He's aggressive in his demeanor, which is good for a horse that also is a little bit more of a come with the late run type, so hopefully he's not out-footed here, but I think the 6 furlongs actually suits him very nicely. Now, speaking of speed, I think that does come in the form of number 7, Dancing Buck. He got a assist there with Nothing Better scratching and opting to run in an upper level allowance race tomorrow. But the fact of the matter is Dancing Buck is coming back off of a short layoff, just a week, in fact, for Michelle Nevin. But while he was pressing too wide on a track that I think, again, it paid to be more inside on the outer turf course here last week, he looks to be, I think, on paper, the clear-cut speed. Obviously, I don't know what Big Everest does turning back, but with the short layoff in mind, look, this guy is carrying great weight. He looks resplendent in his coat. He's forward. He ticks every box when you're kind of looking at horses and how they've bounced out of that effort before. And as we just saw, a little feature on War Dancer, this is one of 2 sons by that sire here. Obviously, right next to him is Niagara Skyline, another son of War Dancer. Lafitte?
Presence felt in a big way. War Dancer, Dancing Buck, pedal to the metal. Right from the start, we'll see. There's Outlaw Kid, who is the 9-5 favorite in the race Maggie was just discussing. And this is the Woodford Key Prep for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. And Outlaw Kid, you'll see here, Richie, in trying to operate in tight quarters and finding it difficult to find a clear seam.
Yeah, he's just never in a comfortable position. That's turf racing, though. You've got to save ground. They're packed up tight. But you can see, I mean, we're inside the 8th pole at this point. And he just still is never in a most comfortable spot, so you're not getting the best of him. He was just unlucky.
And beaten only that much. And as Maggie referenced, Kadim, who did just run 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, so a bump in terms of strength of schedule.
Yeah, and he would have been closer if he got a more comfortable position.
Post-parade, Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship Stakes, Naganara, Maryland bred, coming in hot.
Well, it is coming in hot, in very good form, but it's going to have to take a step forward. This is his toughest company yet.
Fast Gelding, Big Everest. We're on him in a moment. Then Outlaw Kid, 9-5 with Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, we just watched the race to Woodford. Could have been a lot closer if he got a cleaner trip.
Maggie didn't love what she saw in the paddock, however. Then Fierce and Strong and Jamie Rodriguez.
Horse that has races that would make him good enough here, and a versatile sort, too. A horse that can lay up a little closer if need be.
Incinerator, Mid-Atlantic Invader, Key Scratch, Big Scratch, Nothing Better, who won this race back in 23, then Dancing Buck, New York bred, who he likes to mix it up early.
Yeah, major player, good outside draw, too, for a horse with speed.
And Niagara Skyline to the outside, yeah, 2nd of 2 by War Dancer.
Loved his last effort, liked him turning back to the 6 furlong distance, was claimed by Fernando Abreu, who does a great job, had a winner earlier on the card.
The runners in the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship Stakes, 6 minutes out, and circling back to Fierce and Strong, who is 6-1 currently. This was in July at Monmouth Park in the Wolf Hill, and Fierce and Strong at 12-1. He's going to win here. He doesn't look like a 12-1 shot the way he puts this field away in the end.
No, he looked more like an 8-5 shot the way he motored home. Tyler Connor giving him a terrific ride here, and he's got the right kind of style, doesn't he? Doesn't he set up shop just in behind the pace?
Gives you that second move.
Yeah, he's interesting. I'm going for the all War Dancer Exacta with the 7 Dancing Buck and the 8 Niagara Skyline.
Is this just the old, like, the feature angle? Like we just showed the feature, and then that's the connection to the horses running in the next race, and you just kind of go that way because it seems to happen more often than not?
It definitely gave me even more confidence.
Gotcha.
Is that a
Fair
good way to
enough.
put it?
Fair enough. Fair enough. As you look at Fierce and Strong. And Outlaw Kid, Maggie, you have an eye on him. You weren't overwhelmed with what you saw in the paddock. What are you seeing now as he continues to warm up, Outlaw Kid?
It really is something else when a horse, an opinion of a horse that you had in the paddock just completely 180s once you see them on the racetrack. This horse is moving exceptionally well. I mean, he looks like a dressage horse doing, extended trot and passage and piaffe out there. He's so animated with his warm-up, and it just really looks like he's thriving from a movement perspective. Yes, I probably often need to be a little bit more forgiving with these horses coming in with the clip coats and, growing those winter coats, having been up in Saratoga. It's a little bit of a sticking point for me, but I'm willing to now forgive Outlaw Kid for that, given what I've seen from him in this warm-up. As we will also take a look at number 2, Big Everest. What do we do with him? This is a horse that has seen the bulk of his career going longer and the success going longer by setting early fractions, controlling on the front end. And I just don't think that necessarily happens today. Now, physically, he's built like a horse that could handle a cutback. He's not the biggest type. He's fairly handy, fairly round overall. And it does appear as though he's sharp for this turn back. But I just feel as though this could be an experiment, given the fact that he hasn't been able to see things out in his last 2, going what has been preferred, his mile distance. And then jumping to that outside runner in number 8, Niagara Skyline. First time I'm seeing him, was not present for his last win here at the Big A, but Fernando Abreu picks him up. He is a pretty big horse. He's actually quite long, but that's kind of typical of War Dancers. They are big Trojan-like animals oftentimes, especially the colts and geldings. Looks good. I like the way he finished up his last race. He's kind of sat comfortably on the inside, mid-pack. Then I love the way he muscled his way through beneath Dylan Davis, who's back aboard again, and kicked on quite well. So I like a horse that shows a bit of bravery, a bit of tenacity to kind of show he's the best. And he did show that last time. Will he be the best against this crew, though, as he does meet some tougher foes? Lafitte?
Trojan horse. I like that.
Yeah,
I like
too.
that Niagara Skyline.
I do too, and I was actually in the paddock. I loved him last time. He is a big, stout son of War Dancer, and more of a turf, sprint specialist. And look at his record, going 6 furlongs, 2 wins, a second and 2/3 from 6 tries on it. And his last race was very good, I thought.
The Reeve Thoroughbred colors, Big Everest. What's your read here on this 7-year-old gelding who, it's been middle distance races, and that's where he uses his speed and likes to be in the mix early on with the cutback in distance. What's your read?
Well, listen, he is 7, soon to be 8. All thoroughbreds turn a year older, January 1st. And his last race, I thought he had everything his own way, left a little bit to be desired. It's the first time in a long time they've cut him back in distance. Now, just because he has speed going long, I think it would be a mistake to try to make him a part of the pace here. Coming out of longer races, I had great success with horses dropping back in distance by just stopping them early out of the starting gate and making 1/4 mile run, because if they can use that speed in a different way, right, like just hold it up and make that last run, that kick will be twice as strong because of coming out of those longer races.
Which feels like a much more comfortable scenario for the horse that otherwise, if you try to ride him the same, now you're in that chasing position, which nobody likes to be in.
Well, look at the fractions of his races, and they're not slow fractions for longer races, but 23-3, 47-4, 23-46, 23-4, 47 and change. They're going to go 22-45 here, and we've had some rain, so it's not like the course is, it's labeled firm, but it's not like one of those hard courses we get in the summertime. Right. So I think if you get in a point where you're chasing him, you're asking him to be involved, he's just going to use himself inefficiently. He's not going to breathe as well. He's going to scramble more. He's going to wear himself out. I would love to see them just let him try to drop out, make one run.
Big Everest, 10-time winner, 9-2. He's getting bet. Another look at Niagara Skyline. Dancing Buck number 6. Are you expecting to see him? There he is, pink colors. Are you expecting to see him in front early?
I'd be surprised if he doesn't make the front here. I think it's his race to do so. He's fast. The other speed you have is like Big Everest, who's turning back in distance, shouldn't be as quick early.
See that last shot? Gorgeous day.
Oh, just beautiful day.
Fall in New York City, man.
I was worried they might cancel today because it was too sunny.
Chris Griffin with the call. Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship live on Fox Sports 2.
Incinerator steps forward. Incinerator moving in. 2 out, Dancing Buck and Niagara Skyline. Niagara Skyline moving forward. Going in. All set for the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. And they're off. Dancing Buck flew out of the gate from the outside. Dancing Buck with the speed. Nakanara right there at the rail, moves on through, is ready to challenge, but quickest will be Dancing Buck, who's in front by a full length. Chasing towards the outside comes Outlaw Kid, is now a shared second with towards the far outside. That's Niagara Skyline. Back to fourth is Nakanara, who wanted to be up in the early mixes, back to the fourth position, saving ground, and then comes a tight hold there. Big Everest is in behind them. Towards the back end of the field comes Incinerator with Fierce and Strong. Tightly bunched here, 23.25 for the opening quarter mile, and Dancing Buck is in front. Dancing Buck with Outlaw Kid in pursuit, and here comes Outlaw Kid towards the outside within a neck of the leader. Niagara Skyline is 3 wide. At the rail, Nakanara still waiting for room down towards the inside, and following them, here comes Fierce and Strong in the blue silks. They reach the top of the lane. Dancing Buck has been there throughout. Dancing Buck trying to finish the job. Outlaw Kid ranging over the outside. Nakanara nowhere to go, is diving down towards the inside, now weaving to the outside. Dancing Buck still holding him off. At the rail, Fierce and Strong is trying to come up the rail. Dancing Buck continues to lead. Fierce and Strong has taken second. Dancing Buck won it. Dancing Buck holds on, hard fought in the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. Fierce and Strong to the inside. Nakanara to the outside in a photo for second in 1 minute 9.45 seconds.
On this Sun Splash Saturday at Aqueduct, Dancing Buck using that speed, controlling the tempo, would not be collared or denied in the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship.
No, he looked like he was going to make the lead. He did. He was good. He kept finding a nice run from Fierce and Strong, who has been in good form. But Dancing Buck, son of War Dancer, now is War Dancer's #1 foal in earnings. He just surpassed 26 black.
Right on cue. Mig, you went with Dancing Buck? You went with the other one, and now you went to. You guys both had the War Dancers.
Dancing Buck and Niagara Skyline.
Yeah,
but
that worked. Yeah. So War Dancer gets the win. Sire of the winner here. Dancing Buck, deep stretch, responding here, and the favorite Outlaw Kid loomed up, looked poised, and couldn't find another gear to reel in the leader.
He had every opportunity, but one thing that we've seen from Dancing Buck throughout his career is he'll fight for it. He's not just going to cave into you. And he just kept finding. And nice to see Louis Rivera having a good day. Another win for him today. A good young rider who's struggled a bit since losing his apprentice allowance. But this is how you make inroads into stables. When big days happen, other riders are out of town, you pick up horses, but then you have to deliver. And he's delivering.
In a big way. Maggie going with Dancing Buck, 9-2 in the end, 7-4, 1-3 in the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. Speaking of championships, out west, Breeders' Cup Distaff, Seismic Beauty, come and catch her if you can. Nitrogen with sights set on a 3-year-old filly championship, the Alabama winner. Darth Vader doesn't have to deal with Torpedo Anna on this afternoon. turned away by a nostril in the personal incident. What will she do in the Breeders' Cup Distaff?
Conceived as the Super Bowl of horse racing, where champions are crowned, the Breeders' Cup can cement a horse's legacy and forever define him as one of the all-time greats. No fewer than 7 starters by champion sire Gunrunner are entered in this year's Breeders' Cup, including defending classic champion Sierra Leone. There's an old expression in the horse business which says, like begets like. At Three Chimneys, with Gunrunner, we call it Breed True.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Welcome back, America's Day at the Races. Live coverage, Belmont at the Big A. And what a performance. The front runner able to hold on, turn back all challengers, and win this Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. Dancing Buck, Basic tipped in lead in. Dancing Buck taking down his 8th career victory. The 7-year-old gelding by War Dancer. Dancing Buck. Over to Maggie.
And what an incredible training job by Michelle Nevin, who joins me now. And Michelle, a horse that was gone for over a year from the summer of 24 to this summer. You brought him back off the week rest from that New York bred race, and he dominates here.
Yeah, he broke sharp, went right to work. Louis did a great job. We're very, very happy.
Well, talk a little bit about what happened last time, too. I thought as though, you know, he was never able to kind of get to the lead last time. And he was chasing, and that's not really his comfort zone.
No, and it's tricky with turf sprinters. You know, some of them, they just have a certain way they want to do it. And if the stars don't align for you, you're not going to get the trip that you want. So today it worked out great for us.
What went into the decision of bringing him back in a week?
You know, he just came out of the race really well. I thought he ran really well, but he didn't get his opportunity to do it the way he wanted to do it. And a lot of the guys that ran last week weren't going to be in this race.
Pays to have a New York bred, even in open company.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Well, Michelle, really well done. Congratulations. Had to be so nice to get him back to the winner's circle.
Oh, it is. He's such a cool horse, and he loves to go to the track. Like, he loves training. So it was great to see him get his win.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Dancing Buck, well-deserved victory today in this Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. Levine?
Run them when they're good, right?
Not enough trainers do it in the day and age where everybody wants to have 5-6 weeks between races. Some horses thrive on work, and this is a horse, Michelle just said, loves his job, loves going to the track, and Dancing Buck rewards his backers $11.70, taking him gate to wire.
Quick turnaround. Dancing Buck winning here at Aqueduct, the Turf Sprint Championship. As we turn the page with one left on the Saturday program, 10th and final, looks like that. On the turf course to close the show, allowance runners a mile for favorable scenario, drawn inside 2-1. The current favorite, Richie, how'd you see this one unfolding?
This is another one of those races. It just had me, I've looked at this race for about 3 hours in total, and I'm still not confident in anything I come up with. Obviously, favorable scenario has a favorable post position. 2-turn mile here at Aqueduct, more of a closing type, should get to save all the ground under Dylan Davis, and then you got to hope you get lucky and get a split. It's amazing, though, when people watch races. If a rider gets through and wins, great ride. Guy rides the same race and gets stuck. Oh, what a terrible ride. No, it's an unlucky ride. It's very important to distinguish between the two. You can do everything perfect, and just the split never comes.
See how it all unfolds. 10th and final here. Belmont at the Big A coming up. Plus, marching towards the major events in the Breeders' Cup. Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff among the original 7 races here with the championship on the line. Scottish Lassie is out. Seismic Beauty, even money. Current favorite, 13 minutes to post. Seismic Beauty, why is she so heavily backed in this Breeders' Cup Distaff, Richie?
Well, a number of reasons, right? Bob Baffert, obviously a big factor.
There's that.
Coming off of that Clement Hirsch, where she got a 110 buyer speed figure
Pretty fast.
at Del Mar. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to like her. I'm surprised North Vader's as big a price as she is, but I'm not surprised Seismic Beauty's taking all this money.
Does she have to control? She figures on paper, she looks like the quickest. However, the Japanese mare, Alice Verite, has only had the 1 race on dirt. She didn't break all that well. Word is that she's quicker than you think, quicker on dirt, and that she's going to be ridden very aggressively early today. Hypothetically speaking, if for some reason Seismic Beauty isn't in front early, how much of a concern?
Well, it is a concern because if you look at her form, her best races and her winning races are all when she makes the lead and controls things. And sometimes it's just a mental thing, Lafitte, where they're in front and they're just happier. They're more confident, more comfortable. When they're in chase mode, they don't use themselves as efficiently. Their stride isn't as fluid. Their breathing isn't as fluid. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. You know, the filly you're talking about from Japan,
Alice Verite.
Verite. She was in the Breeders' Cup Distaff last year, but she didn't break.
She didn't break.
So I think that's...
Everything else on grass.
That's critical. Now, Seismic Beauty's 1 stall away from her. Juan Hernandez has to be very, very aware of how she breaks.
John Velasquez on Dorth Vader, breaking from the 11 post. What does he want to do early on to establish position? Dorth Vader in this incredible performance and effort, though denied by the reigning Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, in the personal instant Travers Day.
Yeah, listen, this was some effort. And you know, Johnny, I'm sure, is looking to get a very similar trip. You know, he's trying to avoid getting caught wide, so he's got to come out forward enough. But he's in the catbird seat then, isn't he? Just watching what the 8 Seismic Beauty does and if the 6 Alice Verite goes or not. I like the fact that George Weaver, who did get his first Breeders' Cup win yesterday, has given her all that time off a big effort. She ran the reigning Horse of the Year, a champion, a first ballot Hall of Famer, to a nose in Saratoga.
Dorth Vader, Maggie, along with so many others, but her and Nitrogen, the Alabama winner at Saratoga. What are you expecting from them out west in this Breeders' Cup Distaff in just a few minutes? Believe we lost Maggie's mic. We'll reconnect and see what she is expecting from the Alabama winner and Dorth Vader and how they factor into this very competitive Breeders' Cup Distaff, though again, all eyes here on Seismic Beauty, who is the heavy even money favorite. Yeah, and again, you know, that race at Del Mar last time in the Clement Hirsch really jumps off the page at you. For a championship, for older female in Nitrogen, for her, the 3-year-old filly title, that's what she has her eyes and sights set on. I think her chances of earning a title, it was aided by what took place in the cotillion at Parks Pennsylvania Derby Day, with Good Cheer not running all that well. Lacara, who was looking for a 3rd Grade 1 win. And the top 3-year-old fillies with designs on a potential championship, their lack of performance really aiding Nitrogen's cause, Grade 1 Alabama winner. And I don't think Nitrogen lost a lot in defeating the Spinster, taking on older horses, you know, for the first time in her career. And the fact that she is so good on turf as well as dirt, it's a rare thing for horses to be able to win at the highest level on dual surfaces. She draws the rail, though, And on dirt, she's never been really exposed to a lot of kickback. In the Alabama, she was in the clear. How much of a factor or concern is that going in?
I think it's something that you got to be concerned about, something you got to think about. Jose Ortiz, I'm sure, is hoping that Alice Verita and Seismic Beauty go on and he can kind of do that inside-out thing and get to the clear, at least by the backside. Sometimes you can hide a horse in behind other horses, get close enough to their heels where the kickback's hitting you in the chest, not the face. And also, if you get close enough to the rail, sometimes it kind of gets thrown past you this way. And then down the backstretch, you try to find a place to work your way out if you get to save that ground in the first turn.
Maggie, we'll try this again. Take two, Darth Vader, Nitrogen. How do you think they fare in this upcoming distaff in just a few moments?
Say, Liffy, we've got time. Let's keep talking about these distaff fillies and mares as we'll pick up the conversation again, circling back to Darth Vader. And I think post positions do play a major role in both of the aforementioned Nitrogen and Darth Vader's chances today. But Darth Vader's got the luxury of having the Hall of Famer who is often a magician in the saddle in John Velasquez. And I thought it was interesting, what George Weaver had said going into this race, and that he does not let that aforementioned Hall of Famer climb aboard her anytime but race time, because she's one that is very aggressive and will do too much with a jockey on her back. And so therefore her exercise rider has been preparing her and keeping her in those measured workouts. And two, if you really kind of pick apart her form, today's distance of 9 furlongs looks to be her best. And I still think that although it was a runner-up effort, it was a very good one in the personal instant. Now, Nitrogen, I think there's a very strong argument that no matter what she does in today's Breeders' Cup filly distaff, in that she should be 3-year-old champion. She has been by far the most consistent filly that we have seen, and she has proven that, yeah, she's a good horse on the turf, but she's arguably an even better one on the dirt, where I thought she ran incredibly well in the Spinster, where Jinjin got everything her own way on the front end. And yes, the kickback is somewhat of a question mark for her down on the rail, so we'll see how much speed she's able to show with Jose Ortiz. But what a cool, classy daughter of Medaglia d'Oro. How many good 3-year-old, 4-year-old fillies have we seen from this sire over the past decade, even 20 years, Lafitte? Nitrogen, she deserves to be respected. Definitely a 3-year-old that it looms large in this distaff.
Rachel Alexandra, the first that comes to mind by Medaglia d'Oro. Before we move on to the Breeders' Cup Turf, who takes down this 42nd Breeders' Cup distaff?
I'm going with Darth Vader for that effort in Saratoga against, your reigning horse of the year.
Yep.
I think that points her out, and I think she sits the perfect trip from the outside under John Velasquez.
Very soon, in just moments, the Breeders' Cup distaff. A little bit later on, the richest turf race in North America, $5 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf, and a title defense will take place by the winner of the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, prepping for the Breeders' Cup Turf in Rebels Romance. What did you see on that afternoon? What do you make of his chances to win a third Breeders' Cup Turf?
He's going to be very tough to beat. He made all the running last time in the Turf Classic because there wasn't much pace on, but he keeps finding. He's a horse that they rely on his stamina. Frankie Dettori subbing this day for William Buick, who is the first call rider for Godolphin, gets the call back, and he knows this. And at some point, he probably wants to spread the field. He wants to use his horse's stamina, rely less on his turn of foot or acceleration. I think it would be a mistake to hold him up to the point where Mini Hawk would be in too close of a place with him, right? You want to put some separation from her at some point because I think she possesses more acceleration.
It's not just European domination, it's Godolphin Appleby domination in the Breeders' Cup Turf at Del Mar. They have been 3 of them. They've won every one of them. Talismanic Yabir, Rebels Romance. Like, I'm not betting against Charlie and Godolphin in this race, Maggie, until they lose one of them. Rebels Romance, who's trying to become just the 3rd ever 3-time winner of a Breeders' Cup event.
I think you'd be in popular company for taking that wager, Lafitte, as it just feels as though they dominate these connections, but also Rebel's romance dominates. I was blown away with his performance last time out in that Joe Hurst Turf Classic here at the beautiful Big A, as he just went on a tour de force with Frankie Dettori. Now, his regular rider, William Buick, who has teamed up with him for his previous Breeders' Cup wins, will be back aboard. I love the fact that these turf horses get to train over the turf course there at Del Mar, no matter what time of morning. I've seen ones go out in the dark, which you don't often get to see. But as a 7-year-old gelding, this horse looks to be thriving. He just looks like he knows he's better than the rest of his competition. He has that great tactical speed. We've seen not necessarily his turf races be forwardly dominated, but let's not forget that it's a short stretch there at Del Mar. So I think you need to be tactical. I think you need to save ground. He's got the one post. And so I think this race just sets up nicely for him yet again to show that Rebel's Romance, the Globetrotter, is probably the best in the land when it comes to running a 1.5 miles on the turf. Lafitte?
Earned about $1 gazillion. Rebel's Romance is not just a horse having that one moment on the big stage. It's the consistency of being able to perform at the highest level for an extended period of time, as we've seen from Rebel's Romance. Can he win a third Breeders' Cup Turf? The favorite, however, is a 3-year-old filly, Mini Hawk, the Irish filly, and this effort in the Arc. What did you make of this performance? What are you expecting today in the Breeders' Cup?
Well, there's two schools of thought, right? She ran in the toughest turf race in the world in the Arc, and was beating a short head under Christophe Soumillon, who was riding for the first time again with the injury of Ryan Moore. But does that effort make her ripe to regress today? You point for the Arc. It's like pointing for the Breeders' Cup Classic. You're not looking past that.
Right.
You're pointing for the Arc, even though the Breeders' Cup is looming out there. Are you really looking past the Arc? And how does she react to that? Being a 3-year-old filly late in the season, will that put her what they term a little bit over the top?
Aiden's pretty good in this Breeders' Cup.
I guess
turf,
he's all
looking
right.
to pad his stats as he won a juvenile turf yesterday for a 7th time. And Mini Hawk trying to become just the 3rd 3-year-old filly to win the turf, going back to Found, who beat Golden Horn because of the soft ground. And 40 years ago tomorrow, right here, Pebbles, England's super filly, as Tom Durkin described her.
And she was a super filly, had a good look at her hind end that
He
day.
ran third.
Lafitte.
He ran third.
I followed her around there with Pat Ettery, trained by Clive Britton. Found, 3-year-old filly, was trained by Aidan O'Brien as well. They have such a good handle on the horses that will transfer their form to American-style racing, and I think that's one of the reasons why he has that gaudy record in this race.
Looking to pad those stats. Enable as well. Was she 3? I don't know about that. We'll check. Research. We know they're going to be tough in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, Mind Frez journalism right there. And the Breeders' Cup Classic Horse of the Year honors on the line. Is it? Or has that already been conceded to Sovereignty? First, they run the race. The Classic this evening out west.
Why wait for fortune to be revealed when you can make your own move? Because no one ever talks about the time they played it safe. So go ahead, press your luck, tempt fate, and claim your destiny. Because once in a lifetime can happen every night. Welcome to a world that revolves around you. Your rules, your world. Resorts World.
Alapa means everything to me and my family. We moved out here about 5 years ago. Since then, every waking day and hour has been spent building this place into what it is now. It's really a spiritual, amazing place where we try to raise the best horses in the world. My brothers, me, my mom, my dad have such a passion for this place, and we're continuing to try to better it every day. Selling's a huge part of our business. This September, we have a really big, great consignment of horses, backing off of a very successful Saratoga season. It is hugely important and fulfilling for us to be able to help people achieve their dreams of selling a high-dollar horse or buying a high-dollar thoroughbred.
It's just so peaceful out here. It's a great environment for these horses. They really stay calm and relaxed out here. I grew up as a kid, you know, watching Curlin, and he was like a superhero to me. So definitely a special opportunity to be able to work with a horse like him. Curlin obviously is taking on the torch for Smart Strike and Mr. Prospector. So it's great to have, you know, a son like Good Magic here who we think is his best son. You know, the quality of mares that Good Magic has bred in such a short career already is just second to none. One of the most exciting things for us right now is this really good core group of young horses that we have that have came in here over the last few years. You know, you go back and look at Charlatan, who has 2-year-olds this year. You know, they've sold extremely well. Arabian Night, who we just got last year, just finished his first season with us. Just a super classy, impressive son of Uncle Mo. We're really combining the history of this place along with building up for a new future.
Coverage on America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. Hope everybody had a fun, safe Halloween. Turning of the calendar, and on this first day of November, gorgeous fall afternoon out at Aqueduct, and there's favorable situation by Hill & Dale Stallion, Good Magic, whom 8 years ago. Today is the 4th Breeders' Cup at Del Mar, the 1st Breeders' Cup at Del Mar. Sire, Good Magic, won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as a maiden.
Broke his maiden in the Breeders' Cup. He's coming off a good second in the Champagne,
In the Champagne,
though, right?
yeah. Firenze Fire beat him, I think. Bolt Doro, the heavy favorite out west.
Wow. And that was before Firenze Fire decided he was going to be the bully instead of getting bullied like when he
wants to
savaged,
be the star at the petting zoo. Bring the kids. Something for everybody at Saratoga. Favorable scenario, the 5-2 current favorite. We'll check in with Maggie. We'll have riders up in this 10th and final. Very good chance of a pick 6 carryover, I would presume. Capitol Hill to the outside. The current choice at 5-2. That's next. The nightcap here. Belmont at the Big A.
Monday on FS2, live from Australia's Flemington Racecourse. Join us for special coverage of the Melbourne Cup, the race that stops a nation. Watch on FS2 and play at Naira Bets. Coverage begins 9:30 Eastern on FS2.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You think the Breeders' Cup is big? This is the race that stops the nation. Melbourne Cup Down Under at Flemington Racecourse. We'll have live coverage on Fox Sports 2. It's Tuesday in Australia. It's Monday night here. And American representation, Parchment Party, who we watched win the Belmont Gold Cup in an off-the-turf race in like a sea of mud at Saratoga. And at the time, everybody scoffed, like, yeah, he just earned the golden ticket to run in the Melbourne Cup, but there's no way he's going to run. And here he is, the American earning that golden ticket. In fact, indeed, he'll run in the Melbourne Cup. Again, coverage here Monday night.
That's the problem with people making decisions about other people's horses and what they may or may not do.
Maggie, Parchment Party, what do you think? Can he win the race that stops the nation?
I don't know. It's a tough race to win. He definitely has the stamina to do so. But as many people scoff at the fact that he was an MTO and an off-the-turf Belmont Gold Cup and got the win and then came back and won the Birdstone, he, guess what? Drum roll, please, has the proverbial turf hoof. So I'm not going to be surprised if this guy takes it to the grass and runs respectably in the Melbourne Cup. And what a trip. Honestly, it's such an amazing experience. I'm totally jealous. That is on my bucket list to make it to the Melbourne Cup. One time, my husband, who's been, says it is the best day's racing that you'll ever partake in. As we'll take a look here at horses in the paddock for today's the finale here at the Big A, and we'll check in with horses doing something new for the first time. That includes number 6, Bosun, who will stretch out beyond the 6 furlongs to a mile. And honestly, I'm on the positive end of the spectrum with this horse doing it because he has a physical to suggest that longer is not going to be a problem. He's always been a big athletic type where there's some length to his frame. It's not like he's that compact, built downhill, absolute sprinter. Also, he has a demeanor to say that going longer is going to be okay. And furthermore, where he sometimes leaves himself too much to do in those sprint races. And, 6 furlongs can be a little bit tricky because the paces don't develop as much as the 5.5 where he likes to close in those. I'm at least going longer. He should be more tactical. He should draw him into the race a bit better. He looks phenomenal here, as he has done throughout this campaign that we've seen him in as a 4-year-old. Number 9, Tiger 24. Now, don't get me wrong, Bill Mott's Capitol Hill is by far the horse to beat. He looks excellent as he does drop out of the Gio Ponte Stakes runner-up that day behind Salamis. But Tiger 24 returns to the races here. Now, he is by Lord Nelson, which isn't a particularly strong influence, but while the Dam, she was 1 for 8 on the turf, and this half sibling, half sister Spirit Doll, a younger sister, I should say, once Safi Joseph switched her to the turf, she was a stakes winner. Now, looking at him here, he doesn't strike me as your typical turf horse. He's kind of very upright in his pasterns, does not have a proverbial turf hoof, but at least there's pedigree, and furthermore, he looks phenomenal. This is a horse that has lengthened in his frame towards the tail end now of his 3-year-old campaign, which I love the mile for him. I think that's his distance. Looks incredibly fit here, really touting himself as being able to come back and run well. It's just really run well in the turf, Lafitte.
Maybe he knows his stablemate just won the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Scylla. Tiger 24, trained by Bill Mott. Parchment Party bound for the Melbourne Cup. Don't feel too bad about Sovereignty not running in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Lots of good things still happening for the Mott stable. Post-parade, there's Rocketeer.
Rocketeer, the Grand Dam Stop Traffic, was a Grade 1 winner for Richard Bell on dirt, but a 2-time winner on turf.
That's right. Cross Traffic, I'm thinking of the Whitney.
Yep.
Winner for Todd Pletcher. Snooky Bear and Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, just going to have to get a bit faster, I think, to be competitive here.
At 6-1, there is Cuando.
He is the speed. Did too much last time. If Kendrick can kind of get him to settle right on the lead a little bit.
Bosun, pictured.
Stretching out, could hold the key to this race from a pace standpoint on the stretch out. Does he show speed?
Ohio Joe is a Pennsylvania bred.
Yeah, another one that just feels like he's going to have to get a little bit faster to be competitive here.
Seen several long shots strike today. Here's a long shot, executive order.
Well, I picked him last time at 51-1. Thought he was a little bit bottled up down on the inside. Now he stretches out. I might have to pick him again.
44-1. Tiger 24 for Bill Mott. 4 starts thus far. The maiden win, 2 starts back. Idle since the Wood Memorial.
Well, the Sister Spirit doll, like Maggie was talking about, switched to turf and is 1-for-1, a stakes winner on turf now.
Capitol Hill, 8-5 in the morning line, 2-1 current favorite.
That makes a lot of sense. The only thing he's got to overcome is that tough outside draw. See if Savachi can find him a trip, but he definitely overwhelmingly looks like the horse to beat to me.
Looking for another win on the program. Capitol Hill, this was his most recent. This was the aforementioned Gio Ponte. Maggie referenced, and from off the pace starts to put in his bid and going to have to settle for second in the end.
Yeah, but it was a really good, strong effort. Got some good pace to run into, though, in the Gio Ponte. I think he's going to get good pace to run into again here today. It just feels like with Quando and then Bosun stretching out, we could have a fairly lively pace.
Capitol Hill, trained by Bill Mott. Mott with Tiger 24 as well. The win Scylla in the Breeders' Cup Distaff just moments ago. We'll have a chance to do a deeper dive and show back the Breeders' Cup activity from this afternoon as championships are being decided in this event that is like the Olympics of thoroughbred racing. As you see the prices in there, still a 17-20, a filly who ran in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint last year. And while we can't go too deep on it today, on the stretch out and in this distaff, which she's been doing this season, Bill Mott had her ready to rock and roll.
She was ready. Best race of her life, without a doubt. And set fast fractions, was on the lead and continued.
Yeah. 45-3 to the half, something along.
But
those
always
lines.
traveling like a winner. To
Dropped
watch
her head
her
and was just, yeah. All right.
Nitrogen, I think, strengthened her case for 3-year-old Philly Championship with a second place in the distaff.
Kind of a mess for the favorite right from the start, Sweetest Teka.
The back.
What did I say?
Seismic Beauty.
Seismic Beauty, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she really kind of came out all discombobulated, a little bit sideways, looked like she stepped on her quarter, stumbled a stride or two, and just never looked comfortable.
Breeders' Cup activity at Del Mar continues. One left here at Belmont at the Big A. And they're now emerging as the 5-2 current favorite in the Seth Klarman colors. Favorable scenario. Maggie, what are you noticing from him pre-race?
Yeah, favorable scenario, excuse me, was a horse that I think, was against the dynamics last time, in that the top 3 finishers, they ran 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack. Now, he was able to get over and save ground from a far outside post there at Keeneland, but as he cut the corner, and so they're, giving him some lengths to catch up to those leaders, he was never really clear. He was never really comfortable and able to level off down the lane. He looks great here. I have no problems with him. It's just, I think Capitol Hill's a better horse. And you kind of see that with them physically. Capitol Hill's a bigger, stronger one. Now, I have been a fan of his since he showed back up in Saratoga, and I liked his effort when he broke his maiden in only his second start. Last time he was a bit outfooted early. He came rolling late once he got to the middle of the racetrack. Now, I know oftentimes saving ground is the name of the game when it comes to turf racing. But for a horse like him, who is so big, I think he just feels more comfortable when he is out in the clear and able to come and pick up the pieces. That's how we saw him run very well in the Grade 3 Manila when he'd returned to the turf for Bill Mott. And, same thing with the Gio Ponte. If he had gotten out a little bit sooner, could it have been closer? Possibly. So I'm not that against this post position for this horse. And again, he looks spectacular. Guys?
Looks the part. And now just, a matter of navigating at least a decent trip early on. Capitol Hill here seeking a second career win in this 10th and final.
It's funny as a rider, Lafitte, when you riding a contender from a difficult outside draw like this, going a mile here at Aqueduct, post 10, it's tough. You put it in your head what's acceptable to you.
Right.
You know,
what's a win?
If I can get into the first turn no more than 3 wide, that's a win. And that's how I would approach it if I was, you know, fortunate to be riding that horse.
Yeah, it's amazing. And we saw the draw for the Breeders' Cup races and the 2-year-old 2-turn grass races. And I don't know if it's the European riders. I don't know why, but when it comes to a poor post position, something that looks like you're going to have to be lured to overcome that post position. But for Ryan Moore, and all of his previous juvenile turf wins for Aidan O'Brien were with Moore, obviously, him not competing yesterday. But 3 of his 7 wins have been from far outside post positions for Aidan O'Brien. He hit a bomb one from the 13 or 14. Henry Matisse last year. Stad yesterday. It just doesn't seem to play the same role it normally would. Somehow they still find a way.
Well, I think they're bringing horses that maybe are just that much better than the competition
Definitely
to begin
the case
with,
yesterday.
right? And they're also very conscious of getting cover, saving ground, not going with the path of least resistance. Oh, well, I'm 3 or 4 wide. I'm okay with that. No, you see, they make that concerted effort to get back, find that break between flights, and get to the fence and save as much ground as possible. And it takes nerves of steel to do that, particularly with contenders. Not from the way people normally think, Lafitte, well, you know, oh, that rider's afraid to go inside. It's not a personal, you know, injury type of fear. It's you don't want to be the GOAT, meaning in a bad way, you're being criticized for getting stopped on the favorite.
14 horses, $1 million race. It's a calculated risk. Something will present itself. Okay, final thoughts. What are you looking for right from the start here?
Speed. Quando and Bosun drawn side by side. I think they could get hooked up. We can get a fast pace, spread the field out a bit, and I'm hoping Capitol Hill gets into the first turn, not too wide.
You and Maggie both with Capitol Hill. Post time for the 10th and final. Belmont at the Big A. One final time. Here's Chris Griffin.
Capitol Hill moves forward and in. All set. And they're off. Quando with early speed in between horses. Rocketeer shoved to the frontier towards the inside. Both sons in the early mix and looking to tuck in. Nowhere to go yet. The executive order is going to be wide into that turn. Quando with a head advantage, carrying very wide here. Quando is about in the 3 path here, and Quando now trying to cross over and will. It's Quando in front. Rocketeer is now back to second. Bosun is a clear third. Out wider comes executive orders to the outside here of a ground-saving favorable scenario in 5th. Then behind them, Brits Witt. At the rail comes Capitol Hill in the lime green cap. Is followed by Ohio Joe, the 2 at the back. Snooky Bear with Tiger 24. They work up the backstretch and on the lead, Quando. Quando went 22.75. Carving out the early fractions here is clear by 2.5. Rocketeer is a well-settled second. Favorable scenario now moves at the rail here for Dylan Davis in third. 46.46 for a half-mile time. Bosun is encouraged to keep up. Out wider still executive order. That's the leading 5. Capitol Hill is trying to move forward at the rail. Brits Witt to the outside of that rival. Also trying to run on Ohio Joe from the back. Tiger 24. And Snooky Bear is the trailer. Quando is just moving right along. Quando and Kendrick Harmouche in full command as they reach the top of the lane. Favorable scenario down at the rail has been ground saving the entire journey. Rocketeer continues to give game chase. Quando and favorable scenario. Looks like between these two, Quando trying to hold off the charge. Favorable scenario is making up some ground now. Quando is still in front. Quando is approaching a final 16th, and Quando is in front, launching late. Capitol Hill. Capitol Hill in the grandstand side out of nowhere. Capitol Hill got the win. Capitol Hill, favorable scenarios in a photo with Quando. Then came Ohio Joe and Brits Witt. Final running time, 1 minute 36.12 seconds.
You're not lying, Chris. Out of nowhere, Richie. Capitol Hill, where did he come from?
Well, Sahin Savachi did an amazing job. He was on the rail by the middle of the first turn, and he took up to jump horse's heels to get down there. Then he got caught in rush hour traffic up by the quarter pole. No, not his fault. He saved ground. He did everything he could. But Winey was finally able to extricate himself from that spot, get to the clear. He just came with giant strides. I think it also helped that Quando kind of bottomed out a little bit late. A decent effort from the one who had a decent trip, favorable scenario, but
grinds, doesn't he?
Grind.
Just
No
grinds.
turn of foot.
Yep.
Where Capitol Hill, well, he stormed home. Is that okay to say that about Capitol Hill?
Yeah. Stormed home indeed. Very well done. Capitol Hill here Tranquility Lake Farm LLC. Yeah, I was ready to put a circle around the leader. I thought Quando was gone, and then Quando was empty, and here comes Capitol Hill.
Hey, listen, Quando tried very hard because he did set very fast fractions. He had to dispose of the speeds just inside of him, outside of him. Game effort. But Capitol Hill really showed that his Gio Ponte was not a fluke. And, like Maggie talked about, held up in traffic. He got held up in traffic again, but this time horses coming back to him, a little easier company, and he got it done. And I tell you, this is a rider people need to keep an eye on. We've got several riders this winter that are trying it. Jamie Rodriguez, Sylvain Savacci, a couple others, the names escape me, excuse me. But it's going to be a pretty packed jockey colony this winter.
Nice.
Particularly Dylan Davis is staying this year instead of going to Florida like he did last year. Flavien Prat, although I'm sure he'll be traveling most weekends.
You want to text Bill Mott and tell him he just won the 10th race here at Aqueduct because he's kind of busy winning Breeders' Cup races?
I guarantee you he was at a TV watching this. I guarantee you. You're not the youngest trainer ever inducted in Racing's Hall of Fame without kind of covering every base.
Bill, congrats. Good luck in Australia in a couple of days with the Melbourne Cup and already a Breeders' Cup Distaff victory earlier today, which leads us to the Breeders' Cup Classic a little bit later on, and unfortunately, no Sovereignty, trained by Bill Mott, defected earlier this week, the 6-5 heavy favorite. So now, arguably a much more competitive Breeders' Cup Classic, and Todd Pletcher, who has 3, including Mindframe, and we go back to that rodeo of a Jockey Club Gold Cup closing weekend at Saratoga, Richie.
And this was a rodeo. Keep your eye on the 2 runners from the outside to 6. Now they're going to come over, bump Mindframe very hard. Irad Ortiz lands on the back of White Barrio.
2 jockeys on White Barrio for a stride.
Bounces off. I mean, and you can see it all come together here, the way they just, how hard they hit him, that it just knocked him basically off balance, off the horse. There was 2 men on a horse at one point, and just so fortunate that Irad Ortiz wasn't hurt. Now, obviously, Sierra Leone was highly affected by what happened because Flavien Prat was trying to avoid the prone Irad Ortiz.
Right.
But the horse that was most affected was Mindframe because he got eliminated at the break.
The best news, everybody walked away unscathed for the most part. Irad Ortiz was back riding in a few days, which was shocking.
Unbelievable.
So Mindframe, from a handicapping perspective, the longest layoff a Classic winner has ever overcome, I believe Invasor, around 3 months. Do you treat him like a horse who has not raced since June?
I wouldn't. No, because a lot of times when horses paddock school, gate school, big workouts, it's almost like a race, right? There's so much build-up. There's so much, excitement, atmosphere. So he went through the whole process. The only thing he didn't get out of it was running the 1.25 miles, was it?
So you do think he got enough, got something out of that race?
And with Todd Pletcher as his conditioner. Todd, he puts so much foundation in these horses. You don't see a lot of fast works from Todd Pletcher horses, but what you do see are big gallop outs. If they go 5 furlongs in 101, they'll go out 3/4 in 13, 7/8 in 27, pull up 1 mile in 40 and change. That's all stamina building works.
Okay, so we have a couple minutes here. 2 questions then. What is the biggest, who holds the key to this Breeders' Cup Classic?
Well, I think fierceness holds the key. Which fierceness shows up? Will the real fierceness show up? Because if he does, I don't think they beat him. I think he was arguably the best horse in last year's Classic, just an supersonic pace, and he was the last horse standing that was a part of that pace, where Sierra Leone got his measure but got that pace. Now everybody say, well, there's a rabbit in there. You got a rabbit that doesn't have, contrary thinking, doesn't have great gate speed, but if I'm John Velasquez, I want him to go. Just go and be in your own race. I'm going to put my horse in the clear in second and ride the race as though I'm in front. I'm going to control things from there. And almost invite somebody. You want to come up in my inside? I'm going to run you up the rabbit's hind end. If you come outside of me, I'm going to keep you packed out until I'm ready to move. And if he shows up with a specific Classic effort, the way Del Mar's been playing kind to speed, I think they're all going to have a hard time running him down.
So you think fierceness holds the key to the race, your selection, who wins the 42nd Breeders' Cup World Championship?
It is fierceness.
Breeders' Cup Classic.
Fierceness. I just think that he looks great coming into this. He's carrying good weight. And interestingly enough, if a 3-year-old wins the Classic, Sovereignty's Horse of the Year, because he's the best 3-year-old. if one of the older horses wins, now we have a debate.
Now you have a conversation. Absolutely. Rapoli, Pletcher. They've been there before, of course, with Vino Rosso back in 2019. This was fun.
No,
Spending this time with you on set, keeping an eye on the Breeders' Cup activity out west, and great to be back racing here at Aqueduct after a couple of canceled days.
Yeah, so happy, and good luck with the Dodgers.
Man, Game 7 tonight. That'll wrap things up for us on America's Day at the Races. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Get started early, 11:30 a.m., recapping all the Breeders' Cup activity. Sierra Leone, can he go back-to-back in the Classic? Mig going with fierceness in the $7 million event. Mind Frame and hoping for a much, much cleaner trip. Better start, strong finish. Forever Young, trying to become the third foreign horse to win North America's richest race. We'll see you tomorrow.